Should I put it in here? Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah. Check. Do it again. Check.
If you want to take a quick look at your slides, just do the conference monitor. Jonathan can take it down.
Attention everyone, the event is now starting. Please take your seats. Now would also be a good time to silence your phones. Welcome to the inaugural Global Free Speech Summit, hosted by the Future of Free Speech and Dialogue Vanderbilt. Now, please welcome to the stage the Future of Free Speech Executive Director, Jacob Mishingama.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the inaugural Global Free Speech Summit hosted by the Future of Free Speech and Vanderbilt University. It is thrilling to see such a vibrant gathering of individuals who are dedicated to free expression joining us, both in person and online, where you can watch it as well. For 2 days of talks, panels, debates, documentaries, don't miss out on those, focused sharply on the most pressing free speech issues of our time. The ambitious agenda of this summit is to shed light on the global state of free speech in the 21st century across 3 distinct but overlapping sectors: government, technology, and cultural institutions. Our speakers today join us from 15 different countries on 5 continents. And you'll hear from dissidents who have paid the price for confronting authoritarianism. You'll hear from journalists, writers, human rights experts, and representatives from tech companies. You'll hear stories of censorship and suppression, but you'll also hear stories of resilience and hope. You'll learn about innovative steps to safeguard and reinvigorate the future of free speech. And we hope that the Global Free Speech Summit will serve as a haven for those of us who believe that a resilient global culture of free speech is necessary to serve and function as what Frederick Douglass called the great moral renovator of society and government and the dread of tyrants. Now, I strongly encourage you all to use these 2 days to engage with both the speakers and each other. Seek out relationships and connection with other attendees that might inspire or help you in efforts to foster a civic commitment to the tolerance of dissent, the willingness to listen, and the courage to speak out. And I'm proud to say that today we have people in attendance who have joined us from as far as Australia and New Zealand, so there can be sort of an internal competition between the Kiwis and the Aussies of who may but before we begin today's program, I want to briefly set the scene for why I believe the stakes are so high and the challenges ahead so steep and decisive for the survival of free speech. So behind me, you'll probably recognize what we might call a pantheon of some of history's greatest champions of freedom, democracy, equality, and human dignity. And what these historical figures also share is a deep commitment to both the practice and principle of free speech, which they believed was absolutely essential to realize their ideals. And of course, many of them paid a very high price for speaking truth to power. But there was a time not that long ago when it seemed to be a realistic prospect that their ideals might actually be realized across the globe, because free speech and democracy went hand in hand through the so-called third wave of democratization that brought democracy to all corners of the world. Some good examples are how free speech served as a rallying cry and inspiration for dissidents behind the Iron Curtain, for someone like Václav Havel, the famous Czechoslovakian playwright and dissident, who played such a decisive role in toppling communism. Another iconic figure is that of Nelson Mandela, who spent 26 years in prison under apartheid South Africa. But when he was released, and shortly before becoming president, he gave a speech where he highlighted the central role of free speech, press freedom, in shining a light on the evils of apartheid, of white supremacy, and providing a voice to those who had been silenced by the oppressive apartheid regime. And he also said that no government, no doctrine, no person should have a monopoly on truth, and therefore any restrictions on free speech would be a disservice to society. Free speech optimism culminated in the heady days of the 1990s with the World Wide Web. It was believed at the time that this technology would supercharge freedom of expression and bring freedom and democracy to the remaining pockets of authoritarianism around the world and basically make censorship obsolete. Unfortunately, those golden days of free speech turned out not to last. If we fast forward, we will see that in fact we're living through a global free speech recession. A lot of the gains you can see in this time lapse over a year, the more dark green a country, the stronger protection of free speech, have been rolled back. A lot of the gains that allowed people to criticize their governments, form trade unions, allow them religious freedom, create independent media, have been rolled back by resurgent authoritarianism. And this includes, as we'll hear more about from other speakers, countries like India, the world's largest democracy, Hong Kong, but we also see it in Africa, we see it in Latin America. The free speech recession really is global. So to put some numbers on it, in the past decade alone, more than 6 billion people in close to 80 countries have seen deteriorations in their freedom of expression. The first anti-democratic coup in history happened in 411 BC in ancient Athens. And back then, the authoritarians knew that censorship and suppression was absolutely essential. And that is still lesson number one in the authoritarians' playbook. And so with democracy in retreat, we see that freedom of expression remains the worst affected component of democracy. And last year alone, it worsened in 35 countries around the world. So every budding dictator, authoritarian knows that free speech is the first value and freedom to attack if you want to rule unopposed and without accountability. In order to control the public sphere in the 21st century, you need to control the internet. This liberation technology has been reverse engineered by authoritarians to serve as a tool for high-tech surveillance and censorship at scale. At the same time, we also see that the internet looks very different from the early days where it was much more decentralized. We now have a much more centralized space, which means that a number of companies have a huge impact on the practical exercise of free speech around the world with decision-makings that impact what can be said, what can be shared. So governments no longer make all the calls. But the centralization of tech platforms also means that governments can actually lean on these platforms to make them serve as choke points for information they don't like. And we've seen that play out not only in authoritarian states, but also in democracies. We'll hear about Brazil, for instance, that some of you have probably heard about. Concerns about false information have also been weaponized by states, especially during COVID and after the 2016 presidential election in the US. And laws against false information, fake news, have been weaponized by many states as a tool to target and punish journalists who are being imprisoned at much higher rates than a decade ago. But one of the truly concerning things about the global free speech recession is that it also affects the heartland of free speech, the open democracies of the world. So at the Future of Free Speech, last year we published a report where we looked at free speech developments in 22 open democracies across the world. And we looked at laws and policies that affected free speech, and we found that those that restricted free speech far outnumbered those that protected free speech. So we see an increasing tendency for democracies to view free speech as a threat against democracy and not as a bulwark, which is especially fueled, I think, by the digital age that we live in, and we see a mushrooming of laws against hate speech, terrorism, disinformation, and attempts to impose some kind of top-down control of the online space. But there are also positives, and I think that's really important for our gathering today. I very much look forward to, for all of you to learn more about Taiwan. Taiwan is a country confronted by Chinese disinformation, attempts to subvert a very successful democracy, which is a thorn in the side of mainland China. But instead of using censorship, Taiwan has resorted to innovative technological ways to foster a resilient civil society that can try and inoculate Taiwanese society against the threats from disinformation. You might have heard a lot about the dangers of AI and disinformation that would be a threat to elections around the world this year. But what has happened so far, and I know that we're 3 weeks away from a very important one, but is that those fears have not been borne out, which suggests that, in fact, democracies are more resilient than a lot of the alarmist messages that we receive from politicians who want to regulate disinformation, misinformation, and so on. So that's a positive thing. A lot of the technology that we fear, AI, for instance, can be used for harms, but they can also be used for good. They can actually be used to combat some of the harms that we fear, whether it's in, debunking disinformation or countering hate speech, for instance. And there are still, in struggling democracies, independent institutions that can serve as a bulwark against overreach by authoritarian governments. And we have resilient civil society organizations, some of them in the room today. For instance, a successful campaign by the Free Speech Union in New Zealand, who did a lot to counter a proposed hate speech law, which was well-intentioned, but was a cure worse than the disease. So all of these examples show that the free speech recession is not inevitable. The free speech recession is something that we can fight, and I very much hope that today all of us here will recommit or will double down our commitment to doing that and choosing the way of those who paved the way for free speech in the first place, the Douglases, the Mandelas, the Roosevelts, and so on. That is the ambitious agenda for us today. But before the party gets started, I would like to do two things. First, I want to thank everyone from the Future of Free Speech and Dialogue Vanderbilt team who have worked very, very hard on putting this together. I've mostly been ordered around by my staff, told what to do, and that I think is a very good division of labor. So thanks to everyone. And now it is my distinct pleasure to give the floor to Vanderbilt University's 9th Chancellor, Daniel Diermeier, who has been a steadfast supporter of the future of free speech and instrumental in making Vanderbilt a home where free expression thrives and important conversations can take place. So thank you, Daniel. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Jakob, and good morning, everyone, on this beautiful but a little chilly fall morning. I'm delighted to welcome all of you to the first annual Global Free Speech Summit right here at Vanderbilt. And Vanderbilt is a proud partner with the Future of Free Speech project to host this summit. I want to extend a special word of welcome to our remarkable lineup of guests that will join us today, of course, including Salman Rushdie, Masih Alinejad, Audrey Tang, Nathan Law, David French, James Bennett, Masih Audrey, Rana Ayyub. I'm encouraged to see all of you here today because we are here because we all care about free speech, free expression. We want to be here together and spend some time to better understand it, to also understand how critical it is for our society, and of course, from my point of view, how crucial it is for a university. As you just heard, our exploration is particularly critical in today's digital age. Leaders of tomorrow must understand how to protect and engage in free speech in person, but also online, and amid the still unknown effects and context of artificial intelligence. We're here for the next 2 days to better understand and safeguard that future, and to understand why it is so fundamental for a free society. Divisive debates over what free speech exactly means and what its limits and to what extent these limits are relevant are unfolding in our classrooms, on the floors of Congress, and in other crucial venues across the world. On college campuses, in particular, the limits of free speech have been tested and debated in recent years, culminating in the campus protests that followed the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel and Israel's war in Gaza. These debates are taking place as universities face increasing politicization and pressures to take positions on social and political issues. Here in the United States, but really all across the world, this risks eroding the unique purpose and inestimable value of universities that are the envy of the world. To create an environment that resists politicization and enables a university to serve its essential purpose of providing a transformative education and path-breaking research, we must first create the conditions that support free expression. Here at Vanderbilt, free expression is upheld by 3 pillars: institutional neutrality, open forums, and civil discourse. The first of these is open forums, spaces in which our community can explore and discuss pressing issues without fear of censorship and retribution. Our goal is to provide the broadest possible environment where our students and faculty can freely explore ideas wherever they take them. The second pillar is civil discourse. Here at Vanderbilt, we value people of different viewpoints engaging in constructive conversation and debate. But this debate needs to be guided by a sense of mutual respect, open-mindedness, and a willingness to listen. The third pillar of free expression is the practice of institutional neutrality. The practice of universities and their leaders refraining from taking positions on matters not directly connected to the functioning of the university. There are several important reasons to practice institutional neutrality, but chief among them is the fact that when universities take positions on political matters, they risk chilling debate, dissent, and the open sharing of other perspectives, which is, after all, the lifeblood of what a university is all about. In other words, the proper role of universities is to encourage debates, not to settle them. In recent months, more universities have joined the movement towards widespread practice of institutional neutrality. This is certainly gratifying to see, but there's a lot more that needs to be done. And very importantly, these commitments need to apply to actions and not only to words. But still, I'm happy and I welcome this movement, and I'm encouraged by the growing embrace of this indispensable principle. To encourage debate and civil discourse on our campus, we have launched Dialogue Vanderbilt. Through it, we're not only inviting a range of compelling thinkers to share their ideas and opinions on campus, we're also teaching our first-year students and other members of our university community how to engage in constructive conversations on challenging topics to helpfully restore and strengthen civil discourse on campuses and in society. Today's gathering is a prime example of the powerful dialogue that can occur when the three pillars of free expressions are maintained and practiced. Together, guided by our expert panelists, we will explore the current challenges to free speech, threats that can emanate from governance, private technology, and also can affect cultural institutions. So, as you participate in the symposium, I encourage you to consider your own approach to free speech and how it has been critical to your path of discovery and knowledge seeking. I also encourage you to share your perspectives freely so that we may practice the civil and open exchange of ideas that is the lifeblood of what a great university needs to be. At Vanderbilt, we believe that we make the most progress when we convene diverse thinkers to solve and address shared challenges, because no one institution, no one individual can solve our most pressing problems alone. A threat to free speech is always also a threat to discovery, growth, and progress. It will take all of us working together to resist such threats, to protect free expression, so that the leaders of tomorrow's are not stunted or blinkered in their thought and discovery, so that the notion of a university as an unmatched source of discovery and knowledge, innovation, and human advancement does not become a relic of the past. Thank you all for being here today, and enjoy the summit.
Thank you. Chancellor Diermeier, thank you. And now, please welcome to the stage PEN America CEO Suzanne Nossel for a fireside chat with one of the most celebrated authors of our time, Salman Rushdie.
Hi, everyone. Just to open, I just want to say, Jakob, how amazing it is to see what you have done here at Vanderbilt. We've known each other for a long time, and he has just been such an extraordinary catalyst in this field, and it's remarkable to see what you put together and also to hear of your vision and optimism. So thank you very much, and thanks for being here. And are we... There we go. Okay. Hello, Salman. Great to see you.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Suzanne.
Well, it's wonderful to be with you here this morning. We have a full room and a really distinguished conference down here in Nashville. So I'm going to kick it right off, and we're going to focus mostly on kind of free speech in our culture. And to begin with, Salman, you know, there's been so much talk over the years about so-called cancel culture, but in the last year we've seen kind of a twist on it, which is the effort to cancel literary events and writers gathering, and we've experienced this at PEN America, a boycott campaign focused on the PEN World Voices Festival, which Salman launched when he was PEN America president and has stood the test of time as a very distinguished and unique international literary festival. And this year, writers protested it because of PEN America's stance and what we had said or not said about the war between Israel and Hamas. And the festival, for the first time in more than 20 years, did not take place. And it's not just limited to us. We're seeing it with literary awards. In Canada, we're seeing a protest against the Booker Prize. I'm wondering what you make of this trend and whether, you know, in your mind, this can be kind of a constructive form of protest, and if not, sort of what are writers missing when they take part in this?
Well, obviously, there's first of all, you know, I'm very happy to be part of this distinguished gathering, and I've been listening a little bit to the previous speakers, and it's clearly going to be an impressive day. Well, of course, what happened with the Penn World Voices Festival is a great loss for culture, and the question is whether that is less or more important than the issues being protested. And also, what is the benefit, what effect can such protests have? And my worry is that they have very little real world effect. That's to say, there is no reduction in the number of bombs falling in the Middle East or children dying because a literary festival is protested. So there's no practical gain, but there is a practical loss. And so, I mean, I'm opposed to it. It's not just happening in America. It's as you mentioned, in the UK, there were protests against many of the major literary festivals, the Hay Festival, the Edinburgh Festival, so on, because of their criticism of some of the people they were receiving sponsorship money from. And again, that led to reductions in what was possible in the cultural sphere, sponsors backing away from supporting the arts, from supporting literature, and considerable damage. So I think it's possible to arrange for voices to be heard without there being a boycott. So I wasn't at the National Book Awards last year, but I was told that there was a space created in which the protest activists, protesters, and writers could make the points they wanted to make without disrupting the flow of the event. So hopefully that can be more widely adopted.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the protesters would say it is the shutting down of the event that really makes the headlines. If they do kind of a quiet, modest protest on site, that's symbolic, it might feel good, but that there is some real potency to being able to stigmatize an organization, to spread the notion that, perhaps any institution in the cultural sphere that traverses a red line, may be punished for it. And so, how do you sort of persuade that power, which I think is real, is something that should be kind of forsworn or at least exercised with restraint?
Well, it's something very like the power of the mob, isn't it? I mean, it's what happened. I mean, I know a little bit about what happened with Pan America, and it wasn't just a kind of polite opposition. It was there was intimidation of writers, and people were kind of bullied to some degree into withdrawing from events that they might otherwise not have withdrawn from. So I don't like bullying, and I think this kind of protest very easily slides towards that. And I'd like somebody to tell me what benefit there has been of these, because I don't think there has been any.
From the institutional side, one thing I think we've witnessed, whether it's on campus or in the cultural world, is there is this powerful impulse to submit to the loudest voices. It becomes very painful to have this thundering criticism on social media and in the press. And oftentimes there may be a sort of a silent constituency that feels differently, that really doesn't like what's going on, that it objects to bullying. And yet, they're quiet. They don't want to mix it up. It can be punishing to enter into these debates. And so the institutional calculus, I think, is swayed by the most voluble and extreme. And I'm wondering what you think can be done about that. How does one sort of stiffen the institutional spine? Well,
first of all, I think you're quite right that this is not these protests don't represent everybody by any means. And I mean, I've been on the journalism faculty of NYU for the last 10 years. And my experience is that the students that I have interacted with are very reasonable, and they're willing to engage in what was just being talked about, civil discourse, and I haven't myself experienced from students the kind of extremism of these, as you say, loud voices. So if that's my experience, I suspect it's the experience of most people at NYU. I limit my discussion to that because that's what I currently know most about. And maybe we should listen to the silent people. It's perfectly possible to be aware of the fact that that many people studying in universities are perfectly reasonable, and don't like things being shut down and banned and cancelled. And if you scratch a little deeper, you might find that they have strong opinions about that.
Do you think there are any situations where academic and cultural boycott is justifiable?
I don't know, I remember even back in the days of South African apartheid, when there was an international call for a cultural boycott. I remember worrying about it because the people who would be impacted by a cultural boycott would be the people who were opposing the apartheid regime rather than supporting it. So it was a way, I thought, of damaging your own side. I could understand absolutely the reason in the South African context for a sporting boycott, because that hit the people who were the apartheid gang. If you refused to play rugby football with them or cricket with them, that really hurt. But refusing to join a literary gathering made no impact at all. So I was even there where the ANC was calling for a cultural boycott. I wasn't sure that that was the right way to go. And I think certainly in non-fascist societies like this one, I think it's an error. It's an error of judgment.
I'm struck by, in certain contexts, kind of the difficulty people have making a distinction between, say, a writer, a novelist, an essayist, and their government. It seems like in some places, it's kind of crystal clear that these are independent voices. And that's really the essence of pen is the idea that we're standing by these independent voices, by virtue of their independence and as a counterweight to government and the state. And yet in some contexts, there is sort of this conflation and this stigma that seems to attach to a whole society. We see it now. People don't want their books translated into Hebrew, let's say, because I guess the idea that the readers are kind of complicit in a state that it is guilty of human rights abuses. So I'm curious sort of how you think about that distinction between the writer and the state and how it's perceived in the literary community.
Well, I remember back in the early 70s when I first became involved in this area, there was a term I very much liked that a British Indian writer coined this word. He said there are writers who try to be behalfies. They try to speak on other people's behalf. And he said one of the things that you should really try to avoid is being a behalfie. Because as you say, the beauty of literature is that it's one voice speaking in its own individual way, and nobody owns it. It's not owned by any movement or ideology. It's one individual's vision being presented freely for public enjoyment and discussion. And that's why we read books. We don't read books to be told what we already think. We read books to see the world through someone else's eyes. And so I worry when writers are thought to be representative, of some group or nation. I remember my dear friend Amos Oz used to, I think, suffer from the problem of being thought of as a national writer, whereas actually he saw himself as an individual creative spirit. So I just encourage people to think in that way, because it is the beauty of books, that they are not representative of gangs or ideologies or powers. They are individual voices speaking freely.
I want to shift gears a little bit to some of the tensions that we've been experiencing here in the United States. PEN America's gotten very involved in documenting and pushing back against book banning in school districts and libraries in parts of the country, which has become a kind of powerful wave that I never thought we'd see. You know, one point that gets made in these debates over book banning is that, you know, some of the books in question, I mean, it's all sorts of things. It's Toni Morrison, it's Art Spiegelman, it's Anne Frank, but it's also sort of edgier books, books about gender identity, books that can be quite explicit, books that have a very particular viewpoint, let's say, on issues of racial justice. And the pushback that I sometimes get is, you know, don't these communities sort of have the right to pace the way in which these ideas are absorbed? Some of these ideas are new, they run counter to the mores of a particular constituency, they may offend religious sensibilities, and, you know, to have these just freely available in the library, in the classroom, you know, is not something that necessarily should be sort of, as they put it, forced upon a community. And I wonder, do you have any sort of sympathy for that kind of argument?
I mean, in one word, no. I think the key to what you just said is the word freely. And if we're talking here about freedom, you know, and part of that freedom is enshrined in the First Amendment. And it seems to me that the First Amendment covers our right to read, not just our right to speak. Schools, universities, libraries are exactly the place where you should come across ideas that you haven't previously come across, and that even ideas that you might not agree with. If they are to be policed, then who does the policing? You know, that's the old question of who guards the guardians. You know, and from what I see, the pressure to ban books in schools and libraries is coming from a very small section of the community, often from people who have not even read the books in question. Often very small numbers of people, like one person, one parent, you know, objecting to a text which is then removed pending further discussion. This is not acceptable. And I think there are, I think is PEN involved in the First Amendment court case in Florida?
Yes, we are. We have brought our own case in Escambia County, Florida, where it's exactly what you said, which is a single individual getting more than 100 books withdrawn for a county with 20,000 students.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, most reasonable people might agree that for one parent to be able to remove books from the reach of 20,000 people is anti-democratic.
I'm wondering, Salman, how you see sort of some of these trends that we're talking about, these very pitched debates over speech and content affecting how writers think, speak, what topics they take on. You know, we all know that in a climate where the cost for certain speech can be high, where you could face a penalty, where it could affect your career, you could undergo online harassment, you might be tagged as racist or sexist or you know, in some other way bigoted, that there can be an impulse to restraint and just to avoiding those topic areas. And I think over time, that kind of becomes internalized. And I'm wondering sort of if you see that, where you see that, and what you think can be done about it.
Well, I do worry a bit about young writers. You know, I think when you get to my age, I mean, you know, I'm just doing what I'm doing, and that's what I'm doing. But I think there are there are young writers who do suffer from the pressures you speak of, but what does one have the right to talk about? Whose subject is a given subject? And are you trespassing if you go into areas which you're not supposed to go into? What language can you use? What words are acceptable and what words are suddenly not acceptable? I do feel that there's a lot of pressure on young writers, and also a pressure on young writers to be very involved in social media. Writers are basically told by publishers that they have to have a social media presence and they have to build it up because for career reasons. And many writers are instinctively private people, and don't do very well by being constantly thrust into public arenas. And I think it's harder now for writers to be like that. And that's must be very worrying. I do think it's worrying. Self-censorship is, I think, a genuine worry, that people are alarmed about entering into areas which they think might get them in some kind of trouble. I hope it's not many people, but I think there are some people who do feel pressured in that way.
I want to follow up on your point about social media, because you had a big presence on Twitter. I remember we also had kind of a gratifying experience together in getting Roald Dahl's books when there was an effort to kind of denude his books and boulderize his books, in pushing back against that on social media. It's the only time I ever went viral, thanks to Salman. And the publisher actually reversed themselves in short order and continued to publish the books as originally written. But you've told me you recently have left social media kind of for all intents and purposes. And I'm curious about that evolution and that decision and what you think it says about speech in our discourse.
Well, I just decided that the thing that I still call Twitter is now, it's like a room full of people you don't want to be in a room with. and so what I did was, I have left my account active because I was told that if I deleted the account, it could be cyber squatted. And there could be somebody using my name who is not me. So I've left the account active, but I have happily deleted the app from everything I have, and it makes life much more peaceful and happy, I'm happy to say, and I recommend this move to everybody.
What do you think it would have been like, Salman, if you had published the Satanic Verses in the age of social media and cancel culture and all the sensitivities that we face today?
Well, I think about that, and there's no doubt it would have been more dangerous, because the speed with which information spreads now, and the rapidity with which a large number of people can be motivated, into a kind of mob response. That's infinitely greater now than it was. I mean, back in 1989, the most there were fax machines, and fax machines were used to disseminate propaganda against my work. But it would be exponentially more now. I mean, one thing that encourages me is just to take the case of that book of mine. It has remained in print all over the world. So I mean, it's published in, I don't know what, 40-something languages, and publishers have not been worried about doing that. It's remained in print for all this time. So I don't feel necessarily that it would be harder to get a book like that published now, but there would certainly be a lot more noise, and there might be a lot more danger. But even then, I mean, I learned a lesson back then just to give you one episode, there was a film that was made in Pakistan called International Guerrillas, of which I was the villain, and this team of people charged to murder me were the heroes. And when the film arrived in the UK, it had to get a certificate from the British Board of Film Classification, and it was refused a certificate because of its nature. And I found myself in this situation where I'm fighting a free speech battle and being defended by an act of censorship. And so I wrote to the board and gave up my rights of recourse. I said, if you give the film a certificate, I will take no action. I will not take any legal action or anything. And as a result of that, the film was given a certificate, and it was going to be premiered in the city of Bradford, which has a large Muslim population, in a big cinema, and nobody went to the movie. Why? Because rotten movie. Whatever people may have thought about me, they didn't want to spend their money going to see a terrible film. Whereas if that film had been banned, it would have become an unbelievably hot ticket. It would have become a taboo thing, which would have the glamour of taboo, and would have been much more widely viewed. As it was, it just withered and died. And it taught me the lesson of trusting the audience. That you can actually mostly rely on people to have good sense, and let 1,000 voices speak, and people will decide which ones they want to listen to.
When the Satanic Verses came out, there was this upsurge in the literary community in support of you, not uniformly, but it was kind of a proud moment that gets people harken back to it. Stephen King saying, if you remove Salman Rushdie, you can remove Stephen King from all of the bookstore shelves, and bookstore owners risking their lives in some cases to stand up for the book. Do you think, we have a different climate now when it comes to the question of offense? And I'm wondering whether you think the cultural world would stand up in that way.
Well, I hope so. I mean, as you say, it wasn't universal even back then. And I think it wouldn't be universal now, but I hope that there would still be a view that writers should not be killed for writing novels, and that they should be defended if somebody tries to do that. I think so, but I do think there's this idea that being offended is something that needs to be dealt with rather than ignored. It has more currency now. I remember the British writer and comedian Stephen Fry, when he was asked about this question, he said, well, if you tell me you're offended by something I say, my answer is, so what? And the reason why there are many books in bookstores is that you don't have to read the ones you don't like. You can find the books you do like. So I think that's still a view that has currency, but there's no doubt that there's a view now amongst some people that if you are offended by something, you have the right to get it stopped. And the problem with that argument is that, all of us are offended by something. And if we all have the right to get things stopped that we don't like, that we are offended by, there will be no books to read. There will be no films to watch. It becomes the end of speech if offendedness is a limiting point. And if we remember, just going back a couple of hundred years, that when at the time of the French Enlightenment, those writers, Montesquieu, Diderot, Voltaire, etc., they knew that at the time, the force that was placing a limiting point on thought was the church more than the state. And they understood that in order to create what we now think of as the idea of free speech, they had to defeat the power of the church to do that. And so they did that by using blasphemy as a weapon. I mean, by not allowing that to be a limiting point. And the church, of course, then had all kinds of weapons. It had excommunication. It had the index of banned books. It had something. It had the Inquisition. And yet, as a result of the, I'm simplifying really, but largely as a result of the European Enlightenment, the church lost that power to limit thought. And that idea became the basis of the American idea, brought from France to America by Thomas Paine. So to prevent there being limiting points being placed on thought is a very important principle. And offendedness can't be can't be the thing that replaces Catholicism.
Well, let me just sort of pose what, tension that we deal with a lot in our work, which is the lingering legacy of these very deep bigotries, that manifested themselves in segregation and discrimination, but that still persists to this day in biases and negative perceptions and divisions, and sort of this sense that as a pluralistic society, there's still a good deal that we have yet to overcome when it comes to racial equality, and that bigotry has to be confronted, and that certain kinds of speech or stereotyping that was normalized needs to be marginalized, and sort of how whether you give credence to that, because it does tie into the concept of offense, and sort of at least an awareness, maybe not banning that which is offensive, but being cognizant of that which is offensive, understanding the sensibilities, the history, how perceptions may differ. I sometimes talk about it as being conscientious with language, and the idea that in a pluralistic society as citizens, I think we have some responsibility to do that. And I'm wondering what you think.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm a polite person. I don't like offending people. So I don't do it on purpose. But what is true is that any strongly expressed vision of society will be unpopular in certain quarters. It just, you can't please everyone. And it's certainly been my experience that I've managed to please a few people and I've managed to displease a few people. And I think that just goes with the territory. It's not, you don't set out to do it. It's just a consequence of expressing yourself. And I agree with the idea of courtesy and politeness and understanding what people think and how people respond to things, and what is a good way to talk to people and what is a bad way to talk to people. I mean, I think all of that is important. And I certainly, as a parent, would want my children to do that and to think that way. And I was taught to think that way by my parents. So yes, courtesy is really important. But if we're talking about works of art, the offense can be completely unintentional. Picasso's Guernica had to be protected. It was going to be destroyed by people who objected to it. And one of the reasons it spent so long at the Museum of Modern Art in New York is because it was not safe for it to be in Spain. And I mean, there's a story that a Nazi officer, or I can't remember who it was actually, but an extreme right-wing person asked Picasso why he had painted such an offensive painting. And he said, "Why did you do this?" They said, then he answered, "I didn't do this, you did this." Because the painting is, of course, a depiction of an atrocity. So art has often offended people. The Impressionists offended large numbers of people when they first started showing their work. There was enormous objection to it, and now they're the cornerstone of any great modern art collection. So it's also a question of the time in which you do something. That a work can be offensive at one moment and inoffensive at another moment, and that's one reason for keeping it around, because times change, people's attitudes change. What was radical at one moment becomes normal at another moment. So this is the point of this whole subject of free speech, is about allowing work not only to be made, but to survive. And people like me write books with the hope that they will endure. And the only way they endure is to stay in print. There's no other way that a book can live. And so I think if one takes that long-term view, it's not just about what people think today. It's hopefully what will people think in 100 years? What will your grandchildren think about the thing that you don't like? Maybe your grandchildren will have no problem with it. And let it live so that they can make up their minds about that. So it's also a question of time, of duration. It's not just about the news cycle. It's about being allowed to express ideas and to make work in such a way that the future could look at it. Because, actually writers historically have been the people who have defined a moment for the future generations. If we now think about, let's say, Napoleon Bonaparte's invasion of Russia, we would, I think, more or less immediately think about War and Peace. And Tolstoy, in a way, has given us the clearest vision of what happened there. And so that's what art can do. It's not just about what your neighbors think the day after tomorrow. It's about what does the future think, and the future should be allowed to make up its mind.
So in the last several years, one phenomenon that obviously is not new because you've experienced it for decades, but it's intensified, is authoritarian countries reaching into free countries and democracies to menace dissident writers and activists. And it used to be that kind of more or less, if you could get into exile, you might be giving up a lot in terms of political potency within your country, but you're relatively safe. And now what we see, this incident, the diplomatic blow-up between India and Canada this week, other incidents that I know we'll talk about at this conference. We have Masih Alinejad here. And I'm wondering what you think this means for writers and for an organization like PEN that is in the business of trying to allow writers, even in the most repressive environments around the world, to carry out their work and feel that there is a support network and somebody will stand by them.
Well, it's true that there are some countries that try to reach across borders to murder people and have done so. It's still a relatively small group. I think I was very shocked that India should think about assassination in another country. That certainly is something that calls itself the world's largest democracy should not do. We know that Iran has done this. And on the whole, I still think there are safe spaces that can be created for writers. I was involved in the creation of this network, which is called ICOR, International Cities of Refuge Network, where quite a lot of cities around the world have now agreed to provide accommodation and safe spaces for writers who need it. And so it's still possible. Was it Joyce who said that what writers need is silence, exile, and cunning? Well, I hope that still works.
Yeah, no, I hope so too. And it's also it's reaching into the free societies and then also menacing oftentimes family members back home and applying pressure in new ways that I think sort of do raise the price. I'm wondering what you think in terms of the cultural world and kind of, you've confronted radical Islam, throughout the decades, and sort of how you think about how that phenomenon is looked at and has been looked at in different periods. Is that, is this something that kind of happens in waves? Is it like other forms of
what religious
radicalism?
Fanaticism you mean? Well, religion, unfortunately, is always with us. And every so often, it acquires extreme characteristics. You know, we were talking about the Enlightenment, but I mean, now there certainly is something I never expected to happen in my lifetime, which is a return of religious power to, if you like, to the center of the conversation. You know, I mean, when I was at university, we were talking about the Vietnam War and feminism and civil rights, and the subject of religion never came up. You know, it wasn't part of the conversation. And now, evangelical Christianity in this country, radical Islam around the world, extremist definitions of Hinduism in India, you know, wherever one looks, there's a kind of revival of extreme religious ideas. And to someone like me, who, to put it mildly, doesn't suffer from religion, it's first of all, it's surprising. I didn't expect it, and secondly, it's something that needs to be. Sometimes you feel we have to refight battles that we thought we'd won. I thought the battle for free speech in the West, at any rate, was a battle we'd won. You know, and now here we are having to fight it again. I thought the defeat of the power of religion to limit speech was also a battle that we'd won. But it now seems we may have to fight that again. So there we are. History goes in circles, cycles, spirals perhaps, spiraling downwards at the moment.
Well, we have to close in a minute, but I guess I'll ask you, as you think about girding up for some of the battles, old and new, what to you is the most important source of strength and power kind of in the movement that I think all those in this room are part of in defense of free speech? Like, where do you see the kind of source of inspiration that can guide us as we enter into these battles anew?
Well, I guess the answer to that is where we started, which is look on the shelves of a library, look on the shelves of a bookshop, look at the ideas that are there, and the power and the beauty of living in a world in which so much can be said in so many different ways. The actual effect of freedom is beautiful. And the complexity, the multiplicity, the plurality of a society which is a free society and an open society is a beautiful thing, and it's worth fighting for.
Thank you so much, Salman. Really wonderful to have you.
Thank you. I'm great to be with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists.
So we've lost the voice of God momentarily, maybe offended by the words of Salman Rushdie, but we're getting ready for the next panel, which I hope the voice of God will be back to introduce. I also just want to say that we have a screening of a number of documentaries that you can check out. The signage outside. And there'll be snacks, and we'll have a lunch coming up also. But please stay for this next fascinating panel. Thank you very much, and hoping for the return of God here.
And now, please welcome participants of our first panel on academic freedom and the role of universities.
All right, so I'll do the Verizon. Can you hear me now? Good. Okay. So thank you, everyone, for joining us. Thank you so much, Jacob, for putting this together and for having me out here to talk about these issues. So I'm Musa Al-Garbi. I'm a professor of communication and journalism at Stony Brook University. I've worked for a long time with Heterodox Academy, and I have a book that just came out recently, and I think they have copies of it here somewheres, called We Have Never Been Woke, The Cultural Contradictions of a New Elite, which just came out with Princeton University Press. It's spicy. Okay, I'll pass the mic to my colleagues.
I'm Amna Khalid from Carleton College. I'm a professor of history, and I can vouch that the book is excellent, so I encourage you all to get a copy.
10% commission.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ramiro Alvarez Ugarte. I teach constitutional law at the University of Buenos Aires, and I'm the deputy director of the Center for the Study of Freedom of Expression, based in the University of Palermo in Buenos Aires.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jeffrey Sachs. I'm from Acadia University, where I'm a professor of politics and history and classics. I have not read Musa's book, but I'm so confident that it's excellent that I'm just going to tell you guys to buy it as well. The reviews are really outstanding.
Hello, my name is Sarah McLaughlin. I'm senior scholar in global expression at the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression. I'll be moderating today's panel. I'm a true believer in the idea that higher education is an important barometer to measure how free a country is and how free the world is more broadly. In short, if your universities aren't doing well, chances are broader society is not doing so well either. Unfortunately, I think that many of us would probably agree that in recent years, those freedoms have taken a lot of hits. Campus issues have dominated headlines for some time, whether it's deplatforming, speech codes, art censorship. But over the past year especially, as I'm sure you're all aware of, issues about Israel and Palestine have skyrocketed on campus. Students have been at the center of a lot of these controversies, but so have professors. There have been questions about the right to say what they think about Israel or Palestine in the classroom, what books they can use to teach this issue, what can they say about it on social media, off campus. And so that's what we're going to focus on today. Faculty members, their academic freedom and their ability to speak on matters of public concern without punishment or retaliation, whether it's Israel or whether it's race, gender, any other lightning rod issue. So we're going to save some time for Q&A at the end, so if you have questions, please save them for then. Amna, I'd like to start off with you. Could you give us a general overview of what do you think the consensus is, or if there is one, about whether faculty members feel stifled on campus today?
Well, I think it really depends on which campus you're talking about. I think faculty members on all campuses these days do feel stifled. There are those in red states who are being stifled because of state legislation that is preventing them from talking about certain issues, mostly pertaining to race and sexuality. But I think on a lot of other campuses which are not subject to that kind of legislation, there's been a different kind of stifling, which has to do with a consensus that certain views, which tend to lean progressive, are the acceptable views, and anyone who deviates from them is in the wrong. But I would like to say that the war on Gaza has scrambled the conversation on campus in terms of free expression. Those who were earlier arguing for speech codes are now finding their own voices being stifled and are recognizing that free speech is definitely a value that is worth holding. And those earlier who were champions and bastions of free speech are suddenly finding that they don't like what's being said on college campuses. They don't like what students are saying and what faculty are saying, especially when it comes to pro-Palestinian speech. And so they've decided that they're going to mobilize legislation, they're going to mobilize all kinds of other tools at their disposal to try and shut conversation down, especially when it comes to pro-Palestinian speech.
Ramiro, can I turn to you? Can you tell us about this environment in Latin America? How similar or dissimilar are these threats to academic freedom to the United States?
It's different, and at the same time it's very similar. It has to do with the institutional structure and the political economy of how the universities work, basically. It's not the same private universities than public universities. As I speak, for instance, in Buenos Aires, most schools of the University of Buenos Aires have been taken over by students who are protesting budget cuts, which is one way in which academic freedom suffers. Luckily, we don't have the same kind of state involvement in the curriculum that has been seen in other countries, but it's still part of the dynamic of one of the ways in which academic freedom is stifled in Latin America.
Now, Jeff, can you tell us what it's like in Canada?
Sure. So Canada, again, like Latin America, our universities operate with a different kind of structure and a different sort of relationship with our constitutional documents. So first of all, virtually every university and college in Canada is public. But our version of the First Amendment does not have purchase on our campuses. So faculty, despite being public employees, do not have any kind of what we would call a First Amendment freedom of speech. Instead, all academic freedom in Canada is guaranteed for faculty under our labor contracts. About 85% of faculty are unionized. So our collective agreements define the contours, the limits, the scope of faculty free expression on campus. This has a couple big consequences then. First of all, students have no free speech on campus. They don't have any kind of labor contract they can resort to, so any speech rights that they have are ones that their universities essentially deign to give them. For faculty, it means that if you have a good contract and an active union, then your academic freedom, I think, is actually fairly good. And in fact, perhaps even stronger than it exists in many American universities, including the public ones. If your faculty union is lazy or is biased against the kind of speech you're being targeted for, then you're going to suffer as a result. The other dimension, and this is something I was actually discussing with Sarah earlier, is the Canadian population, I think by and large, ideologically is farther to the left than America's is. As a result, the gap between the public on the one hand and faculty in Canada, they are also on the left. The gap between them is just not nearly as large. As a result, the kind of public pressure that we see, for instance, in America in red states from their legislatures towards their faculty, you don't see that kind of pressure as a result just because the degree of overlap ideologically is much larger. Which is all to say, I think for the most part, we don't have the same scale of the problems that America has, or at least not, it has not bubbled up to the surface the way it has dramatically in the last few years here.
So let's start, digging into what that's actually looked like. Musa, I want to turn to you. Can you talk about what censorship looks like on campus when it takes place? Who's censoring who? What's being censored? What's your analysis?
Yeah, so I think, so there are a few dimensions to this. So colleagues and I published a paper recently in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science looking at censorship and self-censorship in science. A lot of science there. And what we found is that contrary to our expectations, a lot of times when we talk and think about censorship, we think of governments coming in and censoring, or maybe private corporations who are trying to suppress information that hurts their bottom line, or kids these days who just don't understand the value of free speech and launching mobs, or in my case, I was the target of a Fox News mob that caused me to lose an academic job. I managed to fail upwards, clearly. But oftentimes when we think of censorship in science, we think of these kinds of outside forces. But what we show in our PNAS paper, that's Proceedings of the National Academy, not body part. What we show in the PNAS paper is that most censorship of science is actually carried out by scientists themselves, often motivated by what we call pro-social motives. So again, oftentimes when we think about censorship, we think people are doing censorship because they hate the truth, or they're being selfish in the case of corporations, or they're these authoritarians who can't. But typically when censorship is carried out, we argue, it's by people who have laudable social motives. They want to prevent people from being misled. They're concerned about how a research piece might affect someone who's already vulnerable or disadvantaged, and so on and so forth. Okay, so a lot of censorship and self-censorship is driven by scientists themselves, and we actually see a similar thing with students. Actually, when you look at censorship and self-censorship with students, it's often, some of it is driven by the university punishing them or things like this. But even when you look at a lot of polls and surveys about like what are students afraid of when they're censoring, when they're self-censoring, they're often afraid of their peers. They're not so much afraid of getting punished by administrators. They're not so much afraid of getting punished by their professors, although there's a little bit of that. But it's mostly they're afraid of their. They censor because they're worried about their peers, and in particular, what they're worried about is they want to get along, they want to fit in, they want to be liked, they don't want to offend their colleagues. And actually, this is a big reason why professors censor as well. Like, we don't want to, this is one of the things we found, actually, is that tenure and tenure protections don't actually change much about faculty propensity to censor and self-censor, in part because even tenured professors, they don't want to be the one. They walk into the faculty lounge and everyone's like, oh God, this guy, before they even open their mouth. They like to be invited to things on campus. They want to have people like them and to be included. And these kinds of social concerns motivate a lot of self-censorship and censorship, even in the absence of formal rules. So a lot of these challenges, there's a component to them that's kind of structural and legal, but a big component of the challenge that we face is actually cultural.
So do you think those motives are in some ways more difficult to combat than the government coming in and saying, we don't like what you're teaching about us?
Yeah, I think it is, in part because in order to really make progress on this kind of cultural dimension, I think there's kind of two pressure points. One is people sometimes operate under misunderstandings of their colleagues and how their colleagues will respond to things and what their colleagues actually believe, because there's this kind of pluralistic ignorance. Because everyone's self-censoring, you can assume that your position is less popular than it is, or you can maybe not give enough people enough credit. You think if you disagree, everyone will hate me. When I teach interpersonal communications, I showed that there's a lot of research. People radically overestimate other people's propensity to offense. But part of the problem is it sometimes doesn't need to be a whole room of people that hates you. You just need that one person who's really committed to messing up your life. Okay, so I think, so I think the challenge on the cultural side is, one, you'd have to convince people who might be prone to offense to suck it up. And then on the flip side, you have to convince people who are worried about offending or being alienated that probably actually the consequences they fear in their mind are actually unlikely to materialize, and to be more comfortable with accepting at least a little bit of risk on some of these things.
So I think we have touched on the question of campus free speech, academic freedom, but let's take a step back and be a little bit clearer with what those terms mean. Amna, can you talk about how free speech and academic freedom overlap and don't overlap?
I can talk about it in the American context, yes. There is a lot of overlap, but the important difference is that academic freedom comes with academic responsibility, which means And it's inherent in the concept, which means that you cannot go into your classroom and say untruths or things that are false or things that are that go against the training of your discipline and teach them as the truth to your students. So there are parameters to your speech, and the parameters are defined by your expertise. Now, free speech, so it means you can say whatever you want, whether it's right or wrong, true or untrue. So on the quad, students have free speech. Academic freedom, however, is something that pertains to faculty. It's your freedom in your research and to be free from political pressure or any other kinds of pressure, freedom in your classroom to teach with integrity according to what your expertise dictates, and it is also the freedom of extramural speech. Now, extramural speech means that you can speak on matters of public concern free of any kind of pressures from your own university. This is where I think a lot of the rub is, especially when it comes to the overlap between free speech and academic freedom. We've just had a case of a professor who tweeted something. You can disagree with the content of the tweet, but it's Maura Finkelstein, is that right? Yes, and she was let go of because of what she said. And frankly, whether you agree with what she said or don't agree with what she said, she has a right as a citizen and as a professor, and this is a violation of her academic freedom. So I think it's important to understand that there is a lot of overlap between these two concepts, but they're not identical. And I don't think it's helpful when people talk about academic freedom as if it's a right that faculty have to mouth off and say whatever they want in the classroom. That is a gross misunderstanding of academic freedom. And I think professors who are doing that are at fault. So I'm not in any way justifying them. But I do believe that academic freedom, as defined by the American Association of University Professors, says that you are responsible towards your students and towards your disciplines in ways that prevent you from saying things that are fundamentally untrue.
Can I chime in on that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this is actually one of the ways in which some of the conversations about academic freedom sometimes go awry a little bit. Because, yeah, as you said, the kind of classic bargain enshrined in these fundamental documents and also just kind of enshrined in our broader cultural norms and mores are that rights come with duties, freedoms come with responsibilities, privileges come with obligations. And I think a lot of times we really focus on the rights and the freedoms, and of course we do, because there are rights and there are freedoms. But I think we don't really spend maybe enough time really wrestling with the question of, are we actually engaging with our freedoms in a responsible way? Do other people perceive us as fulfilling our duties and our obligations? And if they don't, what can we do to fix that? And actually, are they right? Are we just actually not fulfilling our duties and responsibilities? Just a quick thing I'll mention to kind of steelman this earlier point. Like a lot of people who work at public colleges and universities are civil servants. Like, that's what we are. We work for the state to provide a public good. And in that capacity, I think it actually is incumbent on us to take seriously what the constituents that we're serving care about and believe. We don't have to affirm all of their prejudices and biases and things like that, but we should care and we should treat them with respect. That's part of our job as a civil servant. We're here serving the people, not crapping all over them and mocking them and deriding them and trying to push our preferred political views on their children. To the extent that we're doing that kind of stuff, then we're not really upholding our end of the bargain, not really. And so we should expect that in some of these kinds of cases, if we're not really fulfilling, if there's a widespread perception that we're not fulfilling our duties, that we're not acting responsibly, then they'll come for the privileges, they'll come for the rights, they'll come for the freedoms. And I think that's part of what we're seeing today is it's not just, to lean on this point about pro-social censorship, it's not just the point that there's all these closed-minded authoritarian people who just don't understand anything. It's that there's this real concern about whether we're upholding our end of the bargain correctly. And I think the perception that there's something amiss in higher ed is not totally wrong. Now, is censorship and eliminating academic freedom the appropriate response to that? In my opinion, no, but of course, I would think that, wouldn't I, as a college professor of journalism and communication? But I think that it is actually important, it's actually important and incumbent on us to address these concerns that a lot of constituents have. The constituents upon whose benefit we're ostensibly serving as civic servants at public institutions and so on.
I want to dig in a little more on a case that Amna mentioned at Muhlenberg College. I think many of us would agree that tenure is an important part of the conversation around academic freedom, but given the events of recent weeks, it's clearly not all powerful. So Jeff, can you talk about the protections of tenure and whether they're under attack by university administrations?
Sure. Let me quickly maybe just give a bit more background on this case we're talking about, which involves a professor named Maura Finkelstein. She's a professor of anthropology, very recently, at Muhlenberg College. So the background really quick is she was and still is very active on the issue of Palestinian rights and the war, the conflict between Israel and Palestine. And she was fired about a little less than a month ago for many reasons. There were 7 different complaints that were brought against her, I think. One of them, I think this is what you were referring, Musa, or maybe Amna, about this tweet. She retweeted a post that someone else had written. I can't remember what it said, but you can imagine, it was a general kind of anti-Israel or anti-Zionist and pro-Palestinian tweet. She was also accused by her university of comments she made in the classroom that were deemed hostile to students who were Israeli or Zionist. All right, so the background is that. She was let go. She had tenure, but, and the case was, it went through some kind of internal process, and the result is her termination. It is increasingly the case that tenure is presenting less and less of an obstacle to the termination or other kinds of discipline of faculty. I think tenure matters dramatically. Tenure really, it is the case for pro-social reasons that faculty, even when they have the protections of tenure, will self-censor because they want to fit in, they want to get invited to the cocktail parties, all the glamour and prestige of being a faculty member, which many of you are well familiar with. It's an exciting celebrity-filled lifestyle, and we don't want to put that at risk. Tenure cannot stop you from caring about the opinions of your peers. Nevertheless, it is an essential backstop that helps you withstand external pressure or administrative pressure. And we see a lot of that on campuses today. There have been attempts going back, a century, so this is not new, to question and roll back through legislation tenure. Especially in the last 5 years or so, we're seeing many states, Texas, Oklahoma come to mind, Indiana, Missouri, where quite a good deal of legislation has been floated to pull back tenure. I think, to make a prediction, Texas is very serious about this. The Lieutenant Governor, Dan Patrick, has made a lot of noise and a lot of political hay about eliminating tenure. He's presented bills, or he's pushed bills for the last 3 years in a row now to eliminate tenure. And it has never advanced, but it is a real political project of his. And we've also seen in cases like University of Wisconsin system about 4 or 5 years ago, in Florida, policies or legislation that were adopted that install post-tenure review. So essentially every 5 years, you get assessed, and if you meet some kind of threshold, you get your tenure renewed. I think those policies, that campaign will keep going forward, and we will probably sooner or later see success in a significant rolling back of tenure. I really think the energy is there, the will is there. I think it's a matter of time. I think in the meantime, and perhaps of even greater concern, are policies and laws that keep tenure intact but change the conditions under which it is awarded or retained. So I'll point to 2 concrete examples here, both of which are now in force. The first, Indiana, last spring passed a bill called SB 202. And what this law does is it requires public universities in the state, when they extend an offer of employment or when they evaluate a candidate for a job or awarding tenure or promotion, they evaluate the individual to see whether or not they have promoted viewpoint diversity in the classroom, whether they have presented a variety of views on an issue that they're talking about in their subject matter, whether they do not discuss extraneous subject matter, and whether they cultivate and contribute to a culture of inquiry. Now, those terms, viewpoint diversity, culture of inquiry, those are great terms, okay? The problem is inevitably going to be in the execution. How do you ensure that when you're assessing somebody for discussing all the different dimensions of a problem or a topic, that's going to very quickly collapse, I very much fear, into a kind of policing of speech. When somebody talks about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, are they giving what a legislator or a board of trustee member views as all the sides, attributing the right kind of weight to all the sides? You can imagine how those kinds of requirements, which you now have to pass if you want tenure, are going to be weaponized and abused. Let me give you another example, though, really quick, if I can, from the other kind of political side of the aisle. And this is a regulation now in force in California. So the California Community College System adopted a regulation in spring of 2023 that require, it's a mandatory DEI, or diversity, equity, inclusion policy. If you, again, want to get hired, want to get tenure, want to get promoted, you have to demonstrate your commitment to DEI in the community college system. And we have regulations in place right now in California that require, for instance, that you describe to your employer your own internal biases and prejudices. You have to disclose to your employer what your thoughts are on the idea of some race as being inferior or superior to others. You have to disclose to your employer how you incorporate anti-racism practices into your pedagogy and research. Now again, diversity, equity, inclusion, these are great terms, and we can all see the value in them. The implementation, though, is inevitably going to be censorious. This is what I mean when I say tenure will probably still be in place in most universities. The problem is going to be, I think, increasingly these sorts of alterations to how tenure is awarded, the criteria. The spectrum of abuse, the opportunities for abuse will be enormous.
So I want to, no, would you like to respond?
I just want to come in over here, and I don't disagree with anything you said, Jeff. I'm actually going to build on it. I wish I did. I disagree with something you said, and I'll come back to that later. But I think it's important to remember, as we're talking about tenure, as important as tenure is, and I'm a strong proponent that we need to have it, the vast majority of the faculty on college campuses are not tenured. They're adjunct faculty. So we can talk about tenure, and we should talk about expanding those protections for faculty more broadly. But the fact of the matter is that adjunct, contingent, junior faculty, over 70% are in those positions. So the vast majority of teaching that is happening in terms of curricular activities and in terms of what's happening in the classroom is not in the hands of tenured or even tenure-track faculty. And that is an important conversation we need to have. A colleague of ours uses the term the adjunctification of higher education, and I think that's a real blight that we need to contend with.
And as Jeff said, even researchers as well are often not protected by academic freedom in the way that we might expect, because they're also not tenure line. We were talking about that outside. I just want to bring it to the stage.
Yeah, no one's done this work, but someone in this room should, about all the academic work done by non-faculty in universities. So those of you who are faculty, you know how intimately, for instance, your departmental administrators are in the way academic work functions, in resourcing projects, in making sure that spaces are available, that budgets are maintained. Think about the pressure that an employer can bring to bear on your administrator and the downstream effect that would have on how faculty do their work. There's nothing on this, and I've looked, but this is actually a really interesting dimension of the employer-faculty relationship that totally gets dropped out of the equation. Sometimes I think when we talk about academic freedom, we spend too much time talking about academics, and we should think about people who are not employed as academics, but are doing academic work.
I think these are all very important points. I agree that adjunctification is probably one of the biggest academic freedom questions facing the future of higher ed. So this is really for anyone on the panel. Was it a mistake to really tie in tenure so much to the concept of academic freedom? Is that harming academic freedom?
So it seems like I studied in the US, so I'm familiar with the system, with the university, but tenure is not the only part of academic freedom. Of course, there is a lot of countries that doesn't work with tenure. So, and professors and researchers feel relatively free. So I sort of try to grapple with this question of where this sensorial push is coming from. The examples that you just gave are of state legislatures trying to intervene on public universities. In public universities. In private universities, the driver of that sensorial effort is different, and that you don't get that sensorial effort everywhere. So, for instance, in Latin America, I think we have many problems, but you don't have that kind of attempt to censor those who do research, those who share their opinions on classrooms. Students don't get offended as easily, it seems to me. So I think this goes back to the previous question in terms of what is the source of that sensorial push. It is, of course, in the examples that you were giving, legislators, but it is also that self-censorship, which is also part of what to be a researcher means. We're constantly self-censoring ourselves. We try to censor our stupid ideas, and we try to not put them on the final version of the paper. We try to persuade our peers following the rules of our discipline. So we're constantly doing that. And it seems strange to me that this push is so prevalent in the US. It's not the only place where it is. I know it happens also in the UK. We have seen examples in Eastern Europe of the same kind of state-based push to censor researchers and academics, to close universities and so on. But it's not everywhere. So in a way, what I have is more of it's not of a comment, it's more of a question. What do you think that comes from? Why do you think that's the reason? And I think this goes back to what you were saying, which is sometimes how we and the university as a system of research fails the community is supposed to serve. And I think this applies both to public and private universities and to whatever system you're thinking of, because the university is a universalist, rationalist project which is supposed to produce knowledge to the benefit of society, and the fact that somehow we have failed in that endeavor is perhaps part of the answer.
Well, and I think, well, I think one of the interesting things about the discussions about tenure to me and academic freedom is that while I agree tenure does provide these important protections legally from outside interference and as well from administration at times, I think how the way tenure often functions in practice actually is it rather than enabling people to engage in bold thinking, it sometimes even leads us to self-censor more and to take less academic risk. So there's this lie, for instance, that academics sometimes tell ourselves, which is that we're going to play it really close. We'll avoid saying anything controversial. We'll keep our head down and our tail between our legs until we get tenure. And then once we get tenure, buddy, then pew, 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 we'll say what we really think and do all these big, bold projects. But like that's often not the way it works in practice, because of course if you've spent the 4 years in undergrad, at least 6 years in PhD, another 6 years on the tenure track, keeping your head down and your tail between your legs in a desperate attempt to not get washed out of the system and make sure that you get tenure, then by the time that you're tenured, you're no longer a pew, pew, pew person. You're a person who keeps your head down and your tail between your legs. This is your habitus now. You've spent all of this time doing it. And in fact, survivorship bias will probably incline you to tell your own students to keep their heads down and their tail between their legs so that they can get tenure too. And I think, and so this thing that's supposed to help protect us and inspire us to do big, bold, visionary work and to allow us to do that, sometimes in pursuit of that carrot, we end up kind of moving the exact opposite direction of what tenure would want to encourage. I don't know how to get, but that's another one of these examples of a culture problem, right? That's, yeah.
Well, if I could, so I don't disagree at all. I completely concede that the tenure gauntlet and all the other gauntlets that you pass through on your way to employment, they select for people who get along. You know, to co-author a paper, to get the grant, to get invited to participate in the panel, you have to go along to get along, and the result is that even when you have tenure, you have nothing to do with it. So let me propose an alternate model, and again, I'll come back to Canada because it's the one that we used there. Unions. Now, I don't know how many of you work in a unionized workplace. I don't know how many of you who are academics have unions in your workplace. In Canada, again, not all contingent faculty are unionized, but many are. So in my own university, we have about 180 tenure or tenure track faculty, and then we have another, let's say 150 to 200 contingent faculty who cycle out over a given 2-year period. Some of them only teach one course, others are there year after year after year. And those ones that cycle in year after year after year, they have every single tenure protection as relates to speech and academic freedom that our tenured faculty do, okay? So that means that if someone who's there teaching a single course is getting blowback from a student or a dean or the premier of the province, they can do what I would do, which is go to our senior grievance officer, which was me up until a few weeks ago, and file a complaint, and then if necessary, go to a labor arbitrator to resolve the dispute. I want to emphasize, this is not necessarily something that would work in every campus in Canada, let alone in the US as well, but it does mean in most workplaces, most universities in Canada, contingent faculty have recourse that's largely identical, again, as relates to speech, to what tenured faculty do. We see examples of that playing out in America as well. So for instance, faculty in Florida are unionized. In the Florida State University system, they're part of most at least, they're part of a faculty called the United Faculty of Florida. And there have been real cases recently, in the last couple of years, of, for instance, conservative faculty being fired for the reasons why many conservative faculty have been fired in the last couple of years, because they violate some shibboleth of progressive students, and then the union grieves and gets them their job back. This has happened in Florida. I think what I'm saying is tenure is one way of cracking that nut. Unionization is the other. Administrators don't like unionization, but speaking for myself, it works well in Canada. And I think it's a solution I would like to see adopted more in the US as well.
Here, here.
So I want to move on to what's taken place over the past year in our remaining time. I think we've touched on a little bit what the Israel-Hamas war has meant for campuses, but I want to know what you think this means going forward. Are things trending downward for free expression on campus, academic freedom, or are there maybe signs of hope that people are learning valuable lessons about the importance of protections?
I mean, okay, I'll go first since no one was jumping in, and I have this problem of going first, I guess. But I think on the optimistic side, I think a lot of institutions now recognize that, for instance, institutional neutrality is important. They recognize it in some ways for the wrong reasons. I think it's less motivated by a concern for enabling a range of views and not trying to create it, than by, oh crap, if we're obliged to take statements on it and we have a case like Israel-Palestine where there's no statement that we're gonna make that's not gonna be costly for us, well then let's just try not to make statements. And I mean, it seems to be driven in many cases more by this risk aversion than by sincere commitments to preventing, but either way, I think it's net positive. And on the negative side, I think that, as Amna said, a lot of people have kind of, well, on the positive side, a lot of people who had been kind of poo-pooing or skeptical of the work of organizations like FIRE or Heterodox Academy or just broadly concerns about free speech, who had been deriding it as a right-wing shibboleth and stuff, now understand that it can be important, including to protect you from the right. The downside, I think some of the people who had been against safetyism are now in favor of safetyism, and you see, in fact, expansions of some of these overbearing rules with respect to diversity and inclusion being expanded to more categories, to include, for instance, anti-Semitism or Islamophobia, in ways that will probably restrict significantly speech on contentious social issues in the name of diversity and inclusion. And you see a growing number of legislation that is trying to redefine terms like anti-Semitism to restrict criticism of Israel. That's quite explicitly, that's what they're trying to do in many cases, by taking these really expansive views that even the creators of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, for instance, said it's a travesty to encode it into law as a way of regulating speech, but that's what a lot of colleges and universities are doing across the country. I'll end my remark, but I just want to briefly say, it is sometimes in these conversations about this issue in particular, Israel-Palestine, one would almost be under the impression that the dominant view in the United States that most policymakers hold, that most Americans hold, or even that most campus stakeholders hold is this aggressive support of Palestine. But in fact, the dominant position that guides US policy, that guides most legislation in the United States, both at the state level and the federal level, on down to the local campus, is often that people who strike views that are critical of current US policy, and the current US policy is basically unlimited support to Israel, find themselves in a very tough place. And so, yeah, you see tenured professors losing their jobs in some cases. You see student groups getting banned. You saw students getting their heads cracked in. You had snipers on the appointed to some of the schools, like in Indiana. They had snipers on rooftops looking at students. You have severe restrictions. I can't even go to my alma mater, Columbia, now because it's basically become a fortress. Okay, I'll stop talking. So I'll say mixed bag. Okay.
I think mixed bag for sure, but if I were to simplify, which is not something I like doing, but just for the sake of brevity, I think it's a good moment for free speech on campus. I think a lot of people have kind of reoriented their understanding of what kinds of restrictions there should be on campus in terms of speech. I think it's a really terrible moment for academic freedom. And I mean, I am grossly simplifying, but I think academic freedom is under threat from state legislatures. I think it's under threat from self-censoring and peer pressure on campuses. So I think it's a very kind of schizophrenic moment that we're in, and we're seeing speech wrestling with these kinds of pressures.
Does it surprise you that what might be good for free expression is bad for academic freedom?
It doesn't. To me, as I said, there's a huge overlap, and I think to conflate the two would be a gross misunderstanding of the two things. So to me, I do see that there can be a tension over there. Not a tension between them, but in terms of what's good for one isn't good for the other. They don't always go hand in hand.
I think the last year was a terrible year, and I think it doesn't really look good in the future. I remember being shocked at the US House Committee hearings with the university presidents. I was shocked at the hearing. I was even further shocked after the hearing when two of them stepped down under pressure. I think there is a valuable principle of academic freedom that we often tend to think about in terms of the individual professors and his or her research agendas and their own approach to what they do, which we need to take back from that individual approach to an institutional level. The need to build autonomy around universities seems to me the most important thing in the future. University presidents cannot be so easily pushed into adopting positions that are deferential to politicians in committees. They should be able to push against legislation that intrudes on the basic autonomy that universities should have as places that build knowledge. We should be judged, academics should be judged by their peers. That's how science is made. Politicians should really stay away of that process. And it seems to me that the last year showed that those guarantees are not present in the US, and that's a source of concern.
Yeah, I share the pessimism. I'll be very brief because we're almost out of time. I share the pessimism and actually very little of the optimism about the moment. I'm not particularly impressed, I think, by the wave of adoptions of institutional neutrality. I have very mixed feelings about institutional neutrality as a policy for universities to adopt. I think that it's a relatively easy reform because it can be done at the executive level by a board, and I think its impact is going to be very minor. I've encouraged it at my own university. We adopted it this past year, but I don't think it's going to do very much. The problem is a cultural one. The problem is so deep and so informally organized that merely asserting a restraint on leadership and what they say is going to have very little effect. In fact, it probably serves administrators personally because it gives them an alibi to not comment on something that would get them in trouble, more than it actually has a virtuous effect on downstream on faculty and what they want to say. So the things coming out right now that we're seeing, these things, I don't actually think they're going to make a big difference. I'm generally just a pessimist, and I feel like we are going to continue to muddle and struggle.
Well, now that Jeff leaves us on that happy note, we have about 9 minutes or so for questions. I think we have a microphone set up over there. Is that where questions should be? Oh, yeah, 2 microphones. So if people want to line up and start asking questions.
Good morning. Since I got to the microphone first, Jonathan. Thank you so much for an edifying discussion. My name is Nadine Strossen. Just one factual point and then one question. The factual point, I agree with all of the critiques that were made about the Muhlenberg incident, what's happened at Columbia. I have, in terms of suppressing pro-Palestinian speech, sadly, pro-Israeli speech is also being suppressed, including at Columbia. Yesterday, a professor who doesn't yet have tenure was completely suspended from the entire campus. And according to the information that was reported in Inside Higher Education, it was only because of statements that he made, which were critical of the administration. So my other comment/question goes to brainstorming about what are constructive steps that we can take to shore up academic freedom and free speech. And so we talked about tenure as a possibility. Jeffrey talked about union contracts as a possibility. I want to raise another possibility, which comes from the UK, which a couple of years ago enacted and went into force a piece of legislation to protect academic freedom and campus free speech. It's being talked about now because the new government is threatening to roll back part of it. But it has received a lot of endorsement from academics with ideologically diverse views. Among other things, it requires all universities to adopt free speech policies, to teach about and train in free speech policies, recognizing that policy alone cannot do enough, but there have been accounts that this has helped to change the culture on campus. In addition, an official who in this case is a very respected pro-free speech academic from Cambridge, I believe, has been appointed to kind of be the ombudsman on these issues. And last but not least, for us litigators, there's actually a civil cause of action that can ultimately be brought by anybody for a violation of free speech rights. So I'm just throwing that out there as a possible additional step that might be contemplated, and I'd be curious if you have any reactions to that.
So Nadine, first, thank you for all the work that you've done, like, over the years. You're really an inspiration to me, and you're a lion, and so I just want to just briefly celebrate you. With regards to pro-Israel speech or Jewish students facing an uncomfortable climate, harassment, sometimes censorship, I absolutely agree that that's true. I wrote a piece for Slow Boring on anti-Semitism where I highlighted and really went into depth about some of the pressures that a lot of Jewish students and Israel supporters often feel on campus. So I wasn't trying to suggest that that was the only, that the censorship only cuts in one direction, but even so far this morning, for instance, there was talk about boycotts, but not about a lot of the other challenges faced by pro-Palestine students, or for that matter, students in places like Gaza or Lebanon. But that said, on this culture question, because I think it's really important. So David French has this really great article where he talked about how a lot of the big wars for law on speech have already been, they were waged in the 90s, they were largely won. We actually do, on the books, have pretty decent legal protections. But there's this cultural problem where people don't feel free. They don't understand why academic freedom is even important in some cases. And not just students, but even faculty members have a hard time articulating why these things are important. And so I think these kinds of education, to the extent that we kind of codify or normalize educating people on what their rights actually are, on why these rights are important, and things like that, I think that can be valuable for these cultural, for helping shift the culture a little bit. So I agree. I think that's actually a route that could show promise.
So we have just a few minutes left. I think we have some questions over here.
Jonathan Ayling from the Free Speech Union in New Zealand, and actually I'm meeting with the Deputy Prime Ministers in New Zealand later today to pursue legislation very similar to what's happening in the UK there, so I appreciate that comment, Nadine. I wonder if the language we use in this space could be more precise at times. I would hope we could look to avoid euphemisms like let go. I wonder if that plays into the hands of those who would seek to actually stifle free expression, where this professor wasn't let go, she was fired. Jeff, you used the term terminated. I think that's entirely appropriate. And I appreciate the comments with respect to tenure as well. In New Zealand, we don't have tenure. Academic freedom is under threat, though I don't think it is for that reason, and hopefully we can explore other approaches to that as well, as has been discussed. Jeff, a question for you specifically with regards to your comment about unionization. The Free Speech Union in New Zealand is a union, and we offer 8 different union memberships for profession-specific memberships. One of those includes academics, but includes others like lawyers, media, public servants, teachers, medical professions, etc., as key culture-creating institutions. Our concern is that unions have actually been captured, for the most part in my context, and are much more part of the problem than the solution. And so that's why we've had to put up opposition and competition, really. What is your experience in Canada, and why are you hopeful that unions can still play an important role there?
Because of lawsuits. So in Canada, like I think in any other kind of labor environment, a country with robust labor laws, unions have a fiduciary responsibility to represent. Failure to represent results in lawsuits, and it has happened. So if a union ignores a viable grievance raised by a faculty member, if it does not sufficiently represent its interests, then 2 things can happen. One is, and it has happened, the aggrieved faculty member can sue the union, and second, in our case, our Minister of Labor can decertify. Those are serious cudgels. Now, I don't want to play down how difficult it is sometimes to do those things. The threat, though, is potent. And that's how you keep a union on its toes and responsible to its members. It doesn't work always, but if you want, maybe later on, I can give you concrete examples of faculty members far to the right end of the spectrum being ably and responsibly represented by their very left-wing unions in just the last year or 2 in Canada. So I think the litigation and decertification route, that is how you keep your unions responsible.
Okay, we have just one quick question left.
I teach politics at a university in Australia for many years, and what surprised me in Australia was the threat to academic freedom, not from the university administration, not from the state, but actually from academics themselves. Not in terms of self-censorship, but in terms of limiting the freedom of inquiry of others. And I refer to a private organisation, the Ramsay Centre, which was privately funded, that wanted to teach courses on Western civilisation. And it was opposed by widespread faculty across universities, as it's sort of placed at different universities, because for them, Western civilization was one long litany of racism, sexism, etc. They saw it in homogenous terms. And I thought that was ironic, one, because they're very interested in freedom of inquiry, so long as it doesn't extend to Western civilization, but two, because Western civilization is, from Socrates onwards, the place where academic freedom has always been defended. So I'm wondering whether that irony that we experienced in Australia has also been experienced elsewhere.
I'll take it. I think it is ironic, and I think it does point out to what we were discussing before in terms of the failure of the academic community many times to live up to its ideal and to its function. And I think those attempts to exclude, to censor, to boycott, to get less information, less opinion, is part of the problem. And I think the problems lays with students, it lays with faculty, it lays with university administrators, and it is the source of this cultural problem. We should encourage more information, more debate, more conversations. To end up on an optimism note, I think that is probably what we should encourage, to change our ways in that regard, to encourage more debate, more free speech, more conversation. That's how we can build on academic freedom.
Sorry, can I abuse my privilege of being on stage and having the mic? I do want to talk a little bit about this cultural shift piece, right? I think cultural shift that we need is to move away from all these discourses of safetyism, whether they're being deployed by the social justice left or whether they're being deployed by conservative culture warriors. And we need to embrace the value of disagreement and dissent. That is the problem in faculty circles and student circles. If we can't model it among faculty, we have no moral fortitude walking into a classroom asking our students to do it. So I think there is a tension over here, you know, the kind of administrative need to not have a problem on campus and the absolute imperative to have friction in order for us to actually advance the boundaries of knowledge. So I kind of applaud Chancellor Dearmeyer on the Dialogues Initiative, which I think is very much in that spirit, and I would wish to see more educational leaders follow that kind of example.
Okay, can I just really quick, and actually this is one of the reasons why a lot of diversity training and initiatives go wrong, is because they treat it as a symptom, as a disorder, as something that's wrong if there's friction, if there's tension, if there's disagreement, rather than something that can be leaned into and generated down productive channels. So I agree, this kind of desire for peace, or this kind of perception that prevails in many institutional circles, that if there's conflict, if emotions are big, if you know, things like this, that it's a problem, it's a sign that something's gone wrong. Well, no, maybe it's actually a sign that something is going right? Like this is, yeah, okay, sorry. I just wanted to celebrate that comment.
All right, I'm going to end the panel before we get kicked off the stage because I think we're out of time. But thank you to the panelists for an interesting discussion, and thanks to all of you.
Thank you, panelists. The next panel on the state of free speech in the United States will begin momentarily. Welcome our panelists to the stage. Please take your seats. Next up, a moderated discussion on the state of free speech in the United States.
Okay, this is on. All right, hello. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us. It is my absolute pleasure to moderate what I'm sure will be a brilliant discussion between Nadine Strossen and David French on the state of free speech in the United States. By way of brief introduction to how we'll spend our hour together, I do promise to try to leave at least 10 minutes for questions, maybe a little more, because your questions are often the most fun part of these panels. So please be thinking of anything that you want to ask. And I think, we spoke a bit this week about how we wanted to approach the panel. And we agreed, there are times in which this particular panel would focus a lot on law. Right, the state of free speech in America, right? What's going on at the Supreme Court? What's going on in the courts? What laws are being passed or not? And following directly from the last panel, we settled on the fact that actually law will come up today for sure, but we're going to orient our conversation a little bit more around the issues and around the interrelation between law and culture in the U.S. right now, and how much that is impacting sort of the state of free speech. I'm going to throw out a bunch of issues that I think should be on the table. I want you guys to add to them, agree, disagree as to whether or not they are real fault lines in free speech today. So we can say what we might want on academic freedom. We just had a whole panel on that, but of course that's obviously a big issue. Disinformation across the board. We are approaching an election, maybe you heard, and the role of disinformation on both sides, especially in the political realm, I think is something that is very concerning right now. I would say a lot of people would put on the table a quite toxic and even dangerous online speech environment, especially for women, minorities. And what do we think? Is that anything new? What do we think about that? But I'm sure a lot of people would put that on the table. In line with that, platform dominance over speech. How concerning is that? Broadening out from platform, private dominance over speech generally, right? Private businesses, private universities. We live in a very, most of our spaces are private in this country. And when the First Amendment doesn't extend to private actors, how concerning is it to give private actors so robust free speech rights? And what does that do to those operating in those spaces? A media environment that is problematic on both sides, to say the least, and many others. But let me kind of set the scene by saying I think a lot of people would at least mention all those issues when we're thinking about the kaleidoscope of free speech today. And I'll offer one last word before turning it to your responses, which is, when I was thinking about this panel today, I was thinking about disaggregating, the state of free speech in the United States. And you can think about those two words separately, right? How free is speech? But then what is the health of our speech in general as well? And I guess I would offer that I think speech actually is quite free right now. I think it's one of the freest it's been. But I also think our speech is quite impoverished right now. And I wonder, it might be one of the most impoverished it's also ever been. Of course, we always think everything's worse in the moment. So maybe I'm being reactive. But let me take that comment, maybe I'm being reactive comment, to turn it over to you all who have been thinking about these issues for decades, and ask you first, generally, what do you think is the state of free speech today? Is it better, worse, relatively speaking, than before? And what issues do you think are at the forefront, whether it's something I named or it's something else, that are most concerning to you? Nadine, why don't I start with you and then go to David?
Well, it's true that we had this wonderful brainstorming conversation to plan, in some sense, our conversation here. But Francesca, I swear that only as you were coming to the end of your wonderful introduction, when you said, what is the state of free speech? Is it good? Is it bad? And what popped into my head for the first time were the famous opening lines in A Tale of Two Cities. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. And, you know, as David and I were coming up here, I flashed back to the last time I had the privilege of sharing the podium with him. And by the way, I really love your column, so I read the latest one this morning. Fan mail, too. But the last time we had the privilege, I had the privilege of sharing the podium with David was a little bit more than 3 years ago. And I asked him, do you think that things are better now or worse now in terms of free speech than they were 3 years ago? And you said, I think a little bit better. And I think the same way. Not only because I'm a congenital optimist, you can't be an activist without it, but to quote Cornel West, optimism is more a product of activism than its cause, more a consequence. And this conference and another conference that's taking place today at the University of Virginia, also, you know, major conference on free speech, and the wonderful Future of Freedom project that Jakob has brought here and found such a wonderful home and doing such great work. The fact that we have free speech unions from the Antipodes that have come here. The fact that FIRE, which under David's great leadership was confined to college campuses, important as that is, but in the last few years has expanded to the larger world. We have a whole host of fairly new organizations, Heterodox Academy, the Academic Freedom Alliance, among others. There has been such a pushback against the perceived and well-publicized erosions on free speech. And that, you know, one manifestation was referred to in the last panel, and that's institutional neutrality. I swear, until as recently as 2 or 3 years ago, most people hadn't even heard of the Calvin principles or institutional neutrality. And now they're spreading like wildfire. So I think that things have gotten quite dire, that they have raised a lot of concern because we Americans, despite our strong disagreements on political issues, I guess we're split 50-50 pretty much between the two major political parties, so that's about as divided as you can be, and yet we have this pride in free speech. I mean, people consider, you talk about the flag, I think most people are at least as patriotic about free speech and have as much pride in preserving it, exercising it, and promoting it, and that's a really positive thing. Now, if I can say what I think the greatest challenge is, that is reining in the forces that are not subject to First Amendment constraints. I'm very optimistic about all of those government inroads on free speech that have been raised by the other speakers. Suzanne mentioned all the book banning, and Jeffrey Sachs mentioned the California law and the Indiana law. There are lawsuits that are challenging all of those by FIRE, by the ACLU, by PEN America, and other organizations. And for all of their differences on many issues, the United States Supreme Court justices are quite strongly united across that diverse ideological spectrum in strongly protecting free speech. So I'm ultimately confident that the legal challenges will prevail. But what's much more intractable is what do we do about the tech giants, for those of us who think they also have First Amendment rights and should have them. What do we do about the culture, a culture that is so ingrained, as Musa pointed out, that by the time you get tenure, you've already been acculturated to self-censorship.
I'm not going to depart too much from your thoughts at all. I mean, I would just, if I had to boil it down, it would be 4 words: law good, culture bad. Or maybe 5 words: law good, culture mostly bad. The law good part. It's, as Nadine said, my goodness, when you're a First Amendment litigator, you just basically win. I think DJ Khaled, some of you might know, he's a hip hop artist. He wrote a song, little people don't really know about this. He wrote a song about First Amendment litigation. It was a hit. It goes, all I do is win, 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 win. And that's the reality. I mean, at the Supreme Court, I mean, we're even at the sort of the reach goals portion of First Amendment litigation. Hey, a middle school cheerleader is angry that she can't complain about her coach on Snapchat. Yeah, let's take that one to the Supreme Court. W. You know, it's just win after win. Just a few days ago, the 11th Circuit struck down some restrictions on speech before school boards, where they had clamped down on Moms for Liberty, for example, while allowing other parents much more free reign. This just keeps happening. So we are in a position where the law is as good as it's ever been. Culturally, however, the cancel culture of the late 20-teens is still clinging to us somewhat. But I think the piece that I am more concerned about is the big tech platform piece. And I fully agree with the Supreme Court in Moody versus NetChoice that these large entities they have their own free speech rights. Their algorithm is expressive. Absolutely. And so I do think that there should be a hands-off approach, that the government should not be intervening with Facebook and Twitter, telling them how to moderate their speech. But at the same time, Facebook and Twitter can and should be held accountable by the public and the market if it is engaging in activity that is inhibiting or impairing the culture of free speech in the United States. And we've seen this movie before, by the way. These are big private research universities, have always, for example, had their own free speech rights. They've been much more free than, say, the University of Michigan or UT Austin, which is not the real UT, or UT Knoxville, which is the real UT. The big private research universities, your Harvards, et cetera, we've always had this understanding that they have their own free speech rights, but we urge them in the court of public opinion, we urge them in sort of the marketplace of academic ideas that they should be at least as open to free speech as the government is. The line that we used at FIRE for years was, you don't want to have to go to Bunker Hill Community College for more free speech than you get at Harvard. And so I think that's a similar message for the big platforms. Now, where I think that we might find something very interesting is the platforms might get what they've demanded in court and regret it in this sense. They've been demanding for a long time, well, my algorithm is my speech, or moderation is my speech. And the courts are likely to say, yes, the algorithm is your speech. Well, now what if you algorithmically boost misinformation? What if you algorithmically boost disinformation? That's your speech now, right? That's your speech. Does that mean that Twitter could be liable for defamation if through its speech it is algorithmically boosting disinformation? These are questions that I think we're going to be encountering, we're going to be seeing answers to pretty soon. We recently had a case in Third Circuit, I believe, involving the blackout challenge with TikTok. And this was a situation where a young girl saw the blackout challenge, which is a choking game that was boosted algorithmically into her feed, went home, tried the blackout game, and died, as many young people have. And the question then is, if that's TikTok's speech algorithmically that is boosting it, what responsibility does TikTok have? And a 3-judge panel, which included 2 Trump appointees and 1 Obama appointee, unanimously said, TikTok, let's take a look. And they didn't hold TikTok liable, but they said it is a question. And I think that that is going to be a very interesting next frontier where culture collides with law. If this is the tech giant's speech, how responsible for that speech are we going to hold them?
I know we're going to have an entire distinguished panel on social media issues, so we probably don't want to get too much into the weeds on it, but I'm not sure if they're going to discuss what I think is, to me, an extremely concerning issue, and I'm uneasy. This is one area where I'm not such a great fan of what the Supreme Court has done so far, and that is when government pressures the social media companies so that it is not at all clear that it is an independent editorial judgment by these private platforms. There seems to have been a lot of evidence, thanks to the Twitter files and the Facebook files, that what was ostensibly a voluntary decision by private platforms was in effect the result of government coercion, resulting in government delegating to the private sector censorship decisions that would have been flatly unconstitutional if they had been clearly and expressly engaged in by the government itself. You may remember that in September, Mark Zuckerberg sent a letter to Congress in which he essentially apologized for having capitulated to government pressure and said that he would not do that in the future. But I'm not so confident because the incentives are so strong to placate those who have so much regulatory power over the companies, and they are, as a matter of law, only responsible to their shareholders. So where's the constituency on the part of the users of the platform, those who want to speak on it, receive speech from it? We have to somehow raise our voices as consumers, as you suggest, David.
So let me play half moderator, but as we discussed, half dissenter in the spirit of the conference, and invite you guys to push you both on these positions a little bit. A couple things to hear your responses to. So law good, both of you, I think are pretty happy with the, I'm going to term it a very maximalist court in terms of the First Amendment. You mentioned two cases, but one of them was the cheerleader case. It's one of the only cases where you might say the average Joe or average Jane, right, made it to the court and won. But for the most part, yes, the free speech challenges always win at the court, but who's winning, right? It is the tech giants, it is major corporations, it's the pharmaceutical companies, it's major employers, and when those entities are winning in their free speech rights, right? What kind of trickle-down effect does that have to the employee, to the average voter, to the to the normal person? So are people's free speech rights really being vindicated in these cases? That's okay. Let me say point one, and because then I know you could run away with that. Just point two on the tech giant, because I want you to respond to all of this. On the pressure point, I guess it's the same question, right? Where it's like a lot of our case law and a lot of our culture that says, absolutely we don't want the government pressuring us in our speech. That's just as bad as censorship because it's the big bad government. Is it the big bad government when it comes to Twitter and Facebook and TikTok, right? These are giant, powerful entities that have really every resource at their disposal to push back on the government. And if you think about the government in a liberal democracy, is the government not just, hopefully, when everyone's doing their best, actually vindicating the rights of average citizens, and then the tussle between them is just the tussle of a normal, normal factions in a hopefully functional democracy. Hopefully, so take those two, both of you. What would you say to that pushback? Which I think you've both encountered this type of pushback before.
I'm going to agree with you when it comes to the government pressure on the tech giants. I have never really bought into this narrative of poor Meta. If you look at a lot of what happened, you would see mid-level staffers, low-level staffers writing aggressive emails to multinational corporations worth $500 billion and who have legal staffs that can match the DOJ pound for pound, right? So I do not like jawboning as sort of as a matter of principle on the one hand. I also know that our citizens often elect members of the government for the purpose of articulating particular values and ideas. That's part of the democratic process, is we want people to not just make policy proposals, we also want public officials to make arguments about values in the public square. So I'm absolutely, when it comes to jawboning a large multinational corporation, I never found that nearly as convincing as, say, for example, the NRA versus Vullo case. This is a case where state officials for New York were trying to pressure the NRA by pressuring banks that they regulated. These were banks that they regulated not to do business with the NRA. Created some people did cut off business with the NRA. And in that circumstance, you could draw a direct line between the regulator, the regulated entity, the viewpoint discrimination, and the Supreme Court in Ino, who had on their bingo card Justice Sotomayor writing a majority opinion for the National Rifle Association, said, look, that's, you've got a direct line. Whereas in the Missouri case involving the tech platforming, many of the people complaining weren't even pointing to the specific action regarding their own speech. And so I have a different view of that when it comes to the jawboning these giant multinational corporations. I view the government and these corporations much more in parity than many other people do. So I tend to agree with you on that point. But are normal people getting their rights vindicated? I mean, do normal people feel like they can speak? I think, if you talked to an alien who was visiting, who just come to America and said, we have a free speech problem in this country, they would say, what are you talking about? More idiots speak more loudly in this place than anywhere I've ever visited in the galaxy. And I would say,
none of those idiots are on stage.
No. And I would say, and one of the answers to that is, that's actually kind of the problem. Because one of the dynamics that we have in this country is that the speech environment has become so toxic that we're creating a sort of 1/3, 2/3 dynamic for political participation. About 1/3 of people feel perfectly free, happy, love it, can't wait to get in the fray. And then about 2/3 are this exhausted majority, that they're not a part of dialogue, they're not a part of discussion. And then the more toxic things get in the online space, the larger that exhausted majority gets. That's a cultural problem. It's a cultural problem. And one of the ways that we deal with it is by trying to use the powers of persuasion, and those of us who do lean in, who are not part of that toxic minority, to address that toxic minority and combat it in the marketplace of ideas, to stand up for decency, to stand up for civility. There's a free speech argument for decency and civility, for example. I think sometimes in the free speech world, we've kind of looked askance at those words, decency and civility, because they've been used as pretext for censorship. But if we establish everyone's got free speech rights here, then the moral argument for decency in the public square, in my view, is a moral argument for expanding the public square. And then one last thing on regular folks. Regular folks do still win some. We just had the Villarreal case in the Supreme Court, which is a citizen journalist using a big tech platform, Facebook, and who was prosecuted criminally for calling a public official to confirm a report. Literally, that's what happened. Supreme Court vacates a Fifth Circuit judgment against her, sends it back for reconsideration in light of a previous case it decided on behalf of a pretty regular person, a 70-something town council member who had been subject to a malicious prosecution. So we are seeing these regular folks win, but if we want more regular folks participating, the public square has to be less like Gab. And for those who don't know what Gab is, it's the open sewer of the internet. It's a social media platform that Twitter looks decent by comparison.
Well, Francesca, you certainly threw out a lot, and I will only take time to respond to a couple of points, but please do follow up. So first of all, I know you're a law professor, as I am too. We are not supposed to fight the hypothetical, but I don't think you were putting it out there as a hypothetical, and I am not at all sure that if one did a statistical analysis of every recent First Amendment free speech case that the Supreme Court had, that it would consist of tech giants and corporations. I'm honestly not sure of that at all. And in fact, I thought of the very same case that David mentioned, because I thought, what is the most recent ruling the Supreme Court has issued on free speech? It was yesterday, and it was a fire case, and we won on behalf of not only the reporter who was trying to speak, and you could say, well, a reporter, she's powerful. But we always have to remember a point that was made by Salman Rushdie, that it is not only the freedom of the speaker, but it's the freedom of the reader or of the audience member. And so it's not only the freedom of this journalist to speak or of a tech giant to be free of improper government pressure that is at stake, but what's at stake is the right of every single one of us. When the ACLU won 9-0, the first Supreme Court case about the First Amendment in cyberspace, Reno versus ACLU, the Supreme Court, and we were defending freedom of whoever has power over the internet because of the ultimate beneficiaries, which is the fact that, as the Supreme Court said, this is the most participatory form of mass media that has ever existed. Back in the 20th century, A.J. Liebling famously quipped that freedom of press belongs to he who owns a printing press. Well, thanks to technology, all of us, I mean, almost, I can't say almost everybody in the world, but an unprecedentedly huge percentage of people in the world can, in fact, have the power of the printing press, but not if the government puts improper pressure on the centralized gatekeepers. We can certainly, I'm not an expert on the facts, but I think as a principled matter, there's some point where government encouragement and persuasion, which is completely appropriate, becomes inappropriate coercion. And the losers are not just Meta. The losers are the rest of us who are trying to get access to that platform. And I guess I would say the same thing. I think the reason why there tends to be this narrative that free speech has been, here's a verb I don't like, but the Supreme Court itself has used it. The First Amendment has been weaponized to propel certain views, and then you fill in the blank, whatever views or whatever speakers are disliked by the person who's using that negative terminology. But the fact of the matter is that the Supreme Court will use the vehicle of a particular case to enforce a particular principle, which then redounds to the benefit of every single speaker with every single perspective. The cases that do receive the most notoriety are not the cases of the type that David talked about. I think the most famous or infamous Supreme Court case is Citizens United. And even there, I mean, people imagine that the Supreme Court upheld freedom of speech for big, bad, multinational, evil corporations, right? The statute that the Supreme Court upheld equally protected the same free speech rights, not only for for-profit large corporations, but for not-for-profit small corporations. You know, the vast majority who are covered are like mom-and-pop businesses. And labor unions, we never hear about that. That labor unions, voices of the people, are equally empowered by that decision. So I think there's a lot of disinformation about what the Supreme Court has actually held, and is part of the reason why my most recent book, this is not an advertisement for the book, but if you want to buy it, that's fine, but it's part of an Oxford University Press series called What Everyone Needs to Know, and amazingly enough, there wasn't one about free speech. And the reason why I leapt at the opportunity to write that book was I find that so much of the opposition, which is the cultural problem that we've been talking about, hostility, ignorance toward free speech, or worse yet, hostility toward it, results from a caricatured, distorted version of what free speech actually is. You know, as law professors, we never indoctrinate our students. We don't advocate. We educate. But I have found that more people are educated about what free speech actually is, the history that gave rise to it, how awful censorship was for the social justice that our students wonderfully, and from my perspective, are crusading for, the more supportive they become.
No, it's actually one of the most beautiful and surprising things that I encounter every First Amendment class I teach is how my students are shocked that our free speech tradition is, you know, within our or our parents' lifetime, that we did not have actual, like this idea, like, oh, it's so American, like it was American like since the 60s, and we've had many setbacks even since then along the way. And it's wonderful. What a victory culturally. So that's where I want to turn right now to the culture piece of this. I mean, give me the PR for free speech any day. I mean, I don't know how, well, some people are sitting on this stage and in this room for how this happened. But this real belief that it is core to who we are, when in reality, it's quite a novel part of our culture when you think about our entire history. Simultaneously, so I had the great fortune to teach my first couple First Amendment classes alongside Floyd Abrams, and it was wonderful. So Floyd and I played good cop, bad cop on free speech. It was great. And Floyd, who had been teaching for obviously many more years than I had, witnessed a decline in our students' appreciation for what his vision of free speech, I will say. There are obviously different visions of free speech, and I think the students pushed back and said, you know, no, actually, we love free speech, right? It's part of our, it's rooted in us, it's American, but our free speech entails opening up the space, creating the word safety was used, right? Creating a safer space, creating, you know, they use different words to describe it, but I think we all know what I'm talking about. You know, spaces where you could encourage dissent in a way that was less dangerous or felt less dangerous to the students. And that's a double-edged sword, right? And so from Floyd's perspective, I think I'm not putting words in his mouth, sorry, Floyd, if I am, but you know, he saw more of a reluctance on the students to actually engage. And so I want to bring back to one of the first things you all said, which was, you know, that things are getting better culturally. Pair that with sort of my observation of my own students that, you know, do love free speech, but actually are quite hesitant to allow a robust free speech as we might term free speech. How do you square that circle? And, you know, the last thing I'll put out there for you all to respond with, take what you want and run from it. I think they are much more worried about the censors that affect them. And the censors that affect them are platforms, teachers, you know, university presidents, bosses, and not really the government. And while we might have a history of government censorship, and certainly, you know, anti-CRT laws, we're seeing lots of small government censorship. I think that the younger generation is feeling like the real cultural problem here are sort of titans of industry and more to the culture point, right? That censorship is never good. No one likes the word censorship, but regulation, restraint, limits can be good and can foster free speech. Do you agree with my observation, and what would you say to those who share it?
So I definitely agree that a lot of students you encounter, although this is diminishing in my experience a bit, but especially if you rewound the clock to the late 20-teens, even a couple of years ago, I heard a lot more talk about I don't want this discomfort We don't want discomfort. And I think that that's actually pulling, and previous panel mentioned it briefly, it's really, that's coming from deep, deep, deep cultural issues regarding the way we raise our kids. And I'm gonna tell on my own generation here. This is the Gen X's fault, guys, so I'm gonna go ahead and public apologize. So we Gen Xers by modern standards, you might call us like the last unparented generation. In the sense, you know, even my parents, like my parents, they were strict, and their strictness was I had to have dinner at home and I had a curfew. Other than that, there was no strictness. I had free reign of everything and free reign in dealing with, you know, my peers. I was a latchkey kid. And you grow up learning how to deal with discomfort and conflict on a peer-to-peer basis. And Greg Lukianoff and Jonathan Haidt in the Coddling of the American Mind, they talk about this change on how young were you when you went out for the first time all on your own, no parental supervision at all. And so for me, that might be 7 or 8 years old. But in my generation of parenting, we tried to replicate that with our kids. And other parents, we had to warn other parents. We give our kids the run of the neighborhood. And sometimes they would say, would you not? You know, when my kid's over there, would you not? And so what we've done is we've taken a generation of younger people, in many ways overcorrecting for perhaps a feeling of abandonment that we had or some of the more negative aspects of latchkey kid culture, which there were some. We've sort of overcorrected, and we've created a hyper-managed childhood. We've all heard about the helicopter parenting, the snowplow parenting, that consistently teaches kids that when they feel discomfort, appeal to an authority. When you feel discomfort, appeal to an authority. That's become a habit that has been ingrained. Discomfort, make an appeal, not discomfort and deal with it. And we've begun to order education around that demand as well. And we've forgotten some wisdom from the onset of what you rightly note is the very modern era of free speech in the United States. And I believe it was Justice Brennan in Pico versus Island Trees School District. This was a case about a book banning effort. Nothing new under the sun. Read the facts of that case and it's ripped out of 2021, my goodness. But it's about a book banning effort, gets up to the Supreme Court, and Brennan says this that's really powerful. The purpose of an education is to prepare students to prepare students to become citizens in the pluralistic, often contentious society in which they live. So if your education is not, in addition to teaching reading, writing, arithmetic, is not also teaching people to participate in a contentious, pluralistic society, we're failing our kids. And we're failing our kids at that early, so that by the time they get to college, they're fully primed to appeal to administrators, fully primed to appeal to authority, to silence speech that they don't like. And so there's a lot of unlearning that has to take place on college campuses. And then I think there's some unlearning that, speaking of culture, has to take place with parents, people like me, that we have to be, say this, comfortable with some of our kids' discomfort. And that goes against a lot of our instincts now.
Yeah, so you picked up on that wonderful theme that Amna and Musa raised in the last panel. And what I was thinking when I was listening to all three of you was Ayyub Patel recently had a wonderful column, I think in Inside Higher Ed. Of course, he's the founder of Interfaith America, and he talked about the value of pluralism. And I think that's what it is. Yes, you voice it through discourse, which can be debate and contention. Some of us have advocated, and there are books that have been written in the last couple of years, debate-centered education, where we start at the earliest age, what I demand, and I assume you and Floyd demand of your students as well, which is to be able to understand, articulate, and advocate all plausible perspectives on all issues. And I find a virtue in that approach is not only stimulating critical inquiry and the habits of a free mind, but also it divorces the students from personally identifying with a perspective, so they can feel emboldened to voice perspectives that they might be shy of saying, you know, this is my own thought, for fear of being criticized. But to answer a couple of points beyond the ones that David answered so well, Francesca, I think that meaningful freedom of speech has to be more than just the negative approach of the First Amendment. Congress or government shall make no law, abridging the freedom of speech. But for those of us who are really committed to, you know, all fundamental freedoms for all people and see liberty and equality and human rights as being inextricably intertwined, we cannot have meaningful freedom of speech until everybody is empowered equally to enjoy and exercise their free speech rights. That's why I feel so passionate about keeping the internet free, because it has come the closest that we have yet come to making that realistically possible. It's why I care so much about education and making sure that we do everything we can for every member of our society from the earliest of ages to have the educational resources, to have the technological resources, to have the psychological resources to be able to actually enjoy their liberty, that it exists not only in theory and in reality. And another part of that you also touched on in another one of your questions, Francesca, and that is the limits on free speech. As a result of the recent controversies over the past year or so, I have become much more aware and conscious than I was in the past that if we are to enjoy meaningful, robust freedom of speech, vibrant, equal discourse to all people and all perspectives, not only must government and universities not suppress constitutionally protected speech, they must also not allow expression that is not constitutionally protected, not to mention expressive conduct, such as actual assaults, which some people are saying, oh, but you know, that expresses my viewpoint. No. And so I think it's a difficult line to draw. I agree, and I'm very nervous if Title VI is enforced by it should not be enforced by Title VI requires the universities to take steps to redress any hostile environment harassment on the basis of group identities, including national origin and religion and ethnic origin. It's concerning to me that some people are arguing that controversial expressions in the war of words over the Middle Eastern situation, some people are saying, well, that's creating a hostile environment. If I hear people chanting anti-Palestinian or anti-Israeli statements, that should not be punished. But if it goes beyond that to targeted harassment or bullying or stalking or intimidation of a particular individual or group of individuals, not to mention the physical assaults that have been reported, that must be punished. And likewise, there must be a consistent enforcement of, we've now all heard these phrases thanks to recent debates, content neutral time, place, and manner regulations. I keep hearing reports that I don't know, I haven't done factual investigations, but I hear disturbing allegations indications that these limits are not in fact being enforced in a way that will make a library or an administration building or an area of campus that should be open to all students, in fact, not open because certain demonstrators, it doesn't even matter what they're saying, they have taken it over and are preventing it from being used for its designated educational purpose.
That's great. Well, I'm going to ask you all one final question while I invite anyone who wants to ask questions to the microphones. We have about 11 minutes left, so please make your way if you would like. You've both touched on the necessity of how limits can actually expand speech and the real trouble right now with what are those limits and who draws them. So that might be the summary of the state of free speech in America today, right? A recognition on both sides that we need some limits, but what are they and who should draw them? So speaking of both sides, I would like to ask you both from sort of different sides of the aisle, speaking to your respective communities that you often speak to, conservative on the one, more conservative on the one hand, more progressive on the other. Your kind of 1 minute elevator pitch for why you, everyone knows we've talked about, you know, both sides here hold the mantle of free speech and tend to, and have done things that I think we would all agree are quite abusive to free speech. To those, you know, what do you think is the most convincing argument to your respective ilks that to come back and enforce? Just, you know, most briefly, and then I'm happy to take questions.
Yeah, you know, if I had one word for sort of right-wing revolutionaries, I would say, after the swords are drawn, you're foolish to think you're going to win. That what I've seen happen on the right is, if you rewind the clock about 25 years ago, there was a lot of unanimity on the right around free speech, especially free speech on campus. We're a free speech movement. We're a free speech movement. And then when cases were won, and won, and won, and won, and won, and won, and college speech codes began to be struck down, the right then began to split between those of us who said, moving back to a period, moving back to legal equality, that's what we wanted. Liberty, that's what we wanted. Between those folks, and I would count myself in that faction, and then another one that's like, no, that's the rest stop on the way to authority. So if you felt like you were being censored, well, step one is to achieve legal parity and legal equality. Then step two is to gain authority and power. And this is when you began to see like the rise of the anti-CRT laws, completely, you know, the Stop Woke Law Act in Florida, completely opposite of the free speech argument that a lot of folks had made on the right. And, you know, a lot of it driven by hardcore Christian nationalist figures who really have microscopic constituencies. If you're leading a microscopic religious movement, the argument to 300 million people that religious folks should rule is not the argument you think you're making, because you're not going to be the one. And so I think we cannot abandon the principled argument for free speech. And that's the one I always lead with, it's the principled argument. That's the, you know, best short discussion, the best short argument I've ever read is Frederick Douglass's plea for free speech in Boston. Make the principled argument, but don't back away from the pragmatic argument that this isn't just wrong, but it's also incredibly foolish. In history is littered with the bodies of revolutionaries who thought they were going to rule when they upset the liberal order.
I would make exactly the same argument, David, right? Because freedom of speech, along with all of our individual liberties, were deliberately designed to be a check against the potential tyranny of the majority. And in every period in history, there are at least some communities, even if not the nation as a whole, where liberals and progressives and social justice activists are going to be in the minority. Indeed, if you look at all the movements for social change and social justice in this country, starting with, the abolitionists and the civil rights movement and the women's suffrage movement and the gay rights, on and on and on. They started as tiny embattled minorities who gradually, ultimately persuaded majorities or significant individuals or political figures to adopt their perspectives. Martin Luther King made so many wonderful statements about this, one of which was that freedom of speech is the most important right because it gives us the right to advocate for all other rights.
Amazing. So I'm going to do something slightly unconventional here because we have about 6 minutes. Can I please take I see 3 people at the mics. Can I take all 3 of your questions? Just if you wouldn't mind trying to be as brief as possible, and then I can turn it over to you all to have the last word and respond in kind. That way I can get you all in. When we start here.
Thank you for being here. It's delightful to listen and think about what you've been talking about, despite the fact it's way too philosophical for me most of the time, freedom of speech. If you had a magic wand, what would you change to improve the culture wars, et cetera, et cetera? And I don't mean a goal. I mean, what would you change? For me, I would outlaw cell phones below the age of 8 for sake of talk. I would force the tech giants to do whatever the experts think ought to be done to get rid of all the violence that's on the internet. Okay?
Wonderful. Okay, magic wand question. Let's go over here.
Thank you very much for the panel for this. Just one question for David. Your one-third, two-third problem you portray as a cultural question, the toxification of our public commons. I want to push back on that and suggest that it is actually inherent in the business model of the tech giants, of the platforms, that the algorithms are configured to amplify outland. And because of that, therefore, that I want to suggest I want to contest the notion that it is a cultural problem. What is your response to the idea or to the suggestion that it's actually an economic model and a business model of the tech platforms?
Good. We like to call that the law and economics question. Wonderful. And our last question.
A simple legal question that, in a way, was just raised, but not fully articulated. Might there be some beneficial effect on the difficult speech problems raised by tech giants and their possession of First Amendment rights if the antitrust laws, as they're beginning to be in Europe, were much more strictly enforced on the tech giants?
All right, magic wand, the economic model, and should antitrust be the solution? And anything else you want to say?
I'll go with the pushback. I think there's no doubt that the algorithms are economically motivated algorithms. I mean, I don't think there's any question about that. But I also think that's very linked to culture. You know, we often look at the big tech and the tech giants as if we're seeing something we've never seen before and creating and free speech and cultural challenges we've never seen before. But we've seen a lot of this before. You know, there's this phrase involving local media that I've heard my entire life. If it bleeds, it leads. Okay, and so my whole life, I've been around people who said, why is media highlighting such violent things? Why does the media highlight A, B, C, and D? Why doesn't media do E, F, and G? Well, now that I'm a member of the media, I know the answer. Let me let you in on a secret, because the people watch the toxic stuff. And then they'll tell you, why don't you report on good news? And I'll say, you know what, we do. No, I never see it. I know you don't. Because you don't care, you don't look at it, you don't read it. And so we do have a problem. The economics, yes, I completely agree that the tech giants and some of the algorithmically driven content is problematic. But it's also being driven and fed to us for a very good reason. and that is what we're demanding to be fed to us. And so that's why I just think we can't escape the cultural piece.
Yeah, and I'd like to chime in on that if I can, because we always tend to, I agree with David, and even further back in history, I can tell you it was always, okay, boomers, right? Even way back then, it was, if it bleeds, it leads. But there's also another pattern which I see replicated throughout my crusading for free speech, and that is to blame the media for whatever social or political ill is out there. It must be, in my parents' generation, it was TV. I wasn't allowed to watch TV as a kid because they thought that would be a really bad influence. And then subsequently we had violent video games were being blamed for the first school shootings. And earlier, before my lifetime, comic books were being blamed for what was then quaintly called juvenile delinquency. And people tend to assume that the cause and effect relationship is the media algorithms or images are pushing us to look toward these antisocial depictions. But in fact, it's we consumers who do have the power. And this was tested recently by a study. I think you can even find it on the website of Future of Free Speech. If you have trouble finding it, contact me and I'll send you a link. But a study that was done by eminent social scientists from 5 different universities in the United States, the UK, Europe, and they did a test that looked at what choices people would make if they were making their independent choices not driven by algorithms at all. So it was a blind study. It is true that people using the algorithms tend to become more and more extreme in what they look at. And guess what the study showed? It showed that when not guided by algorithms, when making their own free choices, people became even more extreme, and that the algorithms, in fact, had a moderating influence. So I think there's a lot of so-called conventional wisdom about how evil some of these platforms are, and there's a lot of room that social scientists and other experts are now moving into to find out what the facts are so that we can more effectively harness the power of these companies and the expression to do more good than harm.
You could basically sum up consumer anger at media, and I'm not saying media is perfect, but we make mistakes. But a lot of it is, stop giving me what I want. and then you stop giving them what you want. Oh, I'm bored by that. I'm not going to watch that anymore. I mean, it's just, this is the constant pattern.
Just we're out of time, so just in a sentence, just to get to magic wand, what would you guys change?
Here's my magic one. I want to change one idea that is so destructive to free speech in this country right now, and the idea that free speech is at odds with diversity and inclusion. That is fundamentally wrong. American history shows it's fundamentally wrong. Was America more just or less just before 1923 when the First Amendment wasn't incorporated to the states?
And I would require that historical fact as well as the history and principles of free speech to be part of the mandatory education curriculum starting at the very earliest ages, pre-K.
Said like a professor. Thank you all. Please join me in thanking Nadine Strossen and David Brent.
And now we will break for lunch, which will be served in the lobby and outside of the Board of Trust room. There are tables to enjoy lunch inside the Board of Trust room and on the patio. Please return promptly at 1:05 p.m. for the next session.
this one, big one is
next slide.
advanced. Next slide, this one, you can see it there.
Ah.
I'll get the right one there in a minute. And then this little red one is back.
Back.
So forward,
and neck
back.
and forward, back. Okay.
That one, because it's smaller, you have to push it just a little bit harder.
Yep.
And then you've got a laser if you wanted it.
Okay.
And then that is the black button, so it makes the screen go black.
Okay, that means like all done the discussion.
Well, you don't have to. You don't have to do it. I more say it just in case if the screen goes
weird.
black all of a sudden,
Okay.
you might have pushed the button. I can fix that. I just like giving people a heads up. So, but
Sure.
those are the two.
And now it's the 01 slide, so you might switch, right?
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
make sure that this is correct, but that will be your like notes view.
Okay.
And so you'll be able to see what your next slide is.
Yes, please.
Okay. And I will get that ready. This you can just leave here until it's time for you to come up.
Yeah.
And then when you are done, just leave it here on the lectern, and then you can come off stage.
Please take your seats and silence your phones once again. Now, please welcome participants of the next moderated discussion on disinformation, moral panic, or threat to democracy.
Welcome back, everyone, from what I hope was a good lunch, which also provided an opportunity to hopefully speak to people that you hadn't met before. The Nashville hot chicken was very mild. It was definitely not shut the clock up level at Hattie B's, which I once forced my son to, or tricked my son into, and that was fun for me, not for him. Do try it if you're staying in town for a while. While the last persons trickle in, I think we'll slowly get into this panel, which I've looked forward to immensely, where we'll be discussing one of the great topics of our time, disinformation. And we have two stellar panelists. We have Renee DeRista, who has just been appointed Associate Research Professor at Georgetown's McCourt School of Policy. You're also the author of the new book, Invisible Rulers, The People Who Turn Lies into Reality, which is recently published. I encourage you all to read it. It's a fascinating read. And we have Freddie Sayers, all the way from London, who is the publisher of Unheard, and now also The Spectator, and that's not even the whole range of publications that you're in charge of, based in London. I want to start out with you, Renee. In Invisible Rulers, you describe how social media has splintered our shared perception of truth and sort of enabling influencers and individuals to create what you call bespoke realities. What aspects of our current digital system worry you most when it comes to truth and its impact on society?
So one of the things that I tried to cover in the book, which I thought of as how do I write manufacturing consent, but for this media ecosystem? How do I write a study of propaganda, but in the structures that we have today? So how do I talk about structural shifts, right? Ways in which information is pushed to us. Some of the other panelists kind of alluded to that in prior panels here. How do we think about the people that we choose to follow, right? I use bespoke realities because I do believe that the consumer has agency here. They are choosing in large part. They are responding to nudges, but there is a degree of agency that happens there as well. I wanted to write about the creation of an incredibly powerful system of opinion shaping, influencers, algorithms, and crowds working as a triad, which I think exists as a counter to, in some ways, a very good counter to the more top-down media ecosystem of mass media. But one of the things that happens, in addition to structural shifts that change the information that we see, what's curated for us, how we engage, there's also incentive shifts, which were briefly touched on, I think, in the last panel, the question of what incentives do the influencers, algorithms, and crowds have. So the incentive really is to reach a very particular niche, to do things that galvanize very specific small segments of society. Ironically, what Chomsky was so concerned about in manufacturing consent in a study of propaganda in the 1980s was the hegemonic viewpoint, the idea that mass media gave everybody the same information, leading to a dearth of alternate perspectives. I think what we have now is a fractured system of niches in which media is incentivized to appeal to a very particular audience base, not necessarily with facts and truth at all, but with things that are going to make them want to share and subscribe and participate. And so it's a significantly different shift in how propaganda operates in society.
And what are some of the harms and benefits, like the trade-offs in moving from sort of the mass media system to the more splintered one? So, I mean, you argue in your book that it makes it more difficult to take collective action if we don't inhabit the same reality. How much of that is a societal problem as opposed to something that afflicts the very online crowd on social media, which does not make up the majority of people in the world?
I'll give a specific example. There was a rumor that went around. I read a lot about the intersection of rumors and propaganda. There was a rumor that went around in early September that Haitian communities in Springfield, Ohio were eating the cats, right? They were eating the pets. How many people heard that rumor? Okay, how many people, keep your hands up if you heard it on social media. So one of the things that was very interesting about that was that the rumor goes viral in the niche first, right? It is a person posting to Facebook. It is then, it's a woman who says, my neighbor's friend's daughter saw her cat being strung up by Haitians. This is the claim that was made on Facebook. It's decontextualized, it's moved to Twitter. Another person says, see, I told you they were killing the ducks, and now we also know they're killing the cats, right? This gets 900,000 views in a very short amount of time. This then goes viral. This becomes, particularly on the, Twitter is increasingly a right-wing ecosystem. What happens is that the rumor, which is people really wondering what is happening here, goes and gets picked up by political elites. Right? And that is where it comes out of this sort of niche community and becomes a topic of conversation across the platform. It trends. More people get pulled into the conversation. But where it leaps from the extremely online to the real world, if you will, or the sort of mass awareness, is when Donald Trump says it in a political debate. And what you see reflected in Google search queries around the time of the debate, because you can map search trends, is people in Ohio searching for eating the pets, because they're trying to figure out what the hell he's talking about. Because people in the extremely online world are familiar with it. People who read the Washington Post, which is trying to fact check it. And J.D. Vance, by the way, is mocking the very idea of the fact check. Oh, the media isn't looking hard enough, right? This becomes a culture war topic. And then the goalposts move and we begin to talk not about the specifics of whether they're eating the pets, but about what the Haitian people are doing to Springfield writ large, which was always what that narrative was signifying, but we have to go through this sort of rigmarole before the actual political conversation begins to happen. And this happens over and over and over again. And so one of the things that I try to explain is this handoff between the online rumor mill and when it gets picked up by media. Do people trust the fact check? The answer is no a lot of the time, right? When a political elite picks it up, it moves into the realm of shaping the political conversation around an election, even though it originated with a random person's post on Facebook. So it's an incredibly powerful machine, and I think we should be paying attention to it. It's great that it can happen because it can surface very real problems, but there are also these downsides that we need to be aware of.
So Freddie, Unheard often takes what you might call an anti-establishment perspective. You've published a number of authors who've taken on sort of mainstream views on COVID, on gender issues, and so on, that might not have been covered in the Times or other UK publications. So that's really been the secret sauce of your success, publishing stories that feel interesting to people who feel that they wouldn't be getting it elsewhere. But do you, I mean, that would not be possible without the internet. But do you share some of Renee's concerns about the fragmentation of the public sphere, or do you see it as a healthy alternative to the days of more centralized gatekeeping? Where do you see sort of, in terms of the trade-offs?
So I've read your book, Renee, Invisible Rulers. I thought it was very interesting. And actually much of the diagnosis about this splintering, about the incentive structures, the information ecosystem, as regards these kind of smaller, slightly crankier sources of information, the fact that there's basically all sorts of crazy shit on the internet and a whole load of people believe it, very few people would disagree with that. And I think your analysis of that is right. I think the difference between us, and really what Unheard is sort of partly motivated to express, is there is an equal and opposite danger, and to my mind a greater danger, also perhaps baked in this strange information ecosystem we inhabit, which is the authority class, the system of legacy media, government agencies, departments at universities, organizations like the one you were involved with at Stanford, that also present a very serious risk, I think, to us. And I've been editor-in-chief at Unheard for the past more than 5 years. And yeah, we've been through some battles during that period. And our mission is very much to maintain journalistic standards, to care about facts, and to present difficult arguments in a way that cannot be dismissed as being kind of cranky and just the crazy people are believing them. And we've really been, I think, very successful in that. That's partly why we've now got a really big audience. That's what we did during COVID. And yes, on the questions like the gender issue, meticulous, careful, thoughtful work does actually still pay off. So in that sense, I'm encouraged by it. But a lot of our target, I suppose, a lot of the thing that we are motivated to question are the actions of that authority class, which, dare I say it, you are part of, and perhaps many of the people attending this conference are part of. My view is that there's a kind of derangement of the authority class that has happened in this information ecosystem. The free internet has not just led to loads of little people putting out crazy conspiracy theories and ideas about Haitian immigrants eating cats in Ohio. It's also deranged the official classes. I mean, I remember, I believe what we went through during COVID, the fault for that kind of real break in our liberal society and the huge amount of distrust that came from it. To my mind, the fault rests with the authorities much more than with conspiracy theorists, because of that overreach, because of their derangement and their sense of trying to push down a single narrative. That has led, I think, to a much more dangerous situation. So I guess what I won't do today is try to attack Renee, or there's been all sorts of people on the internet who will talk about CIA connections and you've been doing all these evil things. That is not of interest. I think there is, however, a serious principled difference between us about, faced with this Wild West out there, which is the riskier approach? Is it to tolerate a large amount of bad information out there and try to educate people to survive within it, or is it to create organizations that seek to surveil and clean the information architecture from above? And I firmly choose the former.
So Renee, what you're alluding to here is your work at the Stanford Internet Observatory, where you studied online conspiracies related to elections, for instance, and that led some people in conservative circles to sort of label you as a central node in the censorship industrial complex. I think it would be great just to clarify what you did and did not do at the at the Stanford Internet Observatory, so you can respond to the Freddie's allusion to sort of top-down control.
Well, one of the things that's, I think, unfortunate is that, first, there's no such thing as the censorship industrial complex. That implies that there is a group of people who get together and have meetings and talk about these things and somehow are aiming to clean the internet, which is frankly, a tinfoil hatter allegation to start with, unfortunately. So the work that we did at Stanford University during election 2020 was four institutions: Stanford, the University of Washington Center for an Informed Public, Graphica, which is a kind of a network analysis tool, and Digital Forensics Research Lab at the Atlantic Council, came together to observe election rumors and misinformation. And these were specifically scoped related to voting. Not Hunter Biden's laptop, not the various things that one candidate said about another, just strictly rumors and misinformation related to voting. Efforts to try to delegitimize elections were the other big piece of this. And so we looked at rumors related to alleged ballot theft. We looked at rumors related to dead people voting. We looked at rumors that in aggregate came not from random cranks on the internet, but unfortunately from a different type of deranged elite. In this particular case, the President of the United States himself. So unfortunately, the rumor mill is not just some cranks on the internet. It is very much part and parcel to a political enterprise that sought to delegitimize the 2020 election. And what we did as in our work was we tried to triage rumors. We tried to look, and we rapidly responded to them. We had about 125 student analysts. So again, the idea that the US government deputized a mass censorship ring through Stanford undergraduates is another rather extraordinary claim. And what we did was I'm talking now. What we did was we communicated. You had your chance to make an accusation. I'm responding. What we did was we communicated with state and local election officials. And we said to them, hey, here's this rumor about Sharpie markers in Arizona. You should probably respond to this. They, in turn, again, state and local election officials would occasionally send us tips. And they would say, hey, there's an account on Twitter. It's claiming to be a poll worker in Pennsylvania, and it's saying that it's destroying Trump ballots. People are getting very upset about this. What should happen here? The other group of actors that we spoke with occasionally were the tech platforms. Over the course of the entirety of our work, we flagged about 4,000 URLs that seemed to violate platform policies. And we said, hey, this seems to violate your policies. Hey, you might want to do something about this. We didn't have any compulsory power over the tech platforms. We are not the government. Stanford undergraduates are definitely not the government. And so when we reached out to platforms, 65% of the time, they did nothing. I just want to get that out there. 4,700, 65% of the URLs, nothing happened.
So 35% of the time.
35% of the time, let me finish. 30% of the time, they were labeled. A label is counterspeech. A label is platform counterspeech. A label is contextualization. A label is not censorship. And we can argue this if you'd like to, but that is the facts. About 10% of the time, so again, now we've gone from 4,700 to 470, 10% of the time, the actual URL was taken down. And again, this was a platform making a determination. We do not have the power to regulate a platform. This was then reframed, unfortunately, in crank media as the government told Stanford to tell platforms to take things down. This was litigated in a Supreme Court case in which repeatedly we were first enjoined, and then the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals found multiple times that we had not done anything untoward. We had not done anything that was a First Amendment violation. Unfortunately, the narratives about my work on publications like Unheard include allegations.
One second.
Include allegations that I created the Disinformation Governance Board as a CIA fellow. I mean, the lies about me that are on The Spectator and Unheard are frankly extraordinary, and I have
lies about you.
Let's give Freddie the chance to respond here. So at the Stanford Observatory looks at disinformation. In some cases, they issue tickets. They send some of them to the tech platforms saying these might violate your terms of service. In certain cases, they're being actioned. In some cases, they're even removed. Is that an attempt at censorship?
Essentially, yes, it is. And I think what's important to say here is I don't believe we've ever mentioned you on Unheard, so I look forward to you sending me that reference. But you are, of course, right, and I think it's important to state that there have been attacks on Renee and lots of people like her who work in the anti-disinformation movement that have been exaggerated, that focus on the personal, that are in some cases paranoid, even fantasist. I completely acknowledge that, and I don't think you will find them on my publication. However, and it is also fair to have a principled disagreement about how to approach these problems. And to many people's minds, setting up a team inside an elite Ivy League university with 125 people, as you've just told us, partially funded by the government.
It was not funded by the government at all.
There was a grant that was...
2 years later, the National Science Foundation awarded a grant for $700,000 over 5 years.
That's fine. So to be honest, that's not even... that. Any involvement of the government certainly makes this worse. But even if it hadn't been, I think it is very reasonable to worry about that and say, you know, if you are out there on the open internet sharing your opinion, the idea that there are teams of people in Ivy League universities with direct channels into the heart of the social media networks that you are on, or indeed to other parts of government agencies, would understandably make you feel very uncomfortable. It feels intuitively and practically like a violation of the liberal order that we live in. You don't expect that to happen. So you may be right that technically, along a very narrow definition of censorship, you weren't engaged in censorship because you didn't have the power to pull things down. But mass surveillance of ordinary people's conversations online, referring them to extremely powerful authorities such as the tech platforms they're on, and the result of that in 35% of the thousands of cases, not 100%, being that action was taken against those individuals, to most people's minds is exactly what censorship looks like. And this is the disagreement between us, that you can be a principled person, and I'm sure you are, and I have no issue with you, and I'm sure in other circumstances we would agree on all sorts of things. There are other people, many people, who believe, like you apparently do, that that is the way to solve questions of disinformation. I and many other people really passionately don't think that, because those centralized efforts, top-down efforts to impose a single truth, to cleanse the public square of things deemed misinformation by you and your colleagues, is a much more scary and much more dystopian future that most people, I believe, don't want to go towards.
Let me, Renee, when you look back at everything that has happened since then, do you regret that studying, I presume we can agree that studying disinformation and sort of fact-checking, that's what you do, and that's not problematic at all. For you, the central issue here is the communication between Renee's team and the tech platforms.
Yeah, kind of referring people to government or tech platforms, taking action against them. They're not subjects. So there was a piece that Jay Bhattacharya wrote this week that I thought was interesting, that it wasn't research in the technical sense of the word, where you were just dispassionately observing something. You were intervening, taking action against the subjects of your research. And in the case of people like Martin Kulldorff, who is someone I've spoken to a lot, and is now out of a job, having essentially been removed from Harvard, where he was esteemed medical professor, your organization referred a tweet of his that was, I think, perfectly legitimate and should have been allowed to stand as his medical opinion. And that was part of a movement against him during a very fraught and frightening time, which has ultimately led to his removal from university. And to me, that is very frightening, and it is not research, it is activism.
So, Renee, where do you draw the line between studying mis and disinformation, the dynamics that you describe in your book, doing fact-checking around the integrity of elections, and taking steps that might undermine free speech, even you don't have government powers?
I'm going to challenge your premise there. What is the definition of censorship you're operating under? Because what I said was that 30% of the time the tweets were labeled. Why should you, if you post on social media platforms, why are you exempt from a label? Why should a platform not counterspeak and say, hey, you're saying the earth is flat. We say the earth is round. Here is some added context. If the point of a social media platform, and one of the reasons why they did this was to get more information out there, the Kulldorff tweet that you're referencing, second of all, was from a different project. You're talking about the Virality Project, which was some work that we did studying vaccine narratives. The Virality Project posted weekly reports to a public website that anyone could access. It was fully public at all times, in which it highlighted the most viral tweets of the week. Now, why did it do that? It did that precisely because it said, again, this is a 200-page report that details this, that taking content down is counterproductive because it creates a backfire effect, because it makes the forbidden speech more interesting. But in order to have accurate information as rapidly as possible, it tried to facilitate counter-speech from public health officials who subscribed to the mailing list, from frontline physicians who subscribed to the mailing list, who then chose to use their own speech capacity to put out counter-information. My understanding of Professor Kulldorff's tweet was that it briefly received a label saying that it had it needed more context. I don't think that arguing that a contextualization label is, I mean, are we arguing that contextualization labels are censorship now? Is fact-checking censorship? We have this egregious expansion to rendering the term largely meaningless if we can't agree that platform counterspeech is speech, that academic research, even if it is flagging a tweet, is First Amendment protected speech as well. It is counterspeech.
I think, may I answer that?
Yes, please.
The way you are arguing, to me, does remind me of other conversations I've had where the sequence of logical steps you make are all in themselves completely defensible. And of course, counter-speech is a valid and good way to argue things in a free speech context. And censorship is not censorship if you're not directly removing information. The place you get to at the end of that logical sequence is something I don't use the censorship industrial complex term. I don't find that helpful. I think it's over dramatic. But you get to a place where there are large numbers of startup agencies and organizations a bit like yours that are watching what people are saying and taking action to make sure other people don't hear it. And that even as at the principle level makes a lot of people intuitively very upset. And I think that's the reality here. So, I've existed on those big platforms.
I want to get to the global disinformation index story, because I think that might be interesting to compare and contrast to see if we can, make some differences of where, what's the line between exercising free speech, fact checking, and where does it turn into something akin to censorship, even if it's not official censorship. So Unheard has been very successful. Congratulations. Even in the US, you're right here. But not everyone has welcomed your success. So you have had a brush with an Orwellian-named outfit called the Global Disinformation Index. Can you tell us more about your experience with the GDI?
The GDI, yes. This is not the SIO or the EPI or whichever the other organizer. This one is called the GDI. There's a huge blossoming of acronyms of slightly Orwellian, to my mind, organizations. This one is called the Global Disinformation Index. We have been a subscriber-funded publication for many years now. And as Jacob alluded to, please do check it out, unherd.com. This is. I'm very proud of the content. It's high quality, very beautifully written, thoughtful argument from all sorts of both established and less established writers. We have a big audience. We thought, let's supplement that with ads. That would be a nice thing to have. We went to an ad agency who gave us an estimate of what we could expect to make through online ads. And then only 2% of their estimate actually happened. We thought, that's strange. Maybe they were just a crummy agency. We'll go to another agency. So we went to another ad agency and had exactly the same experience. They made an estimate. They said, we would love to work with you. We've got very little revenue. Third time lucky, we then worked out that in the belly of this beast, this very complex programmatic ad machine that really is a global machine, there are these things called rating agencies that put ratings on publications that then ad agencies refer to decide whether to send them any advertisements. And this particular ratings agency, the Global Disinformation Index, had put us on what they call their dynamic exclusion list, which is really like, these guys are not just slightly dodgy, they are the real. Don't go anywhere near them. Do not send them any ad dollars. You will be endangering lives if you do. That was the message. As an aside, another ratings agency called NewsGuard, which I think is a superior one, although I just don't like the concept of them at all, gave us a 92.5 out of 100 rating, slightly ahead of the New York Times at 87.5, which just goes to show how arbitrary this process is. We complained, and eventually we got an email handed down, which went like this. Our team re-reviewed the domain. The rating will not change as it continues to have anti-LGBTQI+ narratives. The site authors have been called out for being anti-trans. Kathleen Stock is acknowledged as a, quote, prominent gender-critical feminist. Professor Kathleen Stock, a very distinguished philosophy professor in the United Kingdom, had been outspoken about the gender issue and had written for us. And partly thanks to her bravery on that topic, the government in the United Kingdom has completely reversed its position on children transitioning medically beneath a certain age. Because of her work, according to this random organization and this random lady who ran it, we were so dangerous that no ad companies should send us ad dollars, and it was incredibly effective. That is, to my mind, part of this ecosystem that intuitively is 100% the wrong way to go.
But Renee, do you see a difference between the GDI and what you do? Is that an escalation? What you were doing, you were trying to study an ecosystem, but do you see a difference between this? Is this more problematic? Is this something approaching more informal censorship?
So when we had our panel prep chat, one of the things I said is that since there is no censorship industrial complex, I don't actually know GDI. I don't speak to GDI. I believe I encountered one person from GDI at one conference once in Europe in 2018, just to give some clarification. So I'm not going to defend the work that I didn't do and don't understand. I'm also not going to. But I am going to answer your question, because I just want to make clear that if there is a cabal here, then I would assume that you also speak for Jacobin, right? And if we're talking about like small niche media organizations all being the same thing. So if the unifying thing between us is that we occasionally represent ourselves using an acronym, I don't know where we're. But to answer the question here, I think that was an issue of extreme scope creep. I did not actually like that call. I thought that it was badly done in part because it took a word that I think should have a very specific meaning. I think that disinformation does have a very specific meaning. It's had a very specific meaning in history also, by the way. You know, we're really talking about this through the lens of the modern culture wars, and I hope we get a chance to talk about the fact that we did historically respond to these things as well. So I think that what happened there was, as I read it in the papers, because I have no firsthand knowledge here, that they sought to monetize themselves through selling this dynamic exclusion list to advertisers. Now, one of the things to understand is that advertisers don't want their content to appear alongside particular websites that they think are controversial, or on social media platforms alongside posts that they think are controversial. This is actually, I would argue, a free association concern, and one of the things that they do is they subscribe to these lists, and that's where I think they're outsourcing a bit of their agency to letting somebody else make the determination. And as Freddie rightly notes, NewsGuard and GDI have had some different methodologies. And so the problem here is that there is an opaque list that the person who is on cannot respond to and cannot address the concern, or when they do address the concern, they say too bad. At that point, I think there's an interesting speech question here around: does this fall under the realm of a boycott, where an advertiser choosing to subscribe to an ideological bent that one of these lists may have, but saying, I am subscribing here because I actually don't want my stuff appearing alongside that or adjacent to that, whatever it is. I think that there is room to have those kinds of programs because, again, the advertisers, frankly, do not want their content to appear alongside other types of content. But I think it can be done very differently. And I think in this particular case, it was a highly politicized example.
So, Freddie, you've been critical both of Renee's work, you've been critical of the GDI, but you've also acknowledged that we live in a fragmented information environment, that there are cranks out there who have an outsized influence maybe on public discourse. So what in your view are the legitimate ways to try and mitigate that? Is that indifference, just saying this is the cost of free speech, or are there things that you think should be done that are important ways to mitigate it?
Yeah, I think there may be some of those that we actually agree on. I think transparency is absolutely key. this sort of pseudo-libertarian argument that you actually hear, I'm afraid, from Rene and people who are making that case, which is that the tech platforms have their own freedom of speech, they are private organizations, they must be allowed to do what they like. Ignore the fact of their enormous scale, ignore the fact that they are the entire universe for many of the tiny people who exist within them. And there is no real alternative to YouTube, for example. So I don't think they should be treated as normal companies. I think they should be required to be transparent. There should be a proper process, and that that if government is involved at all, it should be not leaning on tech platforms to try to bring them in line with whatever conventional thinking is, but rather making sure that they don't become censorious. If government has a role in this, it is to say to tech platforms, you're not allowed to censor people unfairly. You need to provide a proper process. They need to be able to appeal it.
Would you then go so far as to saying that the government should prohibit activities such as the Global Disinformation Index, or that government should apply freedom of expression protections to private actors? Basically, that Meta should not be allowed to discriminate based on viewpoint. They shouldn't be allowed to operate a hate speech policy, for instance, or disinformation.
I think most governments are still laboring under the misapprehension that the great danger comes from these kind of small, cranky people who are putting out crazy stories on the internet, and that their proper moral response should be to lean on tech companies to prevent that. They don't seem to realize that the true danger is the opposite, which is that the climate we're moving towards is one where all of the incentives lead towards quasi-censorship, because the elites are now understandably very timid, risk-averse in ways that were discussed in previous panels. Tech companies have to exist within the regulatory framework that governments set, so they are very bending over backwards not to offend and get on the wrong side of governments. And so what you get is an incentive structure that makes it much easier just to say, actually, this is a bit problematic, let's smush it, let's reduce it, let's shadow ban it, let's just remove it from the conversation, because it makes life easier for the tech companies. So paradoxically, yes, I think governments should be activated in the opposite role to the one that they have been so far, which is to preserve the freedom of the public square by making sure that tech giants do not take the lazy, censorious route.
Well, do you think that would lead to a more fair and well-functioning marketplace of ideas in cyberspace?
I would like you to explain how. Because this is where one of the challenges happens. When you look at platform moderation policies, first of all, they are operating businesses, and this came up in the business incentives conversation. Most people do not want to be on platforms where people scream obscenities at them all the time. Most people do not want to be on platforms where they are targeted with racial epithets all the time. Most people do not want to be on platforms, and again, this comes out in polling, this comes out in evidenced behaviors as well. 4chan and Gab and other platforms exist in the marketplace. If that is the public square that you want to inhabit, that exists for you, and you may go there. But there's a reason people do not go there, and that's because they are actually looking for particular types of moderation that makes the experience of participation pleasant. I want to say one other thing, which is that I think, and my writing over the last 10 years on this topic has emphasized both that platforms right now, as we've seen in the two net choice cases, which actually just litigated this, right? The must-carry laws in Florida and in Texas, litigated at the Supreme Court. They were attempting to say that you must carry all speech, you cannot take it down. Platform curatorial exercise is sort of the editorial control that platforms exercise, is seen as the First Amendment speech of the platforms. Do I like that? Actually, no, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with it, but that is the law, and that is where it is. I think when you have unaccountable private power, the areas where the government should be regulating, and here's where we agree, are transparency, which is why I spent so long advocating for the Platform Accountability Accountability and Transparency Act. I do think when a government makes a takedown request, the platform should publish that. Some of them do it voluntarily, others do not. Interestingly, in the First Amendment jurisprudence there too, there has been resistance to the idea that transparency declarations might be compelled speech, right? So First Amendment law and its intersection with unaccountable private power in this sphere is extraordinarily complex. I'm not a lawyer, you are, you know this. And so I would actually, when I ask the question of how do you do it, what are you envisioning, I mean that very literally. I think that there's a lot of hand-waving about how bad this is and how bad that is, which is why some of the work that I've done has been advocating for middleware, right? For devolving control down into the hands of the users. Yeah. How do you achieve middleware? You either have to compel a private company, a large private company, to incorporate in tools by which that power is given to the user, and they are not incentivized to do that from a business perspective, or you create regulatory systems that encourage the rise of other platforms. You expand the marketplace. You expand the number of public squares. We're seeing this with Mastodon and the Fediverse. We're seeing this with Blue Sky. I think we need to be investing a lot more there. I think the government should be doing work to facilitate the growth of that ecosystem. There's a lot of different things that we can and should be doing. Unfortunately, as this has become a culture warized topic, we cannot get any legislation passed in the United States that does anything at all, and we're relying on Supreme Court justices largely to litigate isolated offenses and grievances that come their way. I don't think that this is particularly productive, but what I've tried to write about for the last 10 years is how you can actually, have freedom of expression while at the same time recognizing the business incentives of private companies and the demands of consumers.
Freddie, would some of your fears about big platforms be alleviated if we had a more decentralized social media landscape? So where YouTube didn't have such an outsized role in video, for instance. Would that be a better, because you say that you want the government to ensure an even-handed role, but you can also imagine that if you had governments saying, you need to uphold speech, first of all, the rules around free speech are very different in different countries, and there would be an incentive for governments to use that power for their own purposes, and that might make things even worse than what you're concerned about.
I think it's hard to forcibly break up those, that there is a reason why scale is reached by those kind of social networks, because you want to be on the big one, you want to be where everyone is talking, you want to be part of the big conversation. I think anything that moves towards an official version of truth should be avoided like the plague. Any organizations, whether they have acronyms or not, that are determining what can and can't be said in universities or in government agencies should not exist. And the more we can have a transparent system where people can see how information is being moderated, the better. And I do think community notes is an interesting step forward in that respect. What do you see if you see a tweet with a community note? I think most people will now think, that's an assertion. Some people don't think it's true. They might take the time to then research more, they might not, but they will, I think, have quite an accurate sense of that little nugget of claim and counterclaim. So I think community notes is actually a nice model. And I also think Renee's idea that individual users within social networks should be able to have sort of selections of how cleansed they want their feeds to be is also a sensible plan, because we'll see how many people choose the kind of ultra clean version. Those kind of systems must be the answer, which pushes the process down rather than having a single version of truth that is determined from on high.
All right, we have just about 6-7 minutes for questions. There was so much on my cards that we didn't get around to. Apologize for my lack of proper content moderation. But we have two speakers with fascinating viewpoints, so better to listen to them than to me. You, sir, please keep your questions to questions and keep them short.
I'll do my best. A very interesting debate, thank you. You've talked a lot about misinformation today. You've talked a lot about differing views on, quote, the truth, unquote. I'm interested, at what point when information causes harm, and measurable harm, for example, instances in the UK of children committing suicide as a result of receiving information on social media platforms, at what point is it legitimate for social media platforms or authorities to remove that material?
All right, let's grab another one over here.
Freddie, you very artfully mentioned the conspiracy theories about Renee, and then said that you're not interested in them. Not that they weren't true, but that you're not interested in them. You claimed that Unheard has never published those conspiracy theories, but you have. For instance, in 2023, Michael Schellenberger says that this is all the result of funding from governments. It was, after all, Renee DiResta, a former CIA fellow at Stanford University, who proposed that DHS create a disinformation governance board. You've said that you don't like that term, you don't use that term, and yet Unheard, I just searched, has used that term at least 36 times. So I'm just curious, on the subject of fact-checking, do you think that perhaps you owe Renee perhaps an apology for helping to spread conspiracy theories that have literally caused her to receive death threats because people reading your publication have been convinced to believe that she is in fact at the center of some sort of CIA-led cyber censorship industrial complex? So do you owe her an apology, or will you continue to just smirk at all of us?
All right, those are two very concrete questions. The first one might be for you, Freddie.
So the quote that the gentleman just read out, I need to look at again. It referred to you being a former CIA fellow. I really don't think we want to go down that rabbit hole. As I said, I don't think it's especially interesting. I do understand the paranoia around it, and I kind of wish that you would acknowledge that you know, the fact that you had any connection to the CIA fits, not that it means that you're taking instructions from anyone, but it fits a broader pattern, which is that information analysis and techniques that are traditionally used against foreign powers are now commonly being kind of deployed against the citizenry of the United States and European government. So I think it's understandable that people should feel paranoid, but no, I don't want to emphasize that. And I will, you know, look at whatever that article from 2023 was, but we are a free publication. I by no means agree with everything that is in our pages, and I wouldn't be standing up to my own principles if I went around filleting and censoring our own contributors. Should I answer the other one? Or
no, I just want Renee to, do you want to, like, the CIA thing, I think it's important to...
I interned for the CIA when I was an undergraduate from 1999 to 2024. I was 18, and I left when I graduated college. And I worked on absolutely nothing having to do with any of these topics. And the idea that an undergraduate internship...
I haven't made any...
I know, but you must understand that saying that a former CIA fellow created the Disinformation Governance Board, which is A, not true, and B, I mean, the only reason to reference an undergraduate internship from 20 years ago is to create a very particular perception. And it is, unfortunately, a tactic in smear campaigns to do the transitive property of bad people or scary organizations to attempt to excuse what was actually done in that article.
All right, let's move to the next. Let's move to the next question. Do you want to start with?
I just want to say one thing, which is that you need to. I would love you to acknowledge that paranoia, and I think it is correct to describe it as paranoia. And it has been unfortunate, and I have no doubt that you've been on the receiving end of unfair attacks. But the paranoia itself is understandable. It makes for a very paranoid world to have organizations like that surveilling and trying to kind of cleanse the information space. So although I don't support those kind of specific accusations, I think we would do well to learn from that. And the fact that the Stanford Internet Observatory is being reduced, would that be an appropriate word?
Much like Martin Kildorff, yeah?
Being reduced is, you know, I think we should learn from that. That approach has not been popular. It is being defeated.
It's
and
being
I think that is a
reduced
good
because
thing.
Jim Jordan Congressman Jim Jordan read articles like that, written by Michael Schellenberger, who I just want to also say I was a source for 3 months. And I published my emails with him around the time that he was publishing that article because he had an open access channel to me and at any point could have said, "Do you work for the CIA?" And I would have said, "No." And that would have been the end of that, but that is not what he did. And the implication of this, you must understand, is that with 1 or 2 accusations made on social media, Congressman Jim Jordan in the Weaponization Committee opened an investigation, sent me a subpoena. I was then sued by Stephen Miller, all based on baseless accusations made and aired through a series of publications that cited them to nothing. Michael Schellenberger says this, ergo Jim Jordan gets to read my emails. It's absolutely extraordinary. And the reason the Stanford Internet Observatory is no longer doing this work is because the chilling effect of multiple congressional subpoenas, which, by the way, found nothing. Every ticket we filed was released to that committee and leaked. Every email that was engaging with platforms and governments was released to Jim Jordan and leaked. You can read the reports actually detailing the facts, the work that I did, the work that my students did, and in response to all of that, 20-year-old undergraduates were doxxed and threatened and harassed, and my funding was cut, and my university backed away from it because they were afraid of the United States Congress. That is what actually happened. And I do not see people in the free speech community talking about that fact, about government power being brought to bear against the First Amendment protected research of academic institutions. We had a name for this at one point in history. We called it McCarthyism. I am frankly astonished that we're not seeing the free speech community look at what the US Congress is doing today.
So do you have any regrets about the way that those organizations have been conducted over the past few years? Is there anything to learn, or do you purely see it as a victim of these nefarious right-wing aggressors without which the world would be a better place? I mean, is there anything to learn from what's happened to the Stanford Internet Observatory, and do you think there is anything that you would have done differently in retrospect?
So one of the things I think we need to learn is that institutions need to stand up. Institutions actually are failing. Institutions, particularly academic institutions, need to protect their people when Congress comes for them, and that's not what we're seeing happen. One of the things that I'll say, I'm so sorry, we're running over, and Jakob's like,
this was not supposed to delve into but Freddie, what the very last thing. Freddie, what do you? So one thing is a criticism of Renee's work at Stanford. What do you think about the government getting involved in it? Do you think that was a step too far? That undermined free speech in itself.
I'm not going to defend Jim Jordan or Michael Schellenberger on these topics. I wasn't involved in that, but I feel like projects like the Global Disinformation Index, like the Stanford Internet Observatory, whilst well-intentioned, not organized by nefarious CIA anything, I've never made those accusations, well-intentioned, I think are very ill-advised. And the fury, the counter-reaction, and the paranoia they have engendered is actually understandable. And instead of doubling down and saying, okay, we need to do it twice as well next time and make sure we stand up to the opposition, I think a better lesson would be like, okay, maybe this isn't the right approach. Maybe we need to think about combating disinformation in different ways than organizations like that.
And this is where we're going to end the panel. I'm sorry, Renee. I hope you feel you've had adequate opportunity to explain yourself. Thank you so much for a heated but hopefully also instructive panel on different ways to view disinformation, what to do about it in a very complex world. Voice of God.
And now we will take a 5-minute break. The next session will begin at 2:05. Please take your seats and silence your phones. Now, please welcome to the stage Billion Lee to showcase initiatives that strengthen freedom of expression.
Hey, hi everyone, it's Billion. I'm from Taiwan. Today I would like to talk about, can we see the screen? Not now. It's okay, I can talk about my own story. Co-fact means collaborative fact-checking, as means plurality. That means we are diverse and also we show equality and how we work for the whole wide world. Actually, it's a picture from Freedom House. It shows with different kind of color. It shows different kind of like freedom of speech and also the different kind of freedom. You can see like in North America and Canada and also like Taiwan, Australia, all in green, right? However, for those suffering from purple, like Russian Federation, like China, and some like Middle Asia, it shows a different kind of like aspect to see, do they have those kind of freedom of speech, and also against censorship and human rights issue. April 7th is a Taiwanese Freedom of Speech Day. We do have a like distinguished holiday, a day for freedom of speech. Because like around 17 years ago, there was a male who was a really clever one. He launched a magazine called Freedom Generation. However, during that time, Taiwan do have an issue with like, so it's a historical issue. Like Chiang Kai-shek and with some like Chinese immigrant immigrate to Taiwan and take charge in Taiwanese government. So during that time, they call themselves like Republic of China. So that's also the reason why Republic of China do have the conflict with People's Republic of China with PRC and ROC issue. They're also trying to, they do have like compete relationship inside United Nations to see who can represent China inside the United Nations. Chiang Kai-shek doesn't like that kind of idea. Chiang Kai-shek doesn't speak a single Taiwanese word. Me, born in Taiwan, grew up in Taiwan, my grandparents, they speak Taiwanese and Japanese. Taiwan do have a colonization history, like not only Netherlands, Spanish, Japanese government, but also Republic of China, who represent Chiang Kai-shek's government. The clever male who launched the magazine called Freedom Generation magazine. He supports Taiwanese independence. However, during that time, it's toxic for the government because Chiang Kai-shek wants to make Taiwan as a military base to fight back to China. And as a result, the clever male who do a self-immolation, like burn himself, trying to show how freedom of speech is crucial, is important inside Taiwan because he launched the magazine, he launched a lot of movement on democracy. Nowadays, Taiwanese do have the idea, because of this male, to think of who your representative, like the importance of freedom of speech. Who do you think like the importance to get engaged with the politics? During that time, my grandparents, my parents, you might get sent to the jail. You might got killed by the government because you talk about politics. You might get sent to the jail because you think of to talk about something that is regarding the political issue. And also some song, some conversation are banned from the government. There was a song that's really important and really famous in Taiwan. Everybody knows it. It's talked about like young girl and who fallen in love to see, oh, there was a cute guy, he's so cute. However, that song was banned 70 years ago because the government during that time, Chiang Kai-shek's government, think of you should not like talk about a lot of affection or love. Last week, Chinese government, the PRC, what's that called? The People Liberation Army, they sent 2024B, the joint SWOT around Taiwan because of the military exercise. There's quite a lot of military drill along from Taiwan turn it around and around. It shows a different kind of condition, like Taiwan is in the front line. And we are talking about some issues around freedom of speech. And as a result, China's government sent a lot of military drill to Taiwan. They show the difference from us to China. This grid also shows different kind around Asia Pacific. Taiwan shows different kind of score compared to China because of the protection of freedom and protection of how they show their will, how they show their ideology, how they show their political ideology to democracy. And what we're trying to do is with openness and democracy. These three projects are done by me and my partner. First is Code Fast. We're trying to dealing with the disinformation issue, trying to fight against disinformation via protecting freedom of speech. The way is to develop an open source fact-check chatbot fighting against disinformation. If someone forward disinformation to the chatbot, or you can add a chatbot inside your closing chat room. Once someone forward disinformation, they might receive fact-check report and the references from the chatbot. The chatbot has 3 AI features. First is multimedia fact check. That means you can do fact check on text, images, and video, and audio. Second, AI classifier. There's quite a lot of journalists and reporters and also think tanks trying to do research regarding disinformation. With this AI classifier, they can show different kind of specific topics like energy, like disease like COVID-19, like international relationship. And the third, we also connect to a large language model trying to provide media literacy, digital literacy lessons, and tutorial to the readers who receive this information. There's quite a lot of creative disinformation. For example, they say, due to over 100 countries' veto inside United Nations, the headquarters of United Nations might move from New York City to China, Shanghai. Because they show an issue the USA is not respectful toward human rights. Second, due to Taiwan and USA do have a free trade contract, they say Taiwan would like to import USA pork. However, this information from propaganda, against opposite party and also Chinese propaganda, might say the pork from USA contains ractopamine, and those ractopamine pork are toxic. If Taiwanese people, Taiwanese citizens, receive those pork from USA, they might have some a severe issue inside their kidney, or they might make their penis shrinking, which is totally nonsense. Quite a lot of disinformation. And also, they also inherit to COVID-19. They say mRNA vaccine generated in USA, namely Moderna and Pfizer. They say those kind of changed DNA vaccine might also change the gene in Taiwanese citizens. As long as some parents take those kind of vaccine from USA, their grandchildren might doesn't look like them anymore because they change their gene and change their DNA automatically. Those kind of disinformation not only be harmful to democracy, but also be harmful to what trust should be. The other cases is due to those kind of disinformation, we're trying to influence our Congress and Parliament. So with open Parliament issue is, my partner launched a website. You can call, you can contact your Parliament member directly via telephone, via text, on the internet, to do petition, to do lobbying, to the member represented in your district, and to show different kind of cases to see what you can do as a citizen to influence politics. The third, show the transparency due to the issue between Taiwan and China, and also Taiwan Strait issue. The website show you if your legal entity got influenced by not only Chinese government, but also a Chinese businessman. Because in some cases, with democracy and with the right of voting, sometimes people might lose their right by democracy. Why disinformation is an issue to our democratic society? Because like malicious users, like malicious nationality, they might take advantage of a democracy system to let you abandon your right to a democracy. Might like to abandon your right inside election or electoral society. With transparency, you can see where the capital coming from. You can see who is behind the legal entity. You can understand who was in charge behind this website, behind this business, behind this party, behind this election candidate. We launched a fact-check chatbot. Most important of all, it's open source. We always believe open source can be helpful to global partners. For example, in Thailand, they use our source code, make a Thai version in their country. Actually, we always believe, like in Thailand, they do have an issue is, there was a crime called insulting the royal family. In Thailand, you are not allowed to talk about the royal family. You are not allowed to talk about the king. Once a Thailand fact checker contacted us trying to reach some help from Taiwan. And also, I have another request to our Thai partner. However, what the answer is, I may tell you the answer. However, you may not tell everyone that your answer is from me. Because I'm a guy as an issue, we cannot talk about the royal family because that's a disinformation regarding their king. As a citizen who value democracy, who value freedom of speech, all the government trying to see who is behind the disinformation, who is behind this. Can you trace who generated this disinformation? Who do you think the disinformation coming from? Is it from China? Is it from Russian Federation? We got to send them into jail. However, as a non-profit organization, we always believe we can intrigue the goodwill from the human rights, from the human in their heart. So we're trying to provide civic empowerment. We provide accessible information. Whenever they forward this information to the chatbot, they might receive fact-check report. So all this, how that works, the user that forward this information to the chatbot. Inside the database, we connect this information with a fact-check reply generated by our fact-checkers. As long as our data accumulated for quite a long time, that means we can answer almost every disinformation. They are disseminated on the internet. They are going viral on the internet. And also, we show those who have the request, who appeal disinformation, are the ones suffering from disinformation. Sometimes I receive an email from the government. They say, can you show the personal information from the one for what disinformation to you? We always reject because they are the ones suffering from disinformation. They post the disinformation because they are questioning about this. They are not the one generate or trying to make this information got disseminated on the internet. That's how we build the trust. Not only in Taiwan, but also in USA, in all the countries around the world. We show disinformation as a common issue. And what we're trying to do is to make fact-check chatbot be open, show our transparency, and show what we could do to help global partners. For example, if someone forwards this information, like I mentioned, they say, oh, gay in Tennessee might get married to Taiwanese gay to reach Taiwanese free medical care, and cure HIV positive for a long time or free, which is totally nonsense, total disinformation. Inside the chatbot, they might receive a fact check that they say the message is fake. And the reason why is all the foreigners and all the citizens, all the residents in Taiwan receive free medical care. It doesn't matter they need to be a gay or heterosexual people or homosexual people. Trying to make chatbot work really well inside the society is also the way how we help global partners, like in Netherlands, like in Sydney, like also in USA, in Indonesia. All the partners who are suffering from disinformation, who are trying to have a tool, help them to combat disinformation. What's the importance of the chatbot? The chatbot can answer the question even at midnight. They can answer the question in the morning, in the afternoon, at nighttime. That means we can do a saving from the human resources. We don't need a lot of journalists and reporters answer those kind of questions day after day. We can use chatbot with mechanism and also with our algorithm to let those accurate information and trustworthy information be visible to the one who are in need. What we're trying to do is make a society can be cooperated and also connect together and also show what we could do to stand with the democratic alliances. Actually, for quite a long time, Taiwan suffering from those kind of Chinese propaganda. And also USA also suffering from disinformation from the Russian Federation, from some, now Iran, and some other malicious country. What we stand for is how democracy works, how freedom of speech can work, to talk about, to show public affairs, to show your value, to show what your concern is. And also, as long as we put that in our mind, and also with civic empowerment, we could never put freedom of speech as a conference issue for those well-educated people. Like in USA, in Taiwan, we do have a countryside, we also have a rural side. Me, myself, coming from the village, in my country, in my hometown, no one speaks English, people speak Taiwan, even few people speak Chinese. That's an issue, even inside the country, people show different kind of languages. People do show different kind of gap between their social status, their backgrounds, and also their family. With technology, it's our way to reach, to see, and also reduce the gap, not only the generation, the ages, the gender, and also different kind of social background. What we're trying to do is make openness and transparency can be helpful not only to our domestic issue, but also to our global partners. And we do have 2 mics over there, and now it's open discussion. If you do have any kind of question, just stand aside. And feel free to have any kind of question or discussion for me. Thank you.
Ms. Lee,
Hello.
This question is for you, and I think it's also relevant for the previous panel as well. It's about fact-checking and how important it is what you're doing, and also how it is consistent, I think, with free speech rather than a threat to free speech. And the reason I say that is one of the most powerful arguments in favour of free speech was written by an English philosopher called John Stuart Mill. And in 1859, he published his Essay on Liberty. And throughout that book, or essay, it's continual arguments concerning why free speech is important. But at one point in the book, he says, if there was a riot in front of a corn dealer's house and somebody passed around a placard saying, corn dealers are starvers of the poor, corn dealers are starvers of the poor, this, Mill said, would be impermissible speech. One, because it would be a direct incitement to violence, but two, I think implicitly he was arguing it would be disinformation. And this is why I think fact-checking, what you do, is so important, because if you have a president, for instance, who says, who decides that any election he hasn't won must be a stolen election, and he then propagates that message, and ultimately his supporters are so angry that on January 6th they storm Congress. I mean, speech has consequences. And equally, if China is concertedly active in subverting information and providing disinformation, it's important to check facts. And it's important to provide counter speech. So long as what these groups are saying are not removed from the internet, so long as there is not censorship and instead labeling and counter-speech, then fact-checking and what you're doing and that sort of activity is consistent with free speech. And I think John Stuart Mill would agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you. In my personal point of view, compared to those kind of like politician, statesman, and also like, well, Chinese politician, how the government talk to people and how a politician talk to people. As a civic technology community, we're trying to facilitate our work with technology, but also provide trustworthy, provide trust, and also provide social good, civic good, to the one who we value for. For example, our engineers always focus on how to improve the fact check chatbot and how to talk to the politician and how to increase much more talk. Like as freedom of speech, that means we need to break on our echo chamber. However, due to the algorithm system, due to the closing chat room, like WhatsApp, like Telegram, like Facebook Messenger, actually, general public inside their like relative closing chat room, closing group, never listen to the one who are not inside their closing chat room. And that become an issue, especially before the election. We do see polarization. We do see people attack on each other. We do see people not only spread hate speech, but also never show their trust and never put they are in an equal status. However, people share the world and people share the ecosystem, the environment, and also people share the country. Since we want to make the people and we want to make the society can be much more inclusive than we against for, like censorship. We never imagine a world that if you talk about some issue the government doesn't like. We never think about a world if you talk about the issue that your boss doesn't like, then you might suffer from punishment. However, there was a real history in Taiwan itself. And also, I don't think that is rare to a lot of countries around the world. As long as we put that kind of like how we always bear that situation in mind, we consider the importance of freedom of speech. We do see even the liberal, even the liberty, even the freedom, even those kind of democracy value, actually, what make those kind of value really important is people do share those kind of importance. People do share that kind of value, like equality, like freedom of speech. Like people do have the will, people do have the right to say something they want to say. Only if different kind of walks of life, different kind of people, different kind of gender, even like pre-K, like the formal discussion they mentioned, those kind of literacy, those kind of education system can be available to different kind of people. And I always believe there might be a society we always want to live in for with freedom of speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Billion. The next panel will begin in 5 minutes. And now, please welcome participants of panel number 2 on Trust and Censorship in Traditional Media and Publishing.
Welcome, everyone. My name is John Siegenthaler. I'm a former journalist at NBC News and MSNBC and Al Jazeera, and I now work for Finn Partners as a managing partner here in Nashville. It is a pleasure to be with you today, and we've got some great panelists to have, I think, a very interesting discussion about trust and about censorship. Let me introduce them. At the far end is James Bennett. He's the senior editor at The Economist. Anaya Folarin Iman is a journalist and executive director of the Equiano Project. Ritu Kapoor is a CEO and co-founder of The Quint, a digital outlet in India. And David Plazis is the opinion and engagement director at the Tennessean. Welcome to all of you. Good to see you. James, let me just start with you. Poll out this week, a Gallup poll out this week that suggests that the trend of mistrust of media continues, that fewer people trust the media in the United States. This is a trend that's been going on for a long time. Why?
First of all, it's lovely to be with everybody.
Thank you.
And, it's great to be here. There are lots of reasons we know that distrust has declined in the media. My view is it's fine for people not to trust the media and to approach it with skepticism, and I think the media needs to do a much better job of trying to earn that trust back. I think the media has forfeited a lot of trust. The legacy media in the United States, partly because I think, and this was alluded to earlier on another panel, I think the media kind of lost trust in its readership and to some extent hasn't been willing to expose people to inconvenient facts or opinions that they might find unsettling, has not served as the bulwark of self-government that it's supposed to be, and doesn't play the role it's supposed to play, which is not to tell people what to think, but to help people think for themselves. And so, from my view, the media has a lot of work to do on its own, on its own part, to try to win the trust. To try to win trust back.
Why didn't the media do that, and what can they do to begin to build trust?
Well, I think part of it is the culture that was discussed earlier. David French blamed Gen X for the way it raised its kids as being the source of the problem. I do think it is partly the set of ideas that percolated in the academy for a long time and then got loose over the course of the last 15 years. The idea of safetyism, and increasingly the idea that the notion that certain ideas are dangerous to share. That's what I mean by losing trust in the public. That it's dangerous to expose people to certain ideas because you don't know what they'll do with it. I think the opposite is true, that it's dangerous to try to suppress or hide those ideas because it makes them taboo. And Salman Rushdie talked about this morning, and therefore makes them sexier and more glamorous. And I think traditionally, in my view, the press, this is less of a free speech issue and more of a cultural, narrow issue is sort of the vanguard of the liberal idea. The traditional values of curiosity, empathy, drove the press to not hide those sorts of ideas, but to sort of revel in bringing them to the public, and that's the spirit that I think we need to recapture.
Yeah. And can you talk a little bit about the Equiano project and why and the state of trust in the UK and in Europe these days?
Yeah, so I think just touching upon the previous point, I think that particularly over the last 10 years, essentially the definition of freedom of speech changed from that kind of liberal John Stuart Mill conception that many of us have become very familiar with, that recognized that, in certain contexts that there are harm, but freedom of speech should be the ideal. And that's kind of increasingly shifted towards a kind of progressive, a modern progressive definition, which essentially says that speech should serve the purpose of correcting systemic injustices, power imbalances, and structural inequality. And therefore, speech that is deemed by people that subscribe to that particular political philosophy that deviates away from that, then that should be censored, regulated, and so on and so forth. And I think many institutions essentially adopted that wholesale, particularly, a lot of, there are examples in the media, and this is where, to respond to your point about the Equiano project, we were founded in 2020 in the height of the kind of Black Lives Matter movement in the UK, because essentially, whilst discussions about racial inequality and racial injustice are incredibly important, we felt that ethnic minority-led organization, that discussions were increasingly narrow, that what it meant to be black within society in the US and the UK was defined essentially as a kind of victimized minority, and other conceptions of what it meant to be black were kind of marginalized and seen as a problem in some way. So the Equiano project was founded originally to broaden public debate and give particularly ethnic minorities a space to have a broad range of discussions about many of those contentious issues. And so I think that on that point of trust, I think that was partly a direct response to the media, which is ostensibly there to present a range of views, pursue the truth, and have that free inquiry, while actively shutting down and chastising a whole range of sections of people in society that were not racist, that were not malevolently intended, but did not necessarily subscribe to, perhaps maybe it might be defined as a kind of Ibram X. Kendi, a kind of idea that color blindness is a problem. So that's why the Equiano project was founded. And that's a lot of the work that we do, promoting public debate and having discussions like this. But I do think, and perhaps we'll come on to that if we were having this discussion a few years ago, that would be what I would primarily say was the problem, which was the narrowing of public debate and the censorious atmosphere and the kind of cancel culture that has been talked about. But I also think that we're also moving into another space where the backlash against those things is also creating its own chilling atmosphere, which actually can indeed be a threat to minority groups.
It's a lot to unpack, but I just want to go back to the view from minority communities, not a monolith, but what is the state of trust or mistrust when it comes to the minority community?
Yeah, so I think that, as all groups, they are diverse and heterogeneous. And I think that a lot of the distrust that has increased, particularly for minorities that support a colorblind universalistic perspective, for example, has been the sense that if you don't subscribe to a particular viewpoint on these issues, then your authenticity as a minority is kind of questioned. And you've seen that not just in the discussions around race, but I think gender identity was mentioned in other discussions or debates within the feminist community. And again, in terms of the media, I think they've often taken sides quite explicitly on these contentious discussions and chastised what are actually mainstream views, not just fringe or cranky or conspiratorial. And I think that's sown a lot of distrust, and even within communities itself.
Yeah. Ritu, can you tell us a little bit about the Quint, why you started it, why you think it was necessary, and how it relates to trust when it comes to media?
The Quint was born in 2015, and now it seems obvious, but at that time, what was clear was that consumption of news content was moving to handheld devices. What was also evident to us who had been in the broadcast space in news media before that as another entity, was that younger Indians wanted to engage and participate in the news and current affairs process, but that largely news media was addressing what used to be referred to as SECA, which it refers to a certain level of affluence, male 40-plus audience. It was not speaking to women audiences or gender diverse audiences, and which is why the Quint was born back then, which is that the prediction then was that people will only be consuming content on handheld devices, that they would want to participate in the process, and you need to put out the news in formats and in a vocabulary that younger audiences will relate with and will engage with. And that's where we were born, and which is why, you know, in India, we were the first to start crafting video for digital, sort of bringing in a new vocabulary even in digital. That was the idea. And we also wanted to bring in an element of citizen journalism, which is that we also wanted to be a platform where, of course, we would vet and verify, but you could also, as a member of the audience, as a citizen of the country, also raise the issue, and we would help you report on your issue, which we thought would also, and it's played out as that, which also helps build trust further. Subsequently, we also became...
Why is that? Why is it that if you have citizen journalists, it's going to help build trust?
Because I think...
and how do you make sure they're accurate, too?
So we have an entire team that works with the citizen journalists. So you actually do the ground checking. You verify the documents, you verify the claims, and very often the stories are not carried if we're not able to completely to verify that. I think the reason why I think citizen journalism, I think a lot of what happens on social media is also, in a sense, citizen journalism, but it is not vetted or does not go through editorial rigor. And we think that the reason why it builds trust is because very often news editors or sometimes reporters sometimes have that sense of entitlement on, we feel we know what should be news. Also, India is an extremely diverse, language diverse, culturally diverse country with very different issues across. So if you're sitting in New Delhi or in Mumbai and belting out what you think is news, you will tend to really, just constantly do the tip of the iceberg journalism, which is the most popular narrative. We've actually found that that the run order, so to say, or the choice of stories that you pick up changes so dramatically when a citizen is also engaged in the process. And what we find, interestingly, is that very often when we break a story, so to say, through working with a citizen, large legacy media or other news organizations pick up that story. And suddenly that story becomes an important story, which would otherwise have just not made it anywhere into mainstream news media.
You don't consider yourself mainstream media now?
I don't consider myself legacy news media because, I can hold forth for a long time on what's gone wrong with legacy news media in India. I don't know whether they want.
Well, you can let it flow. Go right ahead.
Okay. So, legacy news media in India, to start with, is the issue of the ownership of legacy news media. It's largely, almost entirely owned by a handful of large corporates, actually 2 large corporates mostly and a few others, who are allegedly also very closely aligned with the state. So that in itself sometimes determines
whether or not you trust.
Yeah, maybe? Exactly. So that's one problem. The other problem is that news media as a business is very challenging. And if you're large, it becomes that much more challenging, right? And in India, a lot of large legacy media depends on government advertising for its bulk of its fuel to keep running, which means you then steer clear. If you look at broadcast news in India, you will see almost no stories, no reports. It's largely a platform for different political parties, largely the party or the regional parties that are in power, and they're just sort of 12 windows, and sort of the competition is who has how many windows on prime time, and there's a sort of slanging matches and debates, and it's pretty much the same 5 issues that are brought up, and brought up in this very limited, very censored, safe space. So there is no, and that is paradoxically, large media legacy media are the people who have boots on the ground. They have the wherewithal to go out and get the stories from the ground, but they're not doing that. And what has happened is that people like the Quint were referred to as the alternative, independent. It's extremely ironical that today you need to put independent and journalism as a special qualifier. Journalism should be independent, right? And so we were seen as people who were bringing in scrutiny, being critical of the government, asking uncomfortable questions, seeking accountability, and as a result of which there has been an attempt to bring a slew of new laws and new regulations in the country, which basically empowers the state to bring down content, to bring down an entire publication, and some of that has already happened. So, I mean, yeah.
No, and we're going to talk more about censorship, but before we do, David, you talk to readers all the time. You are hearing from readers constantly. Why don't they trust the Tennessean if they don't trust the Tennessean?
So I've been a journalist for the last 25 years, and I've seen these major changes over time. There's been a lot of disruption in our business model, in consumer habits, going from the print publication or broadcast to the mobile phone, for example, and who people trust as gatekeepers. And also, as I was talking earlier with one of our guests here, the fear of doom scrolling, essentially being assaulted by news because sometimes it's just bad news. So I think a lot of it is that. A lot of it is such a saturated environment, so people don't know who to trust. There's not the traditional 3 big networks, and the staffs of many of the major newspapers, especially at the local sites, are not as large as they used to be. So we've had a pivot. Some of us have, some of us haven't. I speak from a vantage point not only at working for the Tennessean, but also being a board member of the Tennessee Press Association. So I've seen numerous colleagues in rural areas in Tennessee who are struggling because they haven't adapted to digital as quickly as they should, and they don't have the resources or the wages, for example, for journalists to work a living wage, essentially. One of the
when you, I'm sorry, just to interrupt, when you get an email from a reader, what do they say about trust?
So when I usually get an email from a reader, 90% of the time it's, "You suck, why did you write that?" So essentially, but when I respond, usually
that's it? That's all?
No, usually a conversation starts because most people think that nobody is going to pay attention or respond to you. And I've made it a habit, as have many of my colleagues in Gannett, to be responsive, both on email but also in the physical space. This is one thing that I think to me is really important, that many of us have found this differentiation, at least at the Tennessean, is that we do a lot of events. I just returned from McMinnville, Tennessee, about 80 miles east of Nashville on Monday. I was there for my 7th visit in 6 years, moderating a forum, a political forum. There's a wonderful civic tradition in a very red community where Democrats and Republicans work together on forums. So I think one way you build trust is by being present, by actually showing up. And I keep on going back because they invite me and because it's important to show that we need to build this relationship, because we're constantly going to be fighting that trust machine. Who do you believe? It was mentioned earlier about the outlandish lie about Haitian immigrants eating pets in Springfield, Ohio. And yet people believed it. And you have to really counter that by being present to where people are. I have dabbled a little bit, I'm sorry to say, in TikTok, and I've tried to find my own strategy for how do you reach an audience that has never read a newspaper before. Because when I go speak to high school students, they've never picked up a newspaper before. They may have read news, they think it's from somewhere, but they're not sure. But when they see, there's actually a commercial out there that I was a part of a cookie influencer. And actually this was showing the fact that we're relevant not just in the structures of news, but also in developing and supporting businesses. And it was received more than 7 million views. And people started recognizing me from the cookie commercial because I set up the Tennessean services as a community. Now, on one hand, it's not the traditional seriousness that people expect. But on the other hand, if we are not there present where people are, they're just not going to think about us.
James, I read a story recently regarding that talked a great deal about journalism and why people are turned off by legacy media, as Ritu brought up. And some of this discussion was about it's corporate, it's big business, they're out to make money. They don't care about anything but making money, and that's one of the reasons they don't trust the media. What do you say to that?
Let me come back to something David said, just to build on a point that he was making, because I don't think we really have reckoned as a society with, we're all aware that there's been this wipeout of journalism nationally, but just how dire it has been and what it's done to kind of the civic culture, I think we don't fully understand. There was a study at Northwestern this year that we've lost 1/3 of newspapers in the United States in the last 20 years, 2/3 of the newspaper journalists, that's 43,000 journalists who are no longer reporting out in their communities. And digital startups, non-legacy media, is not filling the gap. They're going out of business as fast as they're being created. So it's as we would say, it's a story about a dog that's not barking. So it's a hard story to tell, because how do you measure that in officials that haven't been held accountable, neighbors that didn't hear stories about their own communities that encourage them to have some sense of empathy for each other. And I think this has been a deep source, an important source in the collapse of trust in media, John, back to your original question, because it's robbed so many Americans of a journalism whose veracity they can verify with their own senses. They can drive down the street and see the construction project that is not being completed on time and know that it's been reported accurately in the local paper. And it's robbed national publications of journalists who came up being held accountable by a community for the accuracy, the integrity, the responsiveness of their work, whether they answered reader emails like David does and actually engaged with the community. And so it's been both in terms of what it's done to communities across the country and I think to consumers of news, because then what they're left with is big corporate legacy media, national media, and political leaders telling them, don't trust what those guys are saying. And who are you going to believe in that situation? And I think that's why there's been this just hollowing out of the news industry that I think has had devastating consequences for trust and has also undermined kind of the journalistic ethos. And I sound like a fossil when I start like a guy shaking his fist at the kids to get off his lawn. So let me cop to that and while I'm here. But I think there was real value, and we have not figured out what the new ethos might be that could replace that would achieve similar levels of trust.
In a few years ago, we had fewer voices. Now there are more voices. But at the same time we have more voices, it seems like there's a deterioration in journalism. And you have any explanation for that?
So yeah, I'll pick up on that. But just on your point about whether it's big corporates that just want to make money. I mean, in the UK context, one of our largest media organisations is the BBC, which is publicly funded. So I don't necessarily think it's just a question of how media organizations are funded, whilst that undoubtedly is a big issue. I think this culture point that is a reoccurring discussion in all of the panels is key. And I think the remit of the BBC as a kind of publicly funded institution is a responsibility for impartiality. And that notion of kind of impartiality has come under huge challenge over the last few years, and which has bred a loss of trust, partly based off of the things that I talked about, this sense that there was a kind of elite opinion, and that was the only right, factual and moral way to think, and all those who deviate away from that, are a problem in some way. And actually the BBC have acknowledged some of their failings over the last kind of 10 or so years, I would argue are like partisan stances on majorly contentious issues in the UK, like Brexit, for example, or other issues that we've spoken about today. So I think that there is a kind of cultural challenge that a lot of these institutions are working in, and there's been a loss of confidence in many of these core liberal principles, and therefore an attempt to kind of grapple to find other principles that are dominant in society. And the zeitgeist for a long time has been that kind of progressive orthodoxy. So I think, yeah, that some institutions, some media organizations, impartiality, like the BBC, has also been an issue, even when there are alternative funding models there.
Richard, does the Quint get lots of feedback about whether or not they think you're biased in one way or the other? I mean, do people say, that story wasn't fair?
Yeah, I mean, and it's a vicious cycle, right? It's, I think there's overemphasis right now that everyone's putting on AI, and AI sort of feeding into confirmation biases or polarization. But actually, if I was to take the instance of India, political leaders speak out against independent media, or speak out against minorities, or even, dog whistle from podiums against certain communities or certain independent-minded people. Now, when that happens, that actually triggers a certain keyword searches, right? So when those keyword searches, they lead to driving algos, and then you throw in AI to sort of put that on steroids. And that further polarizes, and it leads to, further filter bubbles. And then what happens is that leads to further lack of trust. There's a lack of trust in what legacy media is doing, because they're largely the mouthpiece of the government. But because legacy media is pushing one state-driven narrative, what happens to a lot of independent media, news media outfits, is that they are stepping into bridge a vacuum, right? There's stories that are not being told. Let's say the lynchings of minorities, or citizenship laws that are being brought in, which is going to make things even more difficult to minority communities, or just suspension of free speech, etc. Now, when that happens, there's a certain bias that creeps into that editorial as well. So it further polarizes, and then, of course, social media, algos, etc., further feed into that. And I think since morning today, a lot has been spoken about that. But what's also happening is what's happening to individual journalists, because, a lot of independent news organizations, like he said, are either shutting down or cannot afford a certain seniority, or or pay journalists the way they should be paid. As a result of which, individual journalists have now set up their own YouTube channels or their own Instagram handles. But what is happening is that if anyone's being terribly critical, the government is either charging them with anti-terror laws. I mean, just if you're critical of the government, you can be a terrorist by just virtue of asking, by just doing what honest journalism should be done. They're also charging us with financial crimes, money laundering, for instance. Of course, there is a slew of defamation cases. So now that works on two ways to undermine trust, because then as the average citizen says, oh, so-and-so is possibly a terrorist, so-and-so is a money launderer, so-and-so has their own agenda. And that undermines, this discredits, apart from engaging people like us in litigation, it also discredits our journalism per se.
No, the chilling effect of that sort of action is really, you're into censorship now, and we might as well go ahead and talk about it, because this is a critical point. This is something that's happening in not just the United States, but all over, all over the world, and in many, many ways. So, David, let me just talk to you a bit about the state of Tennessee, the United States, the chilling effect that some action by the government is having on journalists. How do you see that sort of chilling effect?
Sure. One thing, for example, from this year is the fact that the incumbent senator of the United States refuses to debate her opponent. And I wrote a column recently about Senator Blackburn. We had conversations over some time, and then they just went dark because they don't feel they have to. I mean, she's polling more than 20 points ahead of her Democratic opponent, Gloria Johnson, yet it's a lack of a public service in my mind, and I've spoken publicly about this. Precisely because, on the one hand, yes, it's like a snub to the media, but it's also a snub to the public. And is it because they think there'll be so much apathy? I'll give you an example. MIT has an elections performance index. Tennessee ranked 51st out of states, all states, and DC in voter turnout in 2022. We have a voter turnout problem here, a serious one. The good news is early voting started yesterday, and we're exceeding 2020 levels. From a standpoint of journalists, one thing that we think about quite a bit when I talk to colleagues is that we need to do a better job of explaining our processes. American Press Institute came out with a study a few years ago showing that the same values that the average American holds are not necessarily reflected in the language we use in terms of how we talk about our ethics, how we talk about democracy. Oftentimes communities care about their communities, but they're not talking about it in the same ways that we are. Some of you may have seen that article from Ann Applebaum from The Atlantic about is Tennessee a democracy? And she was here on Vanderbilt's campus not too long ago talking about that very thing. And what created a very interesting counterpoint, an opportunity, because this is one of the things when we talk about censorship and cancel culture and so forth, we need to present multiple sides within reasonable and fact-checked viewpoints. But this week, our big debate is there voter suppression in the state of Tennessee? State Representative Jody Barrett, who's from the Nashville area, says there's no voter suppression. He comes from the GOP supermajority, where he believes that they've done everything right and that people can vote and people can't cheat. On the other hand, the president of the National Civil Rights Museum in Memphis, Russ Wigington, says there is voter suppression and Tennessee's policies are keeping people from being able to access the ballot boxes they should. And in fact, a study from last week showed that Tennessee has the highest rate of felons, ex-felons being unable to vote and access their civil rights again. So we have to do a better job of telling those stories and explaining our process. Kind of a deviation just to a point of trust. Every subscription, every page view is a point of trust from our consumers. And consumers oftentimes make a choice to go elsewhere. It's not that they don't want information. I often like to make the comparison that just because people don't buy CDs anymore doesn't mean they don't like music. People don't buy the newspaper like they did before because they're viewing news on different platforms. We have to reach them and we have to create value. We have to encourage people to pay for, in whatever way it is, whether it's indirectly through subscriptions or through public radio or so forth, through advertising, because this is the only way we survive.
Yeah. Just back to censorship again, James. We have a presidential candidate this year that's threatening to pull licenses from broadcasters, who's called the press the enemy of the people, lawsuits, threatening to arrest journalists. I mean, is there any way to measure the impact of that discussion?
Look, that's something I would never be glib about, and it's something to worry about. I think just yesterday or the day before, he said he was going to straighten out the media. So we shouldn't minimize the potential danger of that. That said, so far, I don't think that's been the big problem. It could be in the future in terms of censorship in the U.S., and this is something that may be very different than in India, and I don't know about in the UK. I worry right now more about self-censorship and a culture of conformity that's come up in a couple of different panels here. That and I don't know if David French is still in the room. Probably not, but I know columnists and that it can be a problem. And I was an editor of columnists that. Who in this environment are reluctant to tackle certain subjects or advance opinions that would be regarded as heterodox or unorthodox for their particular tribe.
Like?
Because, as one of them once said to me, Twitter hates that, or X hates that because there's a sense of ownership that people have over the columnists that they like, the writers they like, and a sense of fear that I think a lot of reporters have too, that if they depart from the accepted narrative, if they challenge, it used to be different, and the old system had its problems too. I'm not by any means saying everything was great in the old days. I don't have that view at all. But there used to be rewards for being contrarian and unconventional. It's flipped in the last, and for the reasons we know, social media, and also, and I think this is a deep challenge for American media over time, the subscriber model itself. The whole idea of objectivity in media, in the American context, was a function of the business model of media, that as technology changed, as radio and then television came along and you were able to reach a large-scale audience that way, objectivity made sense because you didn't want to alienate vast swaths of the audience by seeming to have a particular political slant. It's a radical change in the way the American media, as it existed in the previous 150 years, tended to be small printers, very ideologically driven, appealing to a particular niche. The paradox of the internet is it has returned us almost to a 19th century model. As the advertising model has collapsed and the platforms have sucked up the advertising, legacy media generally is more dependent on subscribers. Best way to get somebody to subscribe and resubscribe is to do something Renee referred to the other day, which is, in a sense, allow that person to identify with that person's chosen view of reality, their bespoke view of reality, and constantly tell them, I see the world the way you do, and not to challenge them. Not to disappoint them with facts that they will find inconvenient, and certainly not to hit them with arguments that they would find upsetting. And so that's, again, part of what I've come to think of as this sort of, it's a major source of the conformity that I think, and self-censorship that I think is the deeper problem right now in American media.
But do you watch the number? To get too personal, but do you watch the number of clicks on your column?
I don't now because I work at the Economist, and I don't. And it has a. I'm very grateful to be there. It has a real sense of poise and a real sense of its historic mission and purpose, and very strong editors. And so it's a little less affected, I think, by the vicissitudes of public opinion.
But the whole idea is obviously to get as many people to read what you write, correct? Are you measured on that?
This is the good thing about the subscriber model. It's less about scale. This is the positive side of it, and more about connecting with your subscriber base and your readers. And Economist readers expect a certain thing from the publication, which includes that the Economist will disappoint you by telling you things you don't want to hear. I don't think this is impossible stuff. I think you have to be in a constant, and David referred to this earlier, conversation with your readers, telling them about who you are, what you're doing, and flattering them, by the way, because my view is the readers can take it, actually. They just don't want to be surprised. And it rightly, people are smart. It rightly acknowledges that they're intelligent and they can handle it. But if you've trained your reader to expect a certain ideological slant, then they react very badly when you disappoint them.
Yeah. And can we talk a little bit about your concerns when it comes to potential censorship in the UK of media and chilling of free speech?
Yeah, I mean, it's coming from so many different levels, and I think, we've talked about government and, culture, self-censorship, and different kinds of things. I mean, one of the things that's been quite a big example in the UK over the last few years is there's been an organisation, a broadcast channel that was founded, that I used to work for, that was explicitly created with the intention of shaking up the broadcast media ecosystem called GB News. And they were funded by advertisers as well as kind of big investors. And a big campaign was founded by a campaign group called Stop Funding Hate, which sought to target the people that were advertising on that television channel in order to pull funding, which was like a big, funding resource for the channel there. So you see a kind of several kind of activist groups with a very broad remit with a term like hate, which is a very particular conception of hate that are essentially weaponized in order to shut down discussion. But then there's also a thing that has just been touched upon, which I do think is a important and I think worrying development that may well actually transpire even more concerning over the next few years, which is in the understandable kind of siege mentality and reaction that you feel when you have been essentially marginalized from the conversation. We now have essentially an incentive structure within, I think, particular new media platforms with the kind of echo chambers that have been talked about, where you are incentivized financially in order to perpetuate the views of your audience and in a kind of audience capture. And I think one of the things that we are seeing is, I think, the long and hard-fought taboos around extremism, racism, anti-Semitism, essentially increasingly be questioned and under challenge. So an example that I'll give is, and I'd be very interested in other people's thoughts on this, the Tucker Carlson case, where he recently interviewed an individual who claims to be a historian, questioning the dominant ideas about the way the World War II happened, and saying that the real villain was actually Churchill, and how we view Hitler, for example, is kind of unfortunate. And I think that in this context, I think this provides a very good example of also a lot of the dangers of this kind of unregulated media landscape, where you can kind of see a taboo and a tension within society, see that as an audience to kind of exploit, and then there's an incentive structure within new media landscapes where you can really ramp that up. And that was obviously amplified by Elon Musk to such a point where actually a journalist in the UK ended up asking a political leader, Nigel Farage, what he thought about this particular historical understanding. So I think there are big problems there as well, that something that we could otherwise think is just a niche fringe issue on the internet can actually have real world consequences and do have a whole host of destabilizing effects around social norms. So there's these two things going on, a legacy institutional media, which I think has too often had a narrow conformity that has a disdain for mainstream views, but a kind of reaction as well where almost a kind of anything goes, where any kind of moral criticism is necessarily seen as a form of censorship or an attack on free speech. So I think there's multiple levels going on, which is effectively leaving the public less and less informed and less confident.
Yes, and Ritu, you talked about legacy media and the state influence. Do you get calls from government officials telling you they don't like your story and they want you to change it?
That would be the easy way out, right? But that would also boomerang on them, which is why what happens is that you're engaged or you're charged with all kinds of criminal or financial crime charges or terrorism charges, which are not about your journalism. So it's almost like there is no tamping down on press freedom directly. There's no one story that's being called out. So that would be easy, right? If
So do you feel pressure, that sort of pressure as well?
Yes, of course. Of course, when you're having to pay very expensive legal fee, you start sometimes choosing the battles you want to fight. and say which are the really important stories you want to be able to stick your neck out on. Sometimes those are decisions we take. But I'd just like to just respond a bit to what James said, which is that while the reader revenue model is the ideal, and I think it's, for a brand as strong as The Economist that has built trust with its strong journalism over years, I think the reader revenue model is something that can sustain strong, good journalism. But we know that reader revenue per se is plateauing, and most people like to pay for one outfit, which means large parts of the audiences are then left to the mercy of big tech algos and filter bubbles, and therefore are deprived of diversity of information or information integrity, which then also impacts the way they vote. So I wish reader revenue was the solution, but unfortunately, it's not.
We're going to get a couple of questions here, but before we do, David, what sort of pressure do you feel from the state, from viewers, possible censorship in your job?
It's very interesting because this state, as you know, is very much about personal relationships. And even when you have an adversarial relationship with, say, the Speaker of the House or the governor, you develop an opportunity to talk to each other and trust each other. I've never felt the pressure from a politician to say you can't write that. A few years ago, we had a scandal with one of our former mayors, and I was the first journalist to call on her to resign. And while there was disappointment in that, it was something that I think was very important to do, from our part. So I've not felt any official, desire to do that. The question is, the big threats that we have from the state come in terms of legislation that affects especially smaller newspapers when it comes to their foreclosure advertising, baking notes, all these other things that are the source of their revenue, that are old school models in many ways, but they're what sustain them in small towns like Milan, Tennessee, or elsewhere. And this is something that's really critical, that I'm very concerned, especially about the survival of small rural newspapers because they don't have the worker base, they've lost a lot of folks, and the advertising model simply doesn't work as it once did.
It's a huge concern. If you've got a question, you want to stand up with one of the microphones here? Hi, tell us your name, tell us what you want to.
Hi, I'm David Sullivan from the Digital Trust and Safety Partnership. I wanted to ask the panel about something that I think you've all alluded to, which is the move towards personal newsletters and the sort of Substackification of the media, where you have folks formerly working for legacy media outlets, whatnot, moving to their newsletters, individual subscribers. You have, I think, some of the effects of polarization and sort of these kind of micro realities that people speak to, as well as the cutting out of editorial oversight that comes along with those newsletters. And it seems like a bit of a doom cycle, and I'm wondering, is there something we can do to get out of that, or how do we react to that?
Anybody want to take it?
I just want to say that, so I agree with a lot of the criticism that have been made about that. I mean, there is actually some interesting innovation going on as well in the UK. There is an organization called Mill Media who have essentially used the newsletter subscriber model as a way of reviving local media. So it's very localized to a particular area. They'll have, one journalist that is researching particular stories and doing, extremely great work in that local area. So it's niche insofar as it's obviously very specific to that particular area, but it's also actually providing a interesting innovation as a way of reviving local media as well. So I think that, again, that with a lot of things when it comes to the internet and innovations in the new media, it has its challenges as well as potential opportunities. So it's just our ability to work through those difficulties.
Just briefly, I think this is also a case for investing again in some legacy news organizations. For example, subscribing to the Nash Villager from WPLN, the NPR affiliate, they have high quality control, and that is something that is really effective. So when you have editors who are looking at something, or whether it's a Tennessean or whatever else it is, we have multiple people looking at this, and so that helps quite a bit to build that trust, and we also respond to the feedback.
like there's a lot of great things about what's happened on Substack. I think I have a number of friends who are kind of heterodox writers who have found refuge and great financial success by becoming publications of one on Substack, and they're running their own successful subscription businesses because they don't fit in any one of the major tribes. Slight problem, they're creating tribes of their own in that environment, and as Ritu said, it doesn't solve the deep problem of where is the large-scale, high-quality news that's accessible and available to the society at large, and where is the thing like Nia described in the American context? There's no longer anything like the BBC, which serves as kind of the repository, the distributor of agreed-upon fact. And everybody hates the BBC, and everybody complains about the BBC, and all the other publications shoot at it, right? But it ultimately is seen as the truth, the truth teller. We could never, since it doesn't already exist in the American context, we can never create anything like that. But I don't think we have a news organization that now plays that kind of function for us. And so Substack, while I'm glad it's employing a lot of good people and producing a lot of work, it also is, part of this kind of vociferous, fragmented media environment where every citizen can kind of choose their own adventure and their own reality, and I worry about that.
Yes.
Hey, I had a question about feedback. A lot of you talked about feedback that you get from readers, from the audience, and I also work in news, and I get a lot of feedback from my readers. I'm curious how you differentiate good faith versus bad faith feedback, and if you're comfortable with it, if you could tell a quick story of some good faith feedback that you received recently and how you did resolve that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a glutton for punishment, so I like to respond to just about everything, and sometimes it'll blow up in my face. But I just had a person who's been a constant critic of my work, thinking I'm too liberal on a couple of things, and then on a column that I wrote this week, it was a column related to why the Trump and Harris campaigns should not browbeat Black and Latino voters into voting for them. He sent me a note to say, I read that and nobody should be browbeaten, and I agree with you, and you created an argument that was cogent and that I can agree with, and continue that conversation. And so it's an incentive to continue to talk, and our live events I mentioned quickly is a great place to connect with readers where we get to see them, they get to see us, get to trust us, and feel that we will respond in a very earnest manner.
Anybody else? Yes.
Hi, my first career was in journalism, newspapers. It was a lot of fun, and I enjoyed it very much. I am politically unaffiliated, and I don't look to news agencies to, tell me how to think politically. But I will say that I grew up with newspapers. There were 2 in my town, and my parents subscribed to both of them. And the younger kids in the family read the comic strip, all day, every day, or, every day. My sister and I would start reading Dear Abby or something like that. My brothers got real attached to the sports pages, and that stuck with them until adulthood, but it's, it's over now. If you want newspapers to survive, and I think a broad-based newspaper is a real good thing for a city or a region, you might consider recruiting people with more interesting features that appeal to them where they are. That's all.
Do you have a question?
No.
Okay. I think that I just wanted to go back to the newsletter for just 1 second, because I think in some communities, especially in local communities, they become very popular when you lose your newspaper. But at the same time, and I read them, in local communities I've lived in. But I have to say, it doesn't fulfill the need. It doesn't cover the courts all the time. It doesn't cover the school system. It doesn't cover the city council. And I mean, David, you could probably talk about this more, but I mean, I'm sure that the Tennessean, as a larger paper, has tried to pick up the slack for some of those communities, but it's with fewer resources, isn't it impossible to do that?
It is. It's hard with the resources, but I'll tell you just a very quick story about how we have to address different readers' needs. And there are some readers who want deep information, but a vast majority of readers do not. They want basically the bullet points. Our data shows that. And last year was an example of that. During the mayoral election, we had 12 candidates running for office, and we had some deep questionnaires. We had, good traffic for it, but I kept on getting asked by people, who should I vote for? I said, I'm not going to tell you who to vote for, but I created a scorecard comparing each of the candidates based upon their priorities, political affiliation, just 5 simple, and it was a hit. It gained us 200 new subscribers within a week. We essentially saw tremendous amounts of growth, and I realized we need both. We need the both and, where we serve the needs of the most loyal customers who want that in-depth work, but we can also, those people who prefer video news, and I host a video podcast, you have to find it in different ways. Unfortunately, you have to adapt in order to survive.
A lot of big topics we talked about today, and a lot of challenges. Sure, we have 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's just to say that for us as well, we were sending newsletters and nobody was reading them because it was just something they would delete in their email. But it almost sounds like an ad for Substack. But with Substack, it's not just about what they read in the newsletter, which is obviously editorially vetted, but we've had the highest click-through rate to the rest of the content on the website, which means it's led to deeper engagement, and it's also led to the largest percentage of reader conversion to being paid subscribers. So it's served a purpose.
Good thing. Yes.
It's the closest thing we've got to a magazine or a newspaper slip through somebody's mail slot is the email newsletter, and that's why everybody in the industry is filling your inboxes these days with this.
I'm just going back to your comment about the loss of local news and the concern, my big concern about that in this country in particular, that I think it's one of the big concerns we've got. Let's thank these guys for their insights.
Thank you, panelists. The next address will begin in 5 minutes. And now, please welcome to the stage your next keynote speaker, Hong Kong democracy activist Nathan Law.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nathan. I'm immensely privileged to be here to share the story to you all. And I think there's a big global implication of the case of Hong Kong and also what we've been through as a group of people, as a community, as a city in the past few years, and to the certain extent to last past decades. I've left Hong Kong 4 years ago. I'm now based in London. I'm a political refugee. I have a bounty worth $140,000 US. Anyone who have information of my whereabouts and lead to my arrest in Hong Kong, you can claim that, and technically you can claim it now, though it is not a big sum of money and it takes more for you to smuggle me back to Hong Kong. I also don't know when I can go back to Hong Kong. I have immense love to the city. I have a lot of friends still there, friends who are outside of prison, friends who are behind bars. And it's fairly difficult for many of you to contemplate. You actually don't know when you can go back, but that is the reality of Hong Kong. For me, Hong Kong is a personal story. For some of you, it may be like an academic case study or a news on the TV channels, on legacy media. But for me, it's about human beings. It's about my friends. And it's about the love of my city. And as all you have been aware, the city of Hong Kong changed a lot. 1 year ago, there was a man who wanted to have some fun on social media. So he changed the clip, the music of the clip when there was an athlete won the gold medal in Tokyo Olympics. And he changed the anthem of the national anthem of China to Hong Kong to kind of stage a funny clip. And he was sentenced to 3 months of jail because of stigmatizing the national anthem of China. And the Hong Kong government issued a court case, and the court also complied with that, that for now, playing that protest anthem, Glory to Hong Kong, is no longer allowed in Hong Kong. It is being banned in all streaming platforms and all kind of music channels. This is a flag that we used in 2019 protest, where you saw a lot of news around Hong Kong. And in today's Hong Kong, flagging it is illegal. There was a man 2 years ago when he was showing the flag outside of his flat. He was arrested just because he demonstrated a protest-related material. And that was really scary because it was just a show of freedom of expression, and then the Hong Kong government would go after you because of doing that. And also for a landmark case, it has been on the global headlines. There were a few dozen Hong Kong politicians, the brightest and greatest democratic activists in Hong Kong. They are being trialed because they were involved in a primary election, which, to be honest, every democratic parties would do. But what happened was, in 2020 June, there were 600,000 Hong Kong people turn out and vote in this primary election. And in December, all the participants and organizers, they were arrested because the government claims that if you want to get the majority in the legislature, if you want to block government's bill, you are subverting the state. So they are being charged with conspiracy to subvert the state. And many of them, including many of my friends, who've been in jail for more than 3.5 years without a verdict. So this is the reality of Hong Kong. This is the reality of the once being renounced as the freest, one of the freest city in Asia, the Pearl of Orient, but for now has become a police state, an authoritarian police state. So what has happened? Why the city of Hong Kong has become that way? And it starts with my story. I was born in 1993 in mainland China. I was not born in Hong Kong. I moved to Hong Kong in 1999 with my mom, and it was a classic Hong Kong-China marriage. my father worked in Hong Kong because the salary was much higher than mainland China. And my mom and 3 of us stayed in China in the bordering city Shenzhen. And I was growing up there until I was 6 and then moved to Hong Kong. And my father also wasn't born in Hong Kong. My father, in late 70s, when he was 20s, he actually smuggled from mainland China to Hong Kong. Back then, in his peasant village, there wasn't enough food. So the only hope of survival for a lot of people in southern Guangdong, which is the southern part of China, bordering Hong Kong, was to escape to Hong Kong, because by then, Hong Kong was already very established and a great economic port. So my father took a very rough trip, 3 days, seeing so many floating bodies. And he was lucky that he managed to come to Hong Kong, and there was a policy, whoever reached the city center, escaping the border control, border patrolling police, he could get a citizenship. And he did that. On the next day, on the very first day of him working as a construction worker in Hong Kong, he earned more than a year of salary than in mainland China. So that was the status of Hong Kong. Hong Kong was a city of hope, a city of refuge. And as you know, that's the reason why Hong Kong people in 70s and 80s were fairly scared that they were going back to China's sovereignty. In the 80s, the future of Hong Kong was under negotiation. Hong Kong was deemed to be going back, quote unquote, to the Chinese sovereignty, and there was a negotiation ongoing, and Hong Kong people were nervous because by then, Hong Kong was already a financial center, have really vibrant economic activities, but China was still relatively in still a very closed economy, very socialist, and Hong Kong people were worried that whether their life will be compromised, whether they can continue their way of living. And that's the reason why in the 80s, there were a couple waves of immigration. There were so many Hong Kong people went to Australia, went to Canada, went to the UK, just because they were worried about the future of Hong Kong under the Chinese ruling. In the 80s, Hong Kong people felt like it was the best of time. The discussion of colonialism in Hong Kong was rather special, was rather different, because they felt like at least the Brits have laid down a solid financial foundation for them. And in turns, in 1997, when they were supposed to go back to the Chinese sovereignty, they were going back to a state where the politics was much more closed, was much more authoritarian, and they didn't know what to do. In 1984, the Chinese and the British government signed a treaty to confirm that in the future, Hong Kong will go back to Chinese sovereignty, governance, but with the promise that Hong Kong people would enjoy freedom and gradual process to democracy. And that was the reason why there were one country, two systems, there were basic law, all these framework trying to separate the system of Hong Kong from China, because back then, the Chinese government and the British government didn't want Hong Kong people to leave. They want to appease, they want to comfort Hong Kong people, saying that, look, we know that you are worried, but we promise that once you go back to Chinese sovereignty, your life will be as usual. It was just one flag up and one flag down. So that was the expectation of Hong Kong people, and that was what the Chinese and the British government wanted to appease Hong Kong people, to stop them from leaving. But unfortunately, one thing that took place exacerbated the whole situation. In 1989, there was a massive democratic movement in mainland China. Workers, students, they were demanding free speech, they were demanding less corruption, they were demanding a more transparent and democratic government. And the Tiananmen massacre took place on June 4th, 1989. We still don't know how many people died on that day. It is said that thousands or even tens of thousands. There are no unclassified record, there were no orchestrated or any sort of investigation could be done because of the political climate there. But that shocked Hong Kong. Hong Kong was one of the outposts that held massive protests, and there were more than 1,500,000 Hong Kong people marched to the street. That was 1/4 of the population in 1989. They were immensely impacted by the Tiananmen massacre. And then subsequently, when Beijing, they thought that, oh, we have the signed the British Joint Declaration, we have the treaty signed, we promise you freedom and democracy. But eventually, there were another wave of immigration. A lot of Hong Kong people left Hong Kong, and they had a show of preference by feet. So that was the immense insecurity and doubt cast to the Chinese government. After 1997, there was actually a honeymoon period of Hong Kong under the Chinese ruling. In 2003, that was the very first time the Chinese government wanted to introduce the national security law in Hong Kong, which for now it has already introduced in 2019 and 2023. But back in 2003, the Chinese government wanted to roll out a bill that widely considered infringing Hong Kong people's freedom and liberty. Hong Kong people pushed back. We had a 500,000 rally. We had so much pressure, pushback from the civil society. And we actually concurred. We prevailed. The Beijing government shelved the bill. And Hong Kong people felt like, oh, it was actually a healthy interaction. So I would say that in the first 10 years of Hong Kong under the Chinese ruling, it was relatively peaceful. Hong Kong people had faith in the Chinese government restraining themselves not to overstep, respecting the boundary, respecting Hong Kong people's way of life. In the year 2008, we can argue that with the Beijing Olympic, it was the peak of Beijing's soft power. Looking at Hong Kong's people's identity, it is academically speaking as a form of portraying Hong Kong people's approval to the government. I saw there are some glitches in the graph. So this graph basically shows that how Hong Kong people identify themselves. The blue one is identifying themselves as Chinese. The green one is Hong Konger. The higher Hong Kong people identify themselves as Chinese, it means that they are more approved of China's governance. And you can see it in the graph in the year 2008. It was the peak of that, which means that Hong Kong people were actually quite happy. And I remember I was still a high school student. In the Beijing Olympic, I lived in public housing with my family. I heard cheering whenever Chinese national team got a gold medal, and I was also cheering for them because I think that was a great thing. China has finally stepped up. They have been seen, and they are a great power that deserves people's respect. So when people ask about Hong Kong, whether Hong Kong people, they were innately rebellion, they were innately non-Chinese, that is a wrong observation. There had been a period of time when we perceived the Beijing government respecting the boundary of one country, two system, respecting the freedoms of Hong Kong people, and trying to deliver the promise of gradual process to democracy. Hong Kong people were quite happy to be part of it. But what happened was, after 2008, after 2010, and even after Xi Jinping took power in 2012, the intervention of the Chinese regime to Hong Kong increased. There were more and more cases showing that Hong Kong people's liberty are fading. The Chinese regime trying to impose their political order in Hong Kong instead of respecting Hong Kong people's way of life, respecting the status of the city as being free and having the hope to gradual process of democracy. When I was in high school, I didn't know much about politics. As I said, my father was a construction worker. My mother was a street cleaner. We were living in a blue-collar family. My education about human rights and democracy was not taught in my family. My political enlightenment took place when I was in high school. In 2010, I first attended the candlelight vigil commemorating the fallen in Tiananmen Square. And actually, Hong Kong, from the year 1989 to 2022, it was the only place in China that could publicly talk about the Tiananmen massacre and had a candlelight vigil commemorating the fallen. I was invited by a friend, And I didn't know much about it. It was a rainy night, and I went, and I saw a lot of clips. I saw a lot of histories. And I saw people who were my similar age, who looked like me, but they were chanting global slogans. They were chanting things that they care about, things that they eventually sacrificed for. It was about ending one-party dictatorship, freedom, less corruption. And for me, it was really impactful. By the time I chanted slogan with the MCs of the candlelight vigil, I felt like I had a responsibility to do those things. And that is the empowerment of free speech. That is the power of being able to freely chant and lead your fellow citizens to achieve what you want, to commit themselves in their values. And that was the moment I decided to step in the path of student activism. Fast forward, in 2014, the Beijing government issued a white paper basically saying that there's no hope to Hong Kong's universal suffrage. And Hong Kong people were furious because you promised us that we have a gradual process to democracy. We have a system of freedom. We have a society that we can freely express and elect our leaders. But you betrayed your promise. And that's the reason why there was a huge urge of Hong Kong people trying to resist, because we were not asking for things that up in the air that was never gonna happen. We were actually asking Beijing government to deliver their promise. And the drive of asking something that you felt you deserve is huge. It's much larger than asking something that you are not intended to have. So that was what happened in 2014. When Hong Kong people knew that Beijing closed the door for universal suffrage, they marched down to the street. And I was one of the student leaders in my student union, and I somehow caught in this big protest, big era, and I became a public figure. I became one of the student leaders people could recognize. In 2014, the umbrella movement, there were hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong people occupied the major runway of Hong Kong. It was the very first massive civil disobedience in Hong Kong's history and very first occupation movement in the city. It was impactful, it was massive, and it was triggered by the deep sense of betrayal Hong Kong people felt when Beijing refused to honor its promises. But of course, after 79 days of occupation, we ended up in vain. The Beijing government didn't compromise. They still maintain a very hard line. They still feel like they are trying to centralize all power, and all Hong Kong people are just being spoiled. They were just spoiled citizens trying to ask for basic rights. And then for me, I continue my activism as a political leader, as a politician. And in the year 2016, I won a legislative election. I became the youngest ever elected parliamentarian, congressman, legislator in Hong Kong at the age of 23. And then I was imprisoned because of my participation in the umbrella movement for a couple of months. And I was seen as the first batch of political prisoners in Hong Kong. And meanwhile, I was disqualified. My seat got taken away because I quoted Gandhi in my oath-taking session, and Beijing had a whole legal scandal to reinterpret and reinstitute new restrictions and apply it retrospectively. To put long story short, what I've been through for these few years was a reflection of how Beijing was interfering in our own system. They're trying to take away our voice. They're trying to put more punishment on activists who are campaigning for freedom, and they're stepping up the pressure. And Hong Kong people definitely felt it. Joshua Wall, one of my dearest friends, who we found the party together, who helped me run for the election, was sentenced several times because of peaceful advocacy work. And for now, he is still in jail. He is part of the 47, the primary election case, and he's been in jail for more than 3.5 years. I have no idea when I could see him and have no idea when he could leave prison. The pressure mounted. Hong Kong people were so upset about all these political crackdowns and intervention. And it was up to a point when people's confidence towards the one-country system gradually dropped to a historical low, approaching to the year 2019. And in the year 2019, I'm sure many of you have seen clips, footages, news on TV channels that there was a massive protest in Hong Kong took place. More than 2 million people marched down to the street. There was also more than a quarter of population of Hong Kong. Just try to imagine if there was more than a quarter of population in one of the big cities of the US or the whole US coming out. Things would change, right? The government will listen to the demand of shelving an extradition bill, the demand for democracy, the demand for accountability of police violence. But the government refused to do it because they don't need to. They don't have any accountability to the public, and they are not elected by us. So the government stepped up the crackdowns. They were firing all these rubber bullets. They are raiding all these protesters, and they were arresting kids at the age of 13, and doing all these things with complete police immunity. There has been no police officers being charged of whatsoever crime or police brutality that they've committed throughout the whole 2019-2020 crackdown, even though they are widely documented and there have been tens or even hundreds of cases of their misuse of police force. And with that kind of crackdown, we're seeing, of course, this is also some glitches on the slide. We're seeing that the dissatisfaction rate to the government dropped to historical low, around 80% in the year 2019, when the crackdown was ongoing. Hong Kong people were upset. We were promised democracy, we were promised freedom, but the Beijing government didn't deliver their promise. And we used a lot of creative ways to resist, including taking reference from the Baltic Ways. So we hold hands in the city center of Hong Kong, and we form a human chain that demonstrates our determination to fight for democracy. We have all these lantern walls that was inspired by the spring, and we have all these lantern walls all over Hong Kong, writing down the hopes and fears and demands of Hong Kong people, and it was beautifully seen. But also, we have an escalation of force as well. When there was an unchecked police brutality, unchecked government power, people had also stepped up their use of force to either protect themselves or to pose deterrence, in fact, to the police. And there were scenes where you saw petrol bombs and bricks flying over the Hong Kong's gorgeous night views, which was surreal. But that was also the consequence of government pushing boundaries, pushing borderlines of citizens, and they rise up and resist. And so, after months of unrest, the government finally said that they're going to annihilate the whole civil society in order to prevent the next uprising. So in 2020, July, they published the National Security Law. The NPCSC, the Standing Committee member of the National People's Congress, which was a political body, they circumvented all the local legislation and consultation process in Hong Kong. They directly imposed the National Security Law, which is a very convenient legal weapon to prosecute and to annihilate dissident voice, different voice. They basically weaponized the concept of national security and apply it to all perspective. For me, I am wanted because I attended congressional hearings, because I talked to government officials, or simply because I talked to you all. The government wanted me because I am doing an act of subversion. I am doing an act of colluding with foreign forces. And I'm sure that Vanderbilt University will be part of them. But not only the freedom of political participation and the fear instilled in political activists. As I said, Hong Kong used to be the only place in China that could publicly commemorate the Tiananmen massacre. It was seen as a proof of freedom of assembly, but it's gone already. Starting from the year 2022, Hong Kong government banned the whole candlelight vigil commemoration. The commemoration was there for more than 3 decades. Every year since 1989, there were tens of thousands of Hong Kong people turn up to commemorate that event. But it is gone now because of the impact of the national security law and the tightened control of the Hong Kong government. And then we see how the Hong Kong government has restructured, has overhauled the whole election system. On the year that I was elected as a parliamentarian, as a congressman in Hong Kong, there were roughly half of the seats were through direct election. But after the government witnessed the power of people, they have changed the whole election system, and for now, we have less than a quarter of the seats were through direct elections. Most of the others were direct appointees from the Beijing government, and they have rolled back the process of democracy, and this is one of the playbook. The freedom of political representation has also strengthened under the new crackdown of Hong Kong. And it's also not about ballot box, it's also about library shelves. Books of politicians, political activists, even though they were about novels, they were about their life, they were about Hong Kong pop culture, they were completely off shelf. If you think that that's only applied to political dissidents, you're mostly wrong. There were also a lot of journalists who were critical to the government, who were being seen as quote-unquote troublemakers by writing op-eds criticizing government policy. Their books are also off-shelf from library as well. Not only working on these bookshelves, but for the freedom from fear, the Hong Kong government also has some work on it. They have a tip line for the national security law, which they receive so many reports, and that has instilled fear in all these communities and units and families and schools and communities that, well, maybe people besides you, they are not just that trustworthy, and it makes you afraid of expressing your political opinion because that could be as an evidence to you, not necessarily putting you in jail, but at least impacting your jobs and impacting your well-being. And not only in the civil society, but the government has also introduced the National Security Court, which they have appointed judges. They don't have jury, and they have a really vaguely written laws with no sentencing guideline. So basically, all the arrestees, defendants that I mentioned in the primary election case, how long they end up in jail was at the mercy of the Chinese government and at the mercy of the appointees of the National Security Courts. And these things are not just limited to politicians. Journalists are being persecuted, harassed, their families are threatened, and the enablers are also limited to institutions in Hong Kong. The person you're seeing is the chair of the Hong Kong Journalists Association, which is a labor union for Hong Kong journalists. She was fired by Wall Street Journal because she took up the place and ran for the election and advocate for press freedom of Hong Kong. Sometimes enablers are not only limited to institutions in Hong Kong, but also there are a lot of boundaries, there are a lot of considerations, there are a lot of things that some of the Western institutions are doing and harming the city of Hong Kong. And for me, of course, there were also multiple harassment, raided to my family home, and threatened my loved ones. In a society with unchecked power, they no longer only act in the boundary of law. They're doing all these extra-legal things and also collective punishment. So your family, your loved one, your former colleagues all of them, in my case, they were harassed and arrested with fabricated charges in order to put pressure on me and to demonstrate that there are still certain support in Hong Kong to an activist like me. So it's fairly difficult situation for Hong Kong, and I don't think we have any optimistic outlook in the short-term future. It's difficult for me to say things will be all right, or like I can go home in 5 years. I don't think that is the case. But for me, the reason why I'm standing here and I'm still fairly hopeful in a long-term future is that there are still so many Hong Kong people trying to resist, even though they are operating in such a tiny and very narrow civil society in Hong Kong, and we're building a stronger diasporic communities outside of Hong Kong. I want to end the talk with a quote that I like, which Jakob also mentioned his name multiple times in the opening remark, the Czech famous playwright and dissident Václav Havel. He wrote that, "We never decided to become dissidents. We have been transformed into them without quite knowing how. Sometimes we have ended up in prison without precisely knowing how. We simply went ahead and did certain things that we felt we ought to do and that seemed to us decent to do, nothing more, no less." And that was basically describing the whole generation of Hong Kong people. I never wanted to become a dissident. I never wanted to be political. But that was how the time and how the collective eagerness of protecting our hometown has driven us. And there are many, hundreds of thousands or even millions of Hong Kong people still having this mindset. They were driven to be a dissident, and they were not, they did not choose that. They were basically forced to do it. And I think that is a really powerful thing if we continue to believe that the innate freedom of human beings, the innate pursuit of freedom of human beings will eventually prevail. So the road ahead is difficult, and it's fairly difficult to say things that I think can change Hong Kong instantly or ask you to do to monitor the situation. But I really do hope that after today, Hong Kong, the issue of Hong Kong used to be for you just a news on TV or foreign story. But starting from today, I hope that you can also see the issue of Hong Kong as an experience of a friend and as an urge of a friend like me, and see it personal and attach to it and have emotional bonding with the story there, and continue to read, continue to write, continue to speak up, and continue to act. The freedom of Hong Kong is difficult. It's difficult to rebuild, and the civil society is in a collapse. But I genuinely think that the spirit of Hong Kong democracy will linger and will continue. It's just in a different format, and we still need your support in the future. Thank you so much.
And that moving speech, Nathan, thank you, first of all, for it. Thanks for your hard work. Thanks for being the embodiment of fighting for a right that many of us take for granted, and for doing things that many of us would probably be afraid to do, and not even feeling that it was something that you were born to do, but just the circumstances. That concludes the first day of our Global Free Speech Summit. I hope that you have enjoyed the conversations, the panels, the debates, the different perspectives. I also hope that you have spoken to at least 2 or 3 people that you didn't already know, exchanged contacts in order to ensure that we can build this flourishing culture of free speech. It will take dedication on the part of all of us. I also very much hope that we'll see you again here tomorrow morning, where we'll open with day 2 of the Global Free Speech Summit. I promise you there will be more great speakers, more great panels, more stories of hope, inspiration, as well as tragedy. But see you tomorrow and have fun. This is Nashville after all. Enjoy Broadway, but don't stay out too late.